All right. So this,
Welcome,
yeah, go ahead, Pops. It's you, buddy.
I say welcome everyone from me and my partner in crime over there, Joe Tolliver.
Yeah, Madness and Comics Cast.
Yes,
Making it happen.
Madness and the cast. I
All
like,
right.
I think we might have to adopt
The
what
Chromecast thing that we
what
put out.
Larry keeps saying. Yeah, because he won't get it right, so we might as well just maybe
No, I
change
think
it to
we
Cromcast.
talked about it. I love CRoM Con. I think it's important to call it a con because people know what that is.
Okay,
And I think
Cromcast Con.
I like the idea of a Chromecast because you're sure we're broadcasting is not necessarily a con. So, but I totally get it. I totally get it. But I want to get it as close to a virtual con that we can as we keep building up on it. So I'm going to share around, Pops. You go ahead and do your thing. Kind of open us up a little bit, and then I'll chat. Philman's already in.
Yeah,
All right.
I want to introduce everybody to my backup tech guy. When Pops don't know what's going on, Pops gonna go, yo, Phil, help. You know. How you doing,
Nice.
Phil?
Hey, how's everybody doing?
Hey, Phil. Hey, Phil.
I'm feeling
getting
really
this
good
out
today.
to the masses real quick.
Let's see.
Yeah.
I think Phil might have his audio on for whatever device he's on. So it was a really nice opening, by the way. Yesterday
like that?
we had a nice amount of views, so it was a good start. Excellent start.
Oh yeah.
Gentlemen, I have arrived.
Running.
All
Hey, brother.
right.
All right.
Larry, how you doing, bro?
Brother, you know what? You're probably not gonna be able to see my lovely face because I am streaming this as well. And so what OBS says is you cannot be in two spots at once. You know what I mean? So it won't let me divide my camera. That's kind of the only problem that we got right now.
Yeah, that's all right.
You're streaming. What are you streaming through? What's your you streaming through like stream?
Yeah, well, I'm on YouTube, I'm on Twitch, and I'm on Facebook right now.
Right now.
Right now.
We're everywhere, Joe.
Right at this moment.
We're everywhere, buddy.
Okay.
I did the kickoff show to the kickoff show, Joe.
Yes,
The unofficial kickoff show.
Okay.
Now we got, of course, a couple people waiting to come in. Pops Van Zant, if you could, please send the link to one Mr. Tyler Carpenter. Drunk Talk.
yes, I can do that. Let me see if I find.
If you have the technology, it can be done. I'm going to give the link to my boy, the Wonk. And I think Eve might want to come in, the ladies' lady.
Why are you not working well with others right now on the phone?
Oh, I never work well with others, Joe. I'm an outcast. I'm the black sheep. Ah.
Yeah, brother. I want to share this out and as quickly as possible. And now my phone's deciding not to work well with me.
Well, of course, that's how this usually.
That just makes too much sense.
For
There
all
we
of
go.
our early
You got it.
viewers,
All right.
for all of our early viewers, if you would do us a great favor and share this to any comic groups you might be in. Try not to hit one that's already up there, but if you see one of your comic groups and they're not showing this,
Yeah, I mean, this is an opportunity to get as many eyeballs on creators as possible. That's why we put all the work into building this up. So what do we do on most of our channels? One of the biggest things is Indie Comics Cast. Make sure that you're following. It'll be on Indie Comics Cast all weekend on YouTube. So make sure you guys share there, follow there, and then Comics Cast on Facebook. I'm going to be tweeting out this. I'll put this on my personal stuff. Just push it out as much as you can if you guys are loyal fans of the shows, because it's an opportunity to get as many eyeballs as possible on these creators that are going to be on here for the next couple of days. And make sure Pops drinks water because he's going to be talking a lot. And he's probably got a catheter there ready to go. So that's good.
no, I got Phil for a backup when I gotta go.
Backup for the backup.
And
And there's
Pete,
Pete.
I want to introduce Pete. He's the admins in the Comic Related Madness and a faithful backup and co-host when needed.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
Ooh.
Hello. Sorry, I was
And there's
judging my
Tyler.
levels.
it's Mr. Tyler Carpenter.
What up? What up? Drone talk.
Tyler, I hear
All
we're gonna have a silly goose time today.
Dude, I'll only be in places if it's a silly goose time, and that's different. You know, if there's arguing, but I'm having a good time, I'll be part of it. I don't give a crap. As long as I'm having a silly goose time, I don't care what anyone else is feeling.
You're gonna have a silly goose time, aren't you? Launching Entity today?
No, Monday.
Monday. Okay. Monday.
Monday.
The selling point for this book is ridiculous.
We're all excited about it. But I think it's already happened.
I'm excited for it too. I'm actually excited for it to be over.
Yeah, Tyler's not a big fan of crowdfunding. Tyler doesn't like the anxiety that comes with crowdfunding.
I don't blame him. I seriously don't blame him at all, man.
I love crowdfunding. I fucking live for that.
I got a hat up for this.
I understand the anxiety.
Yeah, I've yet to have a failed campaign. I just there's just so much planning. You are just on streams all day. I'd rather just be drawing and writing instead. You know, you're just every night trying to jump on a stream and yeah. But I mean, it's fun. It's fun. It's a good time. You get to meet people and you get to create good content. Yeah, it's fun.
You just have to give up certain things like a social life, eating like a human being, sleep. You know, just little unimportant things.
Just the usual stuff.
Yeah.
Talking about giving up things. This is my weekend off. You guys are going to take on the load of handling broadcasting this. I owe a few hours with my family, so I'm going to go off and enjoy that. Watch the con. Hopefully, you guys the best. Hopefully, it really does well for the creators. But I'm going to jump off. This is totally all Pops and Tyler and all you guys. Just enjoy yourselves. And
Joe,
Hey,
thank
Joe,
you.
Thanks,
Hey,
Joe.
you guys see
Joe.
some traffic, so you guys around, all right?
Thanks a lot, man.
Hey,
Right on,
Joe,
brother.
everything up, Joe. You rock.
Yeah, we appreciate you, sir.
Yeah, I really try to get hard to get the camera to work on both ends, but it's not gonna happen. You're stuck with the Niobe Chibi icon. I know Joe likes to see faces on cam, but it is what it is, man. And what it is. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Phil.
I was just gonna say we'll just give them avatars, Larry.
Yeah, it is Chromecast. It is officially now. Pops kicked off, brother. How are you feeling, man? Number 5, bro.
I am very happy about this. I'm getting messages, people saying that they're not seeing the feed. I'm looking at the feed. It's down here. It's Joe Tolliver posted the live video. It's already been knocked down the feed a little bit. Let me see if I can bump it back up. Or
You can probably pin it if you can.
Yeah, I'm gonna stick it in the announcements. Pin it to the top.
Don't stick
Yeah.
it in, man. That might hurt.
Pinning it to the top will work. Yeah, it just came on for me. That's what I was looking for before, and I just shared it, and I recommend everyone share.
Yes, please do. Let's see now. Can I get it to stay up at the top? That's the question. There. All right, we're good. We're on top. We're rolling.
Perfect. Beautiful.
So hopefully everybody that was having a hard time finding it, now it's also on Indie Comics Cast on YouTube. It's on Comics Cast on Facebook. And hopefully it's being shared out across the internet world right now.
Well, right now you're also on Rebel Comics and Gaming, man. You gave me the first hour, and you said I can invite on whoever I wanted to invite on, and I said, you know what? I know you've been trying to rope him in, and he's been dogging you, but I'm like, I'm gonna work on it, Pops. I'm gonna work on it. I'm gonna get my boy Tyler.
And he got me.
Yes.
I got you, man. I told the Wonk, I said, and I don't know where the Wonk is. So I sent him a link, but I said, the Wonk, come on the show. He says, well, what are we selling? I said, well, we're selling Niobe and Tyler. He goes, you're selling Tyler? I said, yeah, man, all of them. He's like, okay. He said, I put $100 on Tyler, man.
I'll take it.
Yeah, that's great, man. I totally appreciate you guys being out, man. Everybody that gets involved in this. It's humbling every time, especially when we get somebody new coming along, like Tyler coming out the first time. That's, for me, that just shows that we're reaching people and it's worth people being involved. It means a lot.
Well, I'll tell you this, Pops. Tyler's on a limited time frame. We got him for maybe like 20 minutes or so. So, guys, if you have questions for Mr. Tyler Carpenter, the host of Drawn Talk, the creator and writer of Entity, this is the time, man. This is the way. Get those questions, and you can ask me questions too. But I mean, I'll stick around a little longer. But I want to make sure that Tyler gets some time in, and he gets the spotlight.
I see Danny Morales out here. How you doing, Danny? He's one of our guests. Going to be out. We got Lee Reese. How you doing, Lee? Appreciate you watching. And the esteemed Russell Allen.
Russell Allen, man.
Russell.
There he is.
Wonk. There's the wonk. 2 wonks.
Double wonks.
We got 2 wonks for the price of 1. Wonk want the double bid on Tyler. That's what's going on here.
I do not know how that happened.
Yeah, Tyler's.
That's
Hey,
interesting.
Russ.
Did
Now
I
we got one
take the
wonk.
right one?
Wonk, say something. Confirm you're there.
Danny.
Wonky, are you there?
Who's on the other one? Hold on. There we go. Try again.
Wonk, are you there, buddy?
Am I here?
You are here.
We
brother.
got the wonk.
Now, Wonk, I want to know: are you going to up your bid? I
No,
think
man.
someone-
No, I got cut out, man. I was going to bid $50 twice.
Oh,
Hey, Tyler.
Talk to me.
Danny Morales from the collective asks, Tyler, how do you get over that artist feeling that your work isn't good enough even when everyone else tells you that it is?
Yeah, I just think everyone's really nice, and that's they're fake. Like you know what your art looks like. You put your art next to any pro artist, and if that's what you're aspiring to be, just be honest with yourself. Put your art next to them. If it doesn't show up, if it doesn't look good enough, you're not there. I mean, I put out a graphic novel 4 years ago. Everyone's like, "Oh my gosh, this is so good!" And I look at that art and I want to throw up. I have it on my bookshelf still.
Yeah, I understand that feeling.
5 years later though,
yeah.
I'm happy to share people my art. Is it still where I want it to be? Absolutely not. But you just have to have some a self-talk and just go, okay, is this where I want? And you just got to keep improving. If if your art's good, you don't have to let anyone else tell you. You know if your art's good.
Absolute facts. I had a teacher years ago, and she was like, listen, you're going to be your own worst critic, which is good. So you'll always be pushing yourself forward. But I took my books off and took them I used the Willem Dafoe line from Spider-Man. I went back to formula because, like you just said, it's like, no, this isn't good. I gotta put this back in the water and let it cook for a while longer.
Yeah, because the moment you let people say, "Oh, this is so good," you start getting complacent and you start doing the things, and then you start lying to yourself. You start lying to yourself. I was lying to myself like a year because that was happening, and all of a sudden I realized all the people talk to me.
I lie to myself every day, brother.
Well, sometimes you got to. I tell myself,
Right.
I tell myself I have a 6-pack. It's not there.
But if we follow Larry down this rabbit hole, it's going to be a whole different kind of chat. Right?
Well, the Wonk was going to say something. Wonk, what do you got?
No, I would say that that it's awesome that Tyler has pushed himself because his art was not. I mean, not
Here
to
comes
knock
the insult,
on,
Tyler,
not,
before the buttering of the bread.
I'm ready.
no, not to knock on anybody, but the art 2 or 3 years ago was nowhere near the level that the art is now.
That's fantastic. If you're not progressing, and this is in general, if you're not moving forward, if you don't have that that running back forward progress, you're not going to get too far. Now, in some places, yeah, you can tread water, but if you, in this super competitive comic book art world, if you're not competing, if you're not trying to be better, especially competing with yourself, because you're your own number one competition, you're not going to get better.
So let's look at this. This is that graphic novel. I hate to show this. My friend Bobby wrote it.
Show it.
Awesome,
It's cathartic.
dude.
It's cathartic.
So like this, here's one of the panels. Right
Let's see
there.
if we can't get a zoom up on Tyler. Someone is.
Uh-oh. We're all dying. Am I the only one here?
You are.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to another episode of Drawn Talk.
Drawn
I'm
Talk.
taking over. Welcome to Niobe Comics.
I'm just blowing up that screen so people can see it. Ty.
Oh,
you
you
gotta
just have
figure
to
out how
hit.
to do that without kicking everyone else out.
You just hit the dots, and it says Yeah, you just go to the very right, and it says the full screen, and then you focus on.
Let's see.
Oh, yeah, he killed Tyler, man.
Oh, I'm getting dizzy.
Whoa, I was a spinner rack, man.
I like getting this effect for free. I usually have to pay somebody for it.
Well, I feel like Hollywood Squares, and we all just changed position.
This can go good. This can do well. Like I'll put it up, but like this was the work I did like 5-6 years ago, and everyone's like, oh yeah, like that's dope, and I'm like, and I knew it wasn't, but you get complacent. So now this is the art for Entity for the trading card. This is where we're at now.
Wow.
And we're still gonna keep improving.
Well, I
Guys,
mean,
we got a chat going on, and Wonk, this is for you, Wonk. The ladies' lady, Eve, beautiful girl, great artist. First cover, by the way, on Luis Torres' Little Demoness there, says 2 Wonks. She says, I like what I see. Man, you got some fans here, Wonk.
I remember when Tyler very first came on a long time ago.
Well, let's talk about that, because many people don't know that Wonk and I used to host Rebel Comics many moons ago, like Clockwork on Wednesday nights. And, me and Wonk would co-host the show, and every week we would bring on an independent comic book creator. And Tyler happened to be one of the first. Wonk, you take the story from there.
No, I mean, it's amazing to me to see the progression.
Wrong screen, whoever did that.
I'm playing. Leave me alone.
No,
it's crazy to see the progression that Tyler has made over the last, like, what it was at, like 3 years ago?
It was 5.
3, 4, 5 years ago?
5 years, Wonk. Half a
Dude,
decade.
Man, God, we are fucking old.
Right?
But I mean, it's amazing, man, to watch the progression of things that have gone on with his books. I mean, with Demons 1, Demons 2.
Yeah, when I went on Rebel Gaming 5 years ago, I was showing off the very first issue of Demons, and now we've got 3 trade paperbacks, 14 issues.
That's incredible.
Completed story. Yeah, it is nuts. Yeah, because I remember being on that show, like, hi guys, like, my name's Tyler, and I make comics, and I've got this #1 issue, and I really worked hard on it. And now it's like, what's up, bitches? I got 3 graphic novels and 14 issues.
Tyler, I still have a copy of that original show.
That's awesome.
I
remember it.
Reload it.
So I've got a dumb question, and this is not a critique or like to be mean or anything, but did you rush Demons 3?
That's a great question. That is a great question. Let's go in terms of writing or art.
Just in general.
So
I mean, not the art, because the art was on par with everything that.
So there was.
It's weird to me though that you did one. That 1 was what it was, 2 was what it was,
And then 3.
and then 3 was not to the level that I believe that you were capable of at 3.
No, that's a good question.
Was 3 the last one, Tyler?
Yeah, 3 was the last one. So what happened? What happened was, and I've talked about this a ton on my channel because I feel the same way. So one of the issues that we did in Demons. So what happened was we wrote the story, and we were supposed to do a lot more issues because we were signed on with Insane Comics, and then at issue 12 they canceled us. They just the whole company went down. And so I was like, crap, I've got to wrap this up because I thought I was going to be doing like 20-30 issues. So I talked with Travis. We had to rewrite some of the stuff, but also we had a lot more filler stories in that we're going to bridge some of the storytelling gaps that I know are there. And so I hired 5 different artists, and I've talked about this on my channel. I hired 5 different artists. I paid them each for 5 pages up front, and I have yet to see any artwork. Oh. So all 5 of them ran with my money, and so I've talked about that on my show because. For me, I know that there was a ton of storytelling gaps, and I've actually had even someone comment on my YouTube channel last week saying, "Hey, do you plan on filling in those gaps and doing some art in the future for it?" And but yeah, I felt that, and also with the I know with the last issue, I was having a kid right as we were putting that one together. Like I remember being in the hospital and reading over the script.
Damn,
So
son.
yeah, so I do know that there was fault. That's also, that was also my very, Demons was my very first series. I hope that Entity improves, and then I hope that the books I come out with next year are even better than that.
It's Mindy Wheeler in the chat, man.
Holy smokes!
Do you know who Mindy Wheeler is, Tyler?
I know who Mindy Wheeler is.
I love me some Mindy Wheeler. I gotta get Mindy Wheeler, Tyler, to do a cover for me. Let me ask you this, Tyler. Pops asked me privately, but now I'm just gonna ask you publicly.
I won't take my shirt
off. Travis Gibbs says Tyler Carpenter is amazing. He is one of my favorite people.
Thanks, Travis.
Now, let me ask you, do you have like a landing page, a launch page for Entity? Like, people can go check out right now. They want to sign up. So the minute it goes live on Monday, they get a little notification, anything like that going on?
Yeah, let me put that link in the chat.
There you go. Put the link in the chat.
But yeah, Wonk, I'm glad that you brought that up, because I also I think about that a lot because yeah, I know it.
As a Tyler Carpenter fan,
Oh,
I was really disappointed with Demons 3.
No, you're good. I totally take that. I think, and you know what I realized, Wonk, and I'm something I'm never going to do again as an indie creator is originally Demons Volume 1 was where it was supposed to stop, because I knew I had tuned in the storytelling and that was it, and then the publisher kept asking for more and more issues, and when it was time to wrap it up, I think I've learned that I have a hard time wrapping up these really big stories.
Well, I mean, I thought that Demons 2 was stronger than Demons 1.
Oh wow, that's cool.
I really thought that was a really good book. I mean, honestly, I think Demons 2 is probably the best thing that I've read of yours.
Oh, thanks.
Wow.
Yeah, thanks. It's been so long. I should probably reread these, but yeah, I do have on the video schedule to do a roast of myself one of these days. But
I
yeah,
want to be a part of that. I want to roast the shit out of Tyler.
But yeah, I really take that.
I'm not trying to be mean at all.
No, I'm glad that you say it, dude. I really appreciate it.
Tyler, we got a question for you in the chat from Danny D. He says, Tyler, what kind of lawyer do you have when you contract an artist for services such as that?
Just the Lord, man.
The Lord in a handshake?
Yeah, exactly. I
So
don't know.
would you recommend, because that you did get burned, right?
So
that
hard.
if you deal with artists, that maybe you should have a contract involved? Like I myself have done contracts. I haven't done contracts. It usually depends on the individual and level of trust.
Yes.
But, if you're dealing with someone that you don't know at all, how
Yeah.
important is it to have a contract?
I don't know. I mean, I'm working with an artist right now for a 40-page comic. They've given me 20 pages. There's been no contract. We just send each other. I just send him money. He sends me art. It's a silly goose time. I don't know. I mean, one thing to remember is with those artists and Demons. Yeah, I was pitching the first book 5 years ago. We finished writing Volume 3 3 years ago, and we were just getting the art soon. I was trying to polish it, but I still am, but a newbie comic book creator. So I was just throwing out money. Like, I have money and you'll draw my book. And then I would just pay them. Now I don't do that, because I thought, I should just pay them up front. And now I don't do that. You got to show me some work.
There are some methods that you can deal with outside of the contracts. I've seen one that's pretty common, and I've even dealt with. It's like, depending on the amount, I would probably better to do it in like 5-page batches.
That's what I do right now.
And that you pay out about half the artwork started, and then you get shown the finished artwork, and then they send you over your full formatted pages.
Yeah, I do 5 pages. You show me 5 pages, I'll pay you, and then we'll keep going from there. Because you just got to make sure you don't.
Well, I'll tell you,
it kind of covers both sides of it when you're doing it that way. Both people are kind of got a mutual.
Danny Morales says, oh, hold on, Wonk. I just want to read the chats here.
Go ahead.
Danny says, all right, guys, heading to the shop for the day. Don't slap me. I'll slap you guys on the TV in shop once I get there. I believe Danny works at a comic book shop, if I'm not mistaken.
He works at the Collective in Florida.
Nice. So big shout out to the Collective in Florida. Go ahead, Wonk. Sorry to cut you off there. Bro.
No, I'm just curious as far as contracts, how do you go about putting a contract? Because it seems to me that to try to sue somebody is going to cost more money than whatever you're paying towards.
The comic.
Whatever you're paying towards those pages.
Can I jump in real quick?
Yeah.
I see this pass through the comments. And I don't know who he is, but I'll give him a shout out. Who is he? Artstation.Piera at artstation.com. We see you out there, bud.
There you go. Okay, we did kind of miss that one. I'm lucky where from my college days, a couple of my fraternity brothers are lawyers, and one does contract law. So luckily also I've been able to do. I'm able to work inside my own studio and my own circle, but I have spoken to an actual lawyer, and it hasn't cost me money because he's my buddy. So usually it's like, a 12-pack of beers and we're good. And he's given some sound advice that right now in this day and age with everything being digital, this, that, the other thing, you have to protect yourself once in some way, shape, or form. Even if you get a form written piece of paper, if you're outsourcing material, if you're outsourcing work, something on paper. Because, like Wonky said, you sued and money, and you're absolutely right. Those court costs will kill you. But if you have in place that piece of paper with that notarized signature of party A, writer A is going to provide script for this, and artist B needs to provide artwork by a certain amount of following the whatever it is, the person who's paying. You got that, something simple. One sheet of paper, quickly signed, notarized, done, doesn't cost you that much money at all. Now you're completely protected. So is that artist, because it's a two-way street.
Right.
You could turn,
But who owns that art?
Well, that's what you
whoever
you're right. You fill it out. Oh, hold on a second. You write that in the contract. You go if you can, because I do that with. I've done that with for someone else where they I was the artist, so they said I own the art, I own the original piece, I own the rights to make prints of it and this, that, the other thing, but I contracted you to make this art for me, so all you're getting is paid, and I will give you the credit for it. Cool. Now
So once somebody is paid,
well, once you sign a contract,
you own the rights to that art.
As long as it's not stated in the contract, yes.
Yeah, whatever's stated in the contract, you negotiate in the contract.
Licensing for a period of time.
Right, you negotiate in the contract. You can get the contract to say anything. You can get the contract. I can get paid in Skittles if I really wanted to put it in the contract. It's whatever you write there
for $5 to Millhouse. Okay,
okay. So whatever. Let's hold on a second. Let's keep this one on a different keel for a second, because we're talking about contracts and stuff.
I know, but I really want to get off that. We got 20 minutes left to promote books.
Yeah, but this is an important question for people in our industry. And I'm just, whatever's in the paper, whatever the two people or whatever sign and agree to, that's what you're going to get. So if I'm, as the artist, want a piece of the art, cool. If I want a piece of the back end, cool. It all depends on what you guys negotiate.
How it's written.
And that's it. Then now you can do whatever.
Tyler, let's promote some books. Niobe is here. Entity is here. Tyler, you go first, man. Tell us all about Entity. Why they should come and see you on Monday for your.
Well, can I real quick? This is kind of. Can I real quick shell out 3 books that I'm really passionate about?
Yeah, brother. That's why we're here, bro.
Boom. Go to Kickstarter.com. Go check out Tokyo Blade Detective #3 by Todd Black. Holy crap! It's like. It's an awesome comic. It's like Avatar: Last Airbender. It's really fun. I have the first 2 issues. I backed like 30 seconds in the moment it popped up. I backed it last night. Another book to go check out: Black Hops Omnibus.
Go back again.
Tokyo Blade Detective.
Okay, let me get that up there, man.
I have the first 2 issues right here. Super fun.
And you get to zoom in on him, Pops. Hold us up again, Tyler.
Let's see. Where's the first one?
I was totally somewhere else, but
no, you're good.
Allow me.
So let's see these books.
There's the first 2.
Definitely has obvious anime sort of style, very colorful to them. Are they colored on the inside? Or are they black and white? Like, let's have a look at some of the
Are they
pages.
colored in the inside?
Boom. There you go. Looks gorgeous.
And it's a really fun book. Todd, I will say, Todd pressured me to back the first one, and I was like, because you know, it's like last day, and he's like, I need backers, and I was like, okay, fine, I guess I will. And then I read it, and I was like, okay, I've been a day one backer since. Then second book I say is Black Ops Omnibus, which is
Tim
also
Lim.
on Kickstarter. Tim Lim,
Mr.
Mark
Tim Lim.
Pellegrini,
Yep.
great creators. And like that is a freaking gorgeous book. Super excited for that one as well. And then finally another one on Kickstarter is Travis Gibbs' Voodoo Nation
With Luke Stone.
with Luke Stone and Jerem Gundam on colors. I mean, his colors are freaking
The hell
phenomenal.
did you say there?
Jeremy, I can't say his last name.
Gundam.
Yeah, let's go Gundam because that sounds pretty cool.
All right,
but yeah,
Gundam.
freaking awesome books. But now let's talk about Niobe and Entity.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay.
I'm going to be launching a Kickstarter here in maybe like 20 days. Pages are started. We got all the covers done. Let me just give you a list of some of the talent that we got coming up. CB Zane, Steph Wilson, Paul Green, Ula Moss, Matthew Weldon, and Tyler. I just recruited Mr. Randy Green of Witchblade fame. He's
Wow.
going to be doing a cover that we haven't yet even seen yet. But
I thought that you were gonna tone down on the variant covers this one.
Dude, I went hog wild, brother. There is the variant cover from Steph Wilson. I've actually put 10 of these up on the web store. So it's gumroad.com, Niobe Comics. What I do is anything I have left over from the crowdfunding goes up on the web store. It's first come, first serve. If you want to get these books now is the time. You know, my comic shop sold out of them. I brought them there. That is an OG RB White. RB White is back with us as well. And Tyler, I'm going to tell you something, brother, and you already know, but maybe the others don't know. I've been getting this weird pressure of having to do a naughty cover,
Oh, I remember
Right.
this.
right? And RB White, you know, he's known for showing a little TNA, if you will. And he twisted my arm. And believe me, Tyler, I fought tooth and nail for 5 years never to do a nude cover. But we have a topless cover. I'm going to put them on an extreme limit, and they're going to cost you a pretty penny. But if someone really wants it,
Yeah.
one time only deal, man. It's going to happen. So we got RB White, man. Like I said, Paul Green, Steph Wilson, CB Zane, Matthew Weldon, Randy Green, Samir Samail, Dan O'Bears is heading up the colors on this book, man. And then we have Birthright #1, gumroad.com, as Comics Cast is thrown down there. Niobe Comics, go ahead and click on that. There's different price ranges depending on which variant you want, or you want cover A. And we got the digitals on there as well, brother. And of course, you and I transitioning here into Entity share a variant cover artist. I twisted Tyler's rubber arm. I'm like, dude, you should really do a variant. And Tyler, he thought about it for a little bit and he decided to go ahead and do just that. And he went ahead and got Luigi Terrell of Rags fame,
Yep.
which I had recruited.
Well, I mean, if you can get Luigi Terrell, you need to get him. If you
Tyler,
don't want to do a variant at all, man, you need to get that guy.
Yeah, I saw. Well, I didn't want to do a variant cover. Larry and I talked off camera one day, and I finally did it. I contacted Luigi. I couldn't get a hold of him afterwards, and then Larry comes in, helps make it happen. So thank you, Larry. And Luigi did a beautiful variant cover for Entity. And yeah, one thing that I think it's cool about Entity is it's a 100+ page graphic novel, sci-fi, and it's $20. It's only $20 and it's free shipping if you're in the U.S. $20 for a 100-page book, free shipping.
There you go, man. We have a question from Ichthus5. He says, what have you learned on working on demons to help you improve with Entity?
Oh, it's funny. It's Larry, is something that I actually I'm really looking forward to after Entity is I can start putting out new work. Entity has been in my lap for 3 years. The book finished 3 years ago. Like I've just been sitting on the files. Demons, the writing was done 2-3 years ago, and I was just waiting for all the art. So I wrote Entity while I was writing Demons Volume 2. These are, to me, old books that were supposed to have been released 4 years ago, and when my publishing deal went out, so did those books. and I had to rebuild my brand. That's once that deal went down, I started Draw and Talk. So what did I learn? I don't know. I don't know what I learned. I just know it's a different type of storytelling. Demons is very plot driven, so it's characters, an event happens, and we're just gonna keep moving the story forward. Entity is very theme driven. There's a message I want to get, and the plot's going to help tell that message while also building the characters. So it's a different form of storytelling. But once Entity's done, I am working on 3 different comics right now, Larry, and these are some of my best work.
Now let's talk about that. Are you writing them, drawing them, doing all the chores? Like, what different positions are you doing with these 3 comics?
I'll announce them right here. I haven't done it. I haven't done this yet. The only people that know about this are my Patreons. I've got a 60-page graphic novel called The Chefs. It's a superhero comic written and drawn by yours truly, and it's got that kind of cartoon anime vibe, like Black Ops, Tokyo Blade Detective, and Avatar: Last Airbender. That's gonna be coming out in 2021 on Kickstarter and Indiegogo. Next month in September, because we're in August now. In September, I'm releasing a free digital black and white comic. It's $20. It's written by Frank Martin and drawn by me. I said, hey Frank, I want to do a psychological book. I can't write it. Will you write it? He wrote it to me, and then I've been penciling the pages. So I'm 10 pages in, and I should have the whole book done by the end of August. And then right now, I wrote a 40-page book called My Life is RPG, and I have Milana Ferris doing the art. He sent me. The first 20 pages are already finished. I already colored the first 2 pages, and after that, and we'll put that out sometime. I don't know, next year.
You're a busy boy.
Let me jump in here real quick, guys.
Brother.
I have to throw this out there for all my guests. This is not the comic related madness format anymore, and I do have to kind of keep a curb on the cursing, the overt cursing stuff. Just throwing it out there. It's PG-13.
Yes, sir.
Gotcha. All right.
No problem. Thanks, guys.
Tyler, so going to be an entity. Oh, go ahead, Walk.
No, I've got a question for Tyler. Do you feel as though because you're behind on these books that these are books that you were putting out 3 years ago? Do you feel like because you didn't really make a big push with your Kickstarter? I mean, you had a low bid on your Kickstarter. Do you feel like going forward that the art and everything that you're doing is 3 years better?
Yes.
That you'll be able to knock that out of the park? Because I mean, I feel like I say, that I've watched you progress, and that if you're saying that these books are 2-3 years behind, then I can only imagine what the art on the next book will be like that you'll put out.
Yeah, no, I'm glad you said that, because it's funny. I have 2 other books still that are just chilling on my lap, and I did the math, and for me to start showing off the stuff, I realized I'm always going to be 2 or 3 years behind if I keep going at it like this. So I created the Gumroad store. I'm throwing those comics up there for free that you can read, and I just want to move on to I want to start working. I want to start showing people what I'm doing in the present, because you're absolutely right. My entity, it was a 20-day Kickstarter, and the bid was really low, $800. A lot of that came with anxiety. I was like, oh man, do I really believe in this project anymore? I've read it several times in the last month, and I've re-lettered it, and I'm making sure that everything is better than the version 1. But yeah, my next Kickstarter, the perks that I have, I already have the boxes made and designed. I have the perks are going to be super fun. This is going to be a comic that hasn't been seen before yet. It's going to be really fun. I'm really pushing myself. But yeah, I'm just sick of, like you said, I'm sick of being 3 years behind. I want people to see what I'm working on in 2020 rather than what I was working on in 2017.
Let me ask you this, because I don't know how Entity ends or anything, but is it possible, since Entity has done well, and I'm assuming will do well on Indiegogo, I don't see why it wouldn't, will there be an Entity number 2?
No.
So it's a one and done.
It's it's a story. The message that because like I said, it's not plot driven. It's theme driven. It's not it's not about character. It's not about throwing these characters and they are thrown into different situations to progress the story. But what's shown is really the theme, which is the message I'm trying to give people. I actually did a YouTube video on it yesterday. Just to warn people. But like, for example, I used The Last of Us as an example. The Last of Us 1 was very plot heavy, was very plot driven with some theme. And that's why people loved it so much. And people hated The Last of Us 2 because they were shoving this message down your throat. That's what Entity is. That's what Entity is. I actually loved Last of Us 2. I think it's one of the best games.
Entity's going to shove a message down my throat?
Not necessarily a message. I'm trying to, there's a balance of it. I have there is a message to it. It's about humans and self-destruction.
I hear you,
brother.
Yeah.
A
lot of that lately. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, and it's very apparent. It's if you read that and if you read it now and you kind of match it with what's going on, it's kind of like the perfect book to come out right now, because basically Camille, she's been in the space station for 3 years. She's been told by this computer that Earth was destroyed 5 years ago, and that there's no more humans left except for 50 others who are on separate space stations. How did Earth get destroyed? Well, stuff that are happening right now all over the world just gets heightened, and then we destroyed ourselves as a species. So it's very apparent. It's a book that very good social commentary.
Yeah, you talked about your lineup coming up, your next 3 stuff. I plotted out, Tyler, what I'm going to do. You want to know? I'm ready. All right, so this is how this goes down with Niobe, probably for the next year, maybe a little longer. First of all, it's going to be Birthright number 2 Kickstarter in August. And then just like Tyler, I'm going to be running a sister campaign on Indiegogo as soon as that's over, just like I did with Niobe Birthright number 1. Then, Tyler, I'm going to crack right into Niobe Origins, the one-shot. And this is going to be the origin story of Niobe, done out in comic book format, not just in a little bio. We're gonna do it all, man. And every cover is going to be a cover swipe of something classic.
What it's same artist as Birthright?
As long as they want to be aboard, yeah, brother. Yeah.
There you go.
And then after that, we're going to do a convention comic book where Niobe goes to a con. I already got the plot all detailed out for that. And then it's going to be a 3-part series after that called Breakout.
For Niobe?
Yeah.
Wow, that sounds fun.
So, there's at least 5 to 6 books to write, dude.
That's awesome.
Coming up. And so I got it planned out, brother. Go ahead, Wong.
I got an idiot question, all right?
Wong, you always start off with your questions saying they're idiot questions.
Yeah, I got a dumb question.
No, because I'm not a creator. I'm not an artist. My questions are coming from a fan point of view, and so they seem silly to me.
Well, Walt, there's no such thing as a silly question. And remember, you're talking to the guy who likes to have a silly goose time here.
No, look, I've heard plenty of stupid questions in my time.
All right, ask us your stupid question.
All right, my stupid question is, why do you underbid yourself? Okay, now I understand on Kickstarter, okay, why you would underbid yourself, but on Indiegogo, all right. So say that Larry, you put out, say that your production is, I don't know, $2,000. All right.
Yeah, times that by 2. But go ahead.
Okay. All right. So $4,000 is your production. All right.
Sometimes more.
So
ballpark.
But why do you sell yourself so low? Why would
so this is a question to me, not Tyler.
No, it's to anybody that's doing a crowdfunding.
Like, why isn't the crowdfunding goal 5,000 or 7,000?
Because if you don't make it, you don't get shit.
But if you're doing Indiegogo.
Okay, so I'm going to take this one and I'm going to let Tyler do it. And I know what you're saying. Here's why you don't do that on Kickstarter, because it's all or nothing, right?
No.
If I do
Kickstarter is all or nothing.
Yeah. But let me explain it to the people because they don't know. If I do it on Kickstarter and I go for a goal of $10,000, let's say, and I make $9,000, Well, I don't get any of it. Now, on Indiegogo, you're right. That's a different story. You can do what's called a flex goal, where even if you don't make your goal, you still get to keep the money. The reason why I don't like that is because a lot of times that isn't going to be enough money to finish your project. And I can't tell you how many times I have seen curators do a flex goal, maybe get half of what they've asked for, and never produce squat because they didn't have enough money.
But my thing is with Tyler and Entity, why is it that you went for such a low goal?
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
I understand why you went for such a low goal, but
The book was already
why-
paid for. That's why. I like the production cost. So at the bottom of the campaign, you can see I did a small print run, and I went to a convention. So I actually made all the money back already. So for me, the production costs, and I try to do that. Like my production costs are all pretty small. I try to do most of the work myself. If anything, the most I ever do is I hire a line artist, and then I'll color over them, and I'll do the lettering, and I'll do everything else. So most of the time, my production is pretty small. So I've yet to ever not make money on a project. So with Entity,
so you went into Entity already at a
Break even.
at a plus.
yeah, I already had a break-even point with
Yeah.
Entity. I'd already paid off the artist. I already had covered the cost because I made enough at the con from selling that book to cover my costs. So I knew how much I needed to print minimum, and then I knew how much it would cost me to ship it, and so that's why it was a goal of 800. But also, I don't know. You just never. I never know. I think for me, I'll probably stick to goals of 1,000 just because I never know if like a project is going to resonate with someone. I mean, I had a lot of people who didn't back demons, but they backed Entity. So maybe they didn't like demon. They didn't like the concept of demons, but now they like the concept of Entity. And then maybe my next Kickstarter, they go, that's not for me. And so I don't know. I can't always rely on those people. But also one thing I think Larry and I don't have that we do have, I think Larry and I have backers who are actually wanting to read our stuff and not simp. There are some simps out there who just want to back comics because they love the person and they want their adoration. That's a hot take, though.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't even know what that means.
So a simp is someone who, like, you know, say Wonk, you like watch like Twitch and you see this like hot, you know, girl gaming, right? And this
No,
girl
I
just
get you, Tyler's wearing a tank top.
yeah, and they give her a bunch of money. Well, that's called
And
simping on a girl.
all of a sudden, I'm throwing mass money at freaking Entity. I get it.
Yeah, there's
Yeah.
Yeah, there's some creators who go, oh my gosh. There's some fans of creators who are like, I love this person, and they'll give them like thousands of dollars, and then when the creator goes, oh my gosh, so and so, thank you for giving me $1,000, that person who doesn't really care about the comic, they're just like, oh my gosh, my favorite person just said my name.
All right,
People
hold
get
on.
a charge out of that.
Hold on. Phil, you've been sitting over there quiet.
Oh yeah, I'm taking it all in.
I know you gotta have a question for Tyler, so go ahead, man. Drop something on it.
Oh, put me on the spot, man. Put me
There you
on the
go.
spot.
You got 5 minutes left, so if you got something to ask, you better get in there. That's what I'm saying.
So you say you've been working on most of the art yourself on those books right now, then?
Yeah, so I'm penciling the 20-page black and white comic. I'm writing the 60-page comic that'll come out next year, and then I'm coloring the 40-page comic that comes out whenever.
And you just have an inker coming in?
No, like whenever I pay someone to do line art, they do pencils and inks.
Oh, pencils and inks. Okay,
Yeah.
I thought you were saying that you did the pencils.
Oh no. So one of the comics that I'm doing the art on, I'm penciling and inking them, and then
Okay.
a different comic, I'm just doing the coloring and lettering and writing.
And do you like like thumbnail it out for them before you hand it over?
No. I'm pretty picky with the artist, so I go through their portfolio and I see what they do, and I've yet to ever work with an artist where I was like, that's not what I wanted. So I've been very fortunate.
Very
Cool.
good.
You said we got 5 minutes left, Pops. It sounds like a good time for us to throw out our links and chill one last time. You know what I'm saying, brother?
That's what
Dang,
I'm-
Larry, you got me staying here the whole freaking time.
I work magic, brother. What can I say? You know.
This is how it goes, man.
I'm gonna
Guys.
walk out. I'm gonna walk out to my living room. My wife's gonna be like, 20 minutes. I see.
Yeah. That's what happens when you get together at that LP. Guys, this is CromCast 5. This is the inaugural kickoff show. Pops Van Zant, Comic Cast hosting us, man. I'm LP. I'm going to be disappearing, but I'm going to be watching from the sidelines as I try and get to sleep. I got a big, busy night of work tonight, man. We're actually starting to get full. So I don't know how interactive I can be later, but I'm going to be kicking around. Niobe is going to be found gumroad.com/Niobe comic. Pick up the first issue of Birthright before Kickstarter comes out for number 2, man. That's what you want to do. That's where you can find it. I'm also going to be setting up an eBay store. I got CGC books coming in, 5 of them that are Paul Green covers. Hopefully they all come in at 9.8, and if they do, I'm putting those puppies up for sale as well. So you want to keep an eye on my page and what I do. Rebel Comics and Gaming is found at Rebel Gaming XXX on Twitch and on YouTube. Check me out, hang out, all that good stuff. I'm going to throw the ball over to Mr. Carpenter.
Rebel
Hey, what's up?
Comics.
It's your boy Tyler.
Rebel Comics XXX.
your boy
Rebel
Tyler.
Gaming XX.
Rebel Gaming, yeah, Rebel Gaming.
Rebel Gaming.
You can
Sorry.
find me at youtube.com/drawandtalk where we post Draw and Talk. We post around 2-3 videos a week. And then we got Entity, a sci-fi graphic novel going on Indiegogo August 3rd, $20, 100 plus pages, free shipping if you're in the US. It's going to be super fun. We're launching it, like I said, on Monday. And then after that, starting in September, I'm launching my new site. We've got free comics happening in September as well. And then we're just having a silly goose time. Now I pass it over to the Wonk.
Man, I got nothing to say, man. Comic book fan, just happy to be here, man, and talk with you good people.
Love the Wonk.
How about Phil?
What about me? What do you want to know?
We want to know who is your daddy and what does he do?
Who's your daddy?
Daddy, and what did he do?
Basically, who are you and what do you do? Tell the peeps.
The peeps. Well, I do a little bit of everything, but I'm mainly a colorist. I've done art for years, and then I got into comics and working with teams of people. Met lots of really great artists. Got to work on some really cool stories, some cool covers. Yeah, I'm open and available, man. I've got all the stuff set up. I'm ready to go.
How do they find you, sir? How do they locate
They
you?
can find me here on Facebook on my on my regular profile, where that's where I post most of my work, because with the algorithms, my art page wouldn't it's not has as much that.
All right, so when you say on my Facebook page, who are you? You're Phil who?
Phil
Like, how do
Leon. I should change that. I should change my moniker for this. But yeah, Phil Leon.
Phil Leon. And Phil goes out pretty much all weekend. He's helping me out with tech stuff.
And you can find me at the Art of PA Leon as far as my art page here goes. I've got a Twitter. I don't use that often. I'll post up like a couple of my portfolio things, like over at ArtStation, stuff like that. But it's really easy to get a hold of me. Just send me a DM. I'll show you what I got going on.
I just want to end it by giving shout outs to Chris Jackson, Neil Star Productions in the chat. And Neil Star says that wasn't a dumb question, by the way, Wonk, just so you know. This is coming from the Rebel Gaming chat because we have crossed the streams. I am going to end. Well, we're going to end it up right now, aren't we, Pops?
Yeah.
All right, Pops, take us out, man.
Thanks, guy. Thank you. Thank you very much for coming out, Mr. LPH. Thank you, Tyler, for spending extra time with us.
I had a good time.
Oh yeah.
So
Once again, it's always entertaining, my friend. You guys have a great day. We are going to move on to our next guest. I can't wait to meet this guy. This is a new project, you guys. If you haven't seen it yet, just check it out just for a minute. I'll get the links and stuff up. I'm bringing out Mr. Alex Daw. You guys have a great day, man.
All right, brother. Thanks for having us on, sir.
You
You
bet.
guys rock on, man.
Peace. All right. And we have Mr. Alex Daw.
Hey guys, thanks for having me. Pops, finally nice to meet you. Phil, man, nice to meet you. Thank you again so much for this opportunity.
It's awesome, man. It's like I just seen your book the other day pop up in my feed, so I shared it in the group, and it was like, or the preview, and then I lost it and I couldn't find it again.
I can send you another one. In fact,
Yeah, I have it now. I have it in the inbox, but I'm saying I had lost it on the feed because the feed goes by so fast in the
Right.
group that, man, you're scrolling forever trying to find something from 20 minutes ago sometimes.
don't I know it? That's the internet age this day.
Yeah, so I was like trying to find it. I couldn't find it, but I remembered your name. So when those extra spots popped up yesterday, I was like, let's see if dude wants to do this. I mean, it's awesome that you jump in last minute like that, man. We appreciate it.
Hey, anything from one of my projects, this is my life work. This is what I want to do in my life. And I appreciate this so much for you allowing me to be here. Thank you so much, Pops.
So let me grab up that that link so we can drop it if people can see it.
Take your time.
This is the preview, so people can go look at it.
Yep.
And Phil, if you would, you could share that screen for us.
What you need?
The link I'm just popped, that link right there. If you could do a share screen for us so we can look at this preview for the project. Go ahead and tell us about it, Alex.
Well, Zener is our upcoming new superhero series, our second one within our universe. NRG hopes to create the next big superheroes, and Zener is second in our project line. Zener is the story of a man named Axel Rivera, and at a young age, Axel was born with immense psychic abilities, but had trouble controlling them. And then a family trauma at a young age causes him to be placed in this very corrupt facility called St. Martin Sanitarium, where he's experimented on, probed, kept isolated for so long. Eventually, by happen chance, by some luck, there's a breakout, and he's able to escape. And inspired by the first superhero in our universe, he decides to use his powers for good. So Zener, inspired by a childhood hero of his, which we call Soul Man, he takes a costume and goes out into Indigo Valley, his place of operations, to bring justice to those who need it. The hook here, though, is that Zener, being a psychic superhero, actually struggles with mentality issues, with a fragile psyche. You know, he deals with anxiety, depression. He's trying to balance this with the pressures of being a superhero in a very dark atmosphere, which is hard for him because he's a very light guy, and he's just, you see the very dark side of superheroes with this, what they have to go through, and how it puts a stress on them. And we're very excited to share that story with people.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
So let's see. Can you tell us about some of the villains that dude's going to be dealing with?
Well, the villains are some of our favorite part of this. The first one, actually, you'll see on there, the orange fella, that is the arch enemy, Salvatore. And he's this kind of big, snake-themed, chi-manipulating guy who's been around since the biblical ages, since the beginning of time. He is a so-called savior to humanity, as he's been saving people from these evil, powerful forces that have been threatening to destroy humanity. And actually, he believes that Zener is this next force. In fact, it was his manipulation that kind of led to Zener sort of getting his fragile mind, and now Salvatore is trying to right his wrong. But Salvatore is this very manipulative, very silver-tongued devil. He's got like a good snake tattoo thing going on. And he has the power to manipulate chi energy, which is, if you watch Dragon Ball or Naruto or something, you know what that is. But he's able to use it to enhance his physical attributes and go toe-to-toe with Zener, where Zener just uses his powers. This guy is a physical brute force. You know, he's beyond like anything you would ever see. This guy is a master manipulator. He's a silver-tongued devil. He's a powerful superhuman. And he does what he does because he thinks it's for the good of humanity. And he considers himself, I'm excited about this part to tell you, a necessary evil. You know, he crosses the line when he has to, but he feels he has to for the good of greater good. You know, he thinks the end justifies the means. And that...
Okay. This was actually going to be a feature in next month's con, but I think the Wonk had a question for you, so I popped him back out here and let's see. He muted himself. I don't know why you jumped back out here, Wonk, but if you don't got a question, I'm booting you.
Wonk, can you hear us?
Wonk, are you there? All right.
Knock, knock, Wonk.
Bye. All right. That is going to be something we're doing in future cons, though, where we let the guest actually come into the stream, or the fan actually come into the stream and ask a question if they have one, rather than
More than welcome to answer any questions. And
yeah. The comments thing is like we try to keep up with it, but sometimes we're on 4 or 5 different platforms and we don't see all the questions people are asking. But if we make that a feature where the fans can actually jump in the stream, ask a question, and then jump out, gives it a little more interactive feel, a little more, you know, what we're trying to accomplish here in
Right.
Roman times.
I like that. I like what you're doing here.
How about you got any artists to shout out that's on this book, or did you do all this?
No, I'm the creator. My friend Webb Van Lent, who I want to give a big shout out to, is the writer behind this. He's been my partner in crime ever since we started Energy Comics, and he had the writing style that I needed for this character. Also, for my artist, I want to give a shout out to Juan in Indonesia. He's this fantastic artist I had done on Empress, and I knew his style would be perfect for Xener. As you can see, I was right. He really is able to capture the superhero feel and the atmosphere and the emotions that we want for this comic. He's just a talented guy. You can find him on DeviantArt, on Juan's World, and on Facebook, Twitter. Just shout him out. He's a great guy. I mean, shout out to him. Great guy. I'm happy to work with him. Can't wait to work with him more.
Looks really good. They did really good work, man.
Oh, yeah.
So, there's a lot of superheroes out there. What really makes you think your guy that you're selling us is going to stand out in the crowd? What's his thing, man?
Well, the thing about Xener is I think people are able to relate to him more because Xener struggles with a lot of stuff that we do. He struggles with depression, anxiety, the pressures of life. He's going through all this, trying to balance in life, and he's like this very fragile mind. I think we've all been there sometimes. So I think on the front, Xener is a very relatable character. People, especially in this day and age, people are going to see. And also, within our universe, what we try to explore is a real life setting and consequences that heroes don't always win. They don't lost as much as they have victory. So that's what we're trying to show, especially with this one, because he's trying to do good, but the world is kind of against him, and he's struggling to be this positive force. But he fails just like every other person does in life, and he tries to make up for it, and it makes it a little hard on his credentials as a superhero. So really, it's not so much like the big two where everyone is seen as this perfect being. He makes mistakes, and he tries to make up for them. He's human, but he's superhuman, but he's human just as much as the rest of us. And I think that is the important thing people should see, is that he's a relatable character, and you're not going to find that anything within the mainstream. You're going to find it right here with this guy.
So I know that you have a different universe type setup. It's a little bit unique. You want to go into that a little bit?
Yes. Well, within our universe, as we started with Empress, our universe is just getting started in the world of superhumans. It started out with Empress, and now we're going to Xener. And Xener specifically is based in this town of Indigo Valley, which on the front looks like a normal metropolis. It's got people going about their business, having fun, going to work. But actually, there's a big line of darkness within it that comes to light once Xener comes out, which kind of affects his credentials as a hero. But it's a challenge for him because Xener is not just a superhero. He in real life, he's a doctor. He's a psychiatrist, and his main thing is he wants to help people. So he's trying to heal the madness that's going on with this city, and then the darkness of it, and especially with his villains, because all of his villains have a bit of a mental issues themselves. They suffer some psychological problem or obsession, or like defaults, and he doesn't want to just stop them from committing crimes. He wants to help them. So he's trying to not just save the city, he's trying to heal the city, and that's where he and Salvatore again are different, because Xener tries to save people and cares about like the long term, yes, but Salvatore feels like no, we should cut out the cancer, And that's kind of what, and that's what I'm excited for about with this, because I want to show the people that Xener is not like most heroes. He's not just out there to fight crime just for the heck of it or just for justice' sake. He's a healer. He wants to help people. That's what really superheroes should all be about.
Okay, so can you tell us something? Do you have some plans for different tiers or stretch goal rewards, anything that's going to draw in all the people that love the extras?
Yeah, we have a lot of ideas. Our biggest one is that if you support our big enough goal, you yourself will be drawn in a cameo in the comic, you know. And I think that's something everyone would want, you know. And I'm
Yeah.
not sure what the limit on that is going to be yet, but we're determined to make it our highest tier. The other thing is that we also, if you donate enough money, you will also get a copy of our first volume of Empress, which tells the origin of her story. And I think that's a pretty good deal because you get not only this book, but that one too. And it gives you a wider range of the universe that we have and kind of where we're going.
Right. Right.
Yeah. So.
So that's the Zener. Now, I know it's like you talk really fast, man.
Sorry, I get super excited and I talk fast.
Yeah, you talk really fast, and we're gonna run out of questions before before your time's up. I'm glad you didn't book an hour, bro. No, Phil, you want to scroll down and see if there's what else is there to show us, man?
Okay. Oh, I've been doing that. Hold on. I've got many windows open right now. Let's go. You got.
Oh, okay, that's right.
That's what we've got. I've been
Well,
bringing
there
up.
is a sign up. You can sign up there so you're notified for when it comes out. What was your inspiration for doing this, man? I mean, have you been in comics for a while, or you know?
Well, I have been obsessed with superheroes ever since I was a kid, and I've always wanted to be one, but I can't do that. So this is the next best thing. I've been working on literally hundreds of superheroes since I could, write or draw or like design characters. And Zener is a bit of a different story. At first, Zener, long before he was this psychic superhero, he was the best I could describe was that Superman meets Batman. He is this all-powerful being, but he had like Batman's dark outlook on the universe. And honestly, I couldn't make that work. I'm honestly ashamed to say that was my first project, and I kept coming back to this project. So, and putting it back on the shelf, trying to make it work. And it was kind of hard to do. But then one day I come up with this idea for this character Zener who had all these psychic abilities, not just telepathy and telekinesis like the classic ones, but like lesser known ones like dowsing or aura reading, mediumship, like psychic projection. Some that you rare ones that you don't see in comic books but he can do though. And I just thought, why not just balance? Why not just put this all in here? So I began building on that, and that eventually led to the thought that psychic superheroes, they rely a lot on their mind for their powers. So what if they had like such a fragile mind? What if it was actually also their biggest flaw? What if they were so not well put together they couldn't function right? And that kind of led to like Zener being like this character who struggles with anxiety and depression and just having a fragile psyche. And from there, it began building his universe of villains who, honestly, they started out as kind of gimmick villains, but then we kind of went further than that and inverted on some of the tropes with that, and kind of gave them all kind of a psychological problem of their own, like something that Zener would have to heal or help them through as a hero and a doctor. And there's been and this has been years in the process of making. Zener probably goes back all the way ever since 2015. Like when he's just starting out, he's been building up on this until what he is now. And that comes a long way, and we're ready to share that story with people. I think this is one we put a lot of thought into, a lot of work, and we want to share this people with him now because we think they're ready for him.
Cool. So I'm looking at over here, and back in the backstage again, we have the Wong, and I'm wondering if he actually has a question this time.
No, I don't necessarily have a question. I was just really, this is the only way that I can get in and listen to the chat.
Oh,
So,
you're not a member of the Madness, dude?
yeah, I'm not actually in the Madness.
Man, I'm just.
But I do partially have a question.
Okay.
All right, so how has it developed? How has it developed over the 5 years that you've been doing this?
I'm sorry. How much has what been going over?
how have these characters evolved over 5 years of waiting to put this out?
Well, I think from the earliest days, like I said, when I gave him the psychic abilities, he was still kind of like Superman with a Batman's dark atmosphere, dark mentality, kind of this grim type character. But that's kind of the biggest change. He's now moved from being a dark vigilante to a full on, like very positive, trying to healer, and that's his biggest change. And really, a lot of things actually is also his costume design. It wasn't always like this. It was actually all this like dark purple, had a bit of like mechanics to it, like a very monotone like purple color scheme. But then after that, after a little browsing, we did a little rehashing, and it evolved into what you see now. He's got like the cuffs, he's got like this cape with a psychedelic pattern on the inside of it. And one of my favorite things is actually the beads around his uh, waist, which are supposed to be meditation beads. They're supposed to help him control his abilities and help him stay focused. I thought that was like a very good um, design element to add, and that's what we were very proud of. And a lot of what's going through with Xener has also been his villains. Like I said, when they started out, they were kind of more gimmick based. They really didn't pose much of a threat to Xener, so we started really going deeper and darker into the mentalities characters. We gave like problems, like real problems, real tragic backstories, powers that could match Xener, and we all started actually connecting them together. So as you see, as Xener develops, you'll see that all these villains kind of connect not with his origin, but with each other. Like they all have to do with Salvatore. Some of them come from St. Martin Sanitarium. There have been patients there. And really, a lot of this is also going to be explored in future projects we do, specifically with this one character we have named Riker, who will be in Xener's first comic, and we're excited about him because in our universe, he's the guy who cracked the science behind giving people superpowers, and he will play a much bigger part in our universe. And it's evolved so much, and we're very. I'm honestly saying I'm proud of this because it reflects on our skills, not just as writers and creators, but as publishers. It says how much we want to do right by our readers, and we've improved on this, making sure it's right for them. Because we want them to enjoy the experience, and we want them to enjoy their comic like as they should.
Cool. So again, a reminder.
Sounds like you have a pretty well planned out universe going there.
Yeah,
Very interesting. That's cool.
Yeah, I've been planning this universe ever since I was in like high school or middle school. I've always been doodling characters or coming up with ideas, and we have we have Energy specifically, but also my editor Webb. We have so many ideas for all the characters we want to introduce. One project I actually want to tell eventually is this character I've called Toon Man, who is an actual cartoon character who's vanished to our world and ends up becoming a superhero. I'm really excited to tell that story because I love cartoons, I love superheroes, I get the balance of both worlds, and it's a little bit of comedy meets serious action. I think people would like that too. But first, we got to get Xener out, and that's what I want to focus on today. But a lot of our ideas are actually inverted and subverted on classic superhero tropes because we want to do different things, but stick to the classics. So kind of take what's been done, do it differently in a way that says, "Oh, wow, this is original, and I want to read this." That's what we want from the reader. And I think Xener is a great example of that because he's a powerful super mentalist, but suffers mentally himself. So it's inverted on his own.
That is very cool.
Thank you.
I like the passion you have for it. It makes me interested and want to be able to see more in what you've got going on.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, I've always prided myself on being a passionate person. And I've always felt that my passion is going to drive me further. But I take it one day at a time, and that's what I'm doing this year. I'm passionate about him, just as I was passionate about Empress and passionate about my other ideas. This is what I want to do with my life. I want to create the next big superheroes because my goal is not to be like a big multi-company like Marvel or DC, but more I want people to say, "Who's your favorite superhero?" And they'll say Xener or Empress or Toon Man. If I can have that kind of impact on a reader, that would make me so happy. That would be knowing I've left a great legacy.
Most definitely. It sounds like you're definitely headed down the right road.
Thank you. On the Joe Polar Bear, I apologize for the cursing. I'm sorry. When I get excited, I lose my tongue. So
It happens. I've got to turn my filter on too. Believe me, ask Pops.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, the first four we just did it in the group and we didn't have to worry about that quite as much. But this is going out everywhere and we do have to kind of like try to remember that some people will have.
Well, maybe until like the late night panels, right?
Yeah, it's definitely not like the late night panels, guys.
Right.
Yeah. But totally appreciate you coming out and showing it off, man. That's cool.
my pleasure. Thank you so much for having me. Let's see, is there any other questions you have, like about our process or the comic? What seriously interests you about this character that you want to know about?
Well, for me personally, I want to know more about your let's say what's your shipping practice? Do you use the Geminis? Do you what's your shipping practice? Because that to me as a fan and a buyer of Kickstarters and Indiegogos, it really matters to me the condition that book arrives in.
Well, we try to make sure that our books, come to people in safe and intact. We try. I mean, we're kind of we're just a startup, really, so we're kind of doing it by ourselves. So it's kind of a long process and work. First of all, like only so far, only our comics have been available within our community, within our town, because that's where we're based. So they've been available only at small cons here in Des Moines. But with Zener, we're hoping to take that to a next level, explore all our shipping methods, what the price, and that's one of the focus that's going into this campaign. We're looking at the science of this on not just how to make the book, but how to get it out, get it to people when they want, intact, and make sure they have a pleasant experience with it. So we're like I said, Energy tries to do right by its readers because we're readers ourselves, and we would want the same from people.
Okay. Are you obviously you're not afraid to come out here and talk about it. Self promotion is big. It makes
So important.
somebody like my job like way easier to get people out there looking at your book. If you obviously you are excited about what you're doing, but if you're out there and you're making a presence, it's a lot easier for me to put that present, give that presence more exposure.
Yeah, it is. And actually, I've been told by my editor, Webb, that promotion is one of my strongest points, and I would agree. And I think the reason for that is because, like, I'm passionate about it. Like you said, this is what I want to do with my life. This is what I want to leave behind. So it's a little easier for me. I enjoy talking about what I do. I enjoy getting people interested if I can, and that makes it a little easier for me. And honestly, I've been thinking about taking my promotional skills, not just in comics, but on a more stable career level. Actually, make that my full-time job, like in a career where I can just promote anything for anyone, and I make a living doing it. And it's like I'm making use of my best skills, like work with what I bet. So I'm looking at my options for that. Just like put it out there for because we all know to create comics like this, it's a big time job, but you also have to balance real life situations with it. Real life problems like rent and bills, and so I try to balance this as best as I can. So I'm looking at all the options I can. And self promotion, I love promoting. I love helping, and not just my project, but others. I love helping out the indie creators. I love helping out everyone else who has a comic. Even if I can't financially support it myself, I will help get their word out because they have the same dreams as I do, and I would want them to do the same for me. So I'm doing the same for them. Right. I've done that for Argo Comics and for a lot of Indiegogo and Kickstarters you've seen on Twitter. Like if we're on Twitter, like Energy Comics, Energy, look us up, Energy Comics. And you will see, and recently we have actually been retweeting the posts for other people's comics, and we're saying support your fellow creators. We want them to do the same, and these are fantastic projects. You should support them, and we want to support them. So
that's great. I see the indie community growing like that, and it's so good to see all these different companies or even self-publishers all working together on things because it's just going to raise us all up. Indies have already been raising and in the spotlight right now, and it's really great seeing everybody help each other out because we're all going for the same goals, man.
So my editor Webb, he pays more attention to the business than I do, and he says that indie is going to be the next big thing, and I can't help but agree. So if it is going to be a big thing, I want to jump on and help everyone jump on and stay on as much as I can. And the same goes for my editor web and for my artists. Any artist that I work for. We're all in this together, so we want to help each other out. We want to do right by the readers, so we got to start by doing right with each other.
You're right. Absolutely, man. Very good outlook on it, man.
Thank you.
Man, anything else you want to talk about the last few minutes? Because Chuck, I see you in the background. Nod your head if you have any questions for me. You got questions? No? All right, cool. Anything else you want to talk about?
Well, I'd just like to say that the Xener campaign is going to be fully launched very soon. But right now, we're working on building up an audience, so we would really appreciate it if you tell all your friends, all your family, all your followers on whatever platform you got. You can follow us on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Just look up NRG Comics. That's NRG. It's a play on the word energy. Get it? And you can also find us on DeviantArt, where we started. I have 2 accounts there. One is for energy, and then one, Mr. Red X, shows you all the projects we have planned, so that can pique your interest. You can also find issue 0 of Xener to get you invested in this series on Topis, Duck Comics, Duck Webcomics, Webtoons. There's another one. I'm blanking on it, but you can find us pretty much wherever there are webcomics, and you will find not only Xener there, but you will find our first series, Empress, and we are hoping that you will check that out too. Empress, Mother's Handmaiden. It's a story about evil CEO who's chosen to become Mother Nature's herald, and it's a story of redemption, environmentalism, and all around becoming a bigger, better person. Redemption is a big thing within our universe. It's a common theme amongst our heroes.
Right, and make sure that you get a link dropped in over on Comics Madness. That's another place.
Yeah, and go ahead and
you
drop
will definitely get a lot of eyes on it there. So,
and drop.
Don't be afraid to drop anything over there.
I won't. I will definitely do that right now.
Go ahead and drop links in the chat when you sign out. So that people know different places to find you, because this thing's going out everywhere. So.
I will. Thank you so much for allowing me to do that.
You bet, man. That's what this is all about.
You
Welcome
got a great
to the
sounding
world of
project
comic-related madness, and Comics Cast. That's pretty much what it's always all been about, is networking, exposure for everybody. And the more fan bases we bounce off of, the more everybody's fan base should grow a little bit,
Exactly.
So, it was great having you out. It was great meeting you. Remember, the first weekend of every month, we usually schedule on the 10th. And if it's any indication of what happened last time, be ready on the 9th.
I will. Thank you so much for having me, Pops. You too, Phil. I can't wait to talk to you guys again, talk to you personally, check out more of your shows. Thank you so much again.
Thanks for coming on. That was very cool.
Thank you.
Enjoyed it very much.
Nice meeting you, man. You have a good day, good weekend, sir.
I love your memorabilia in the background, Pops. I'm a collector too.
That's just a little teeny.
Yeah, mine's a little teeny bit too. So.
Definitely keep rocking those comics out, man.
I will. Thank you.
You have a good day, sir.
You too.
All right, that was pretty awesome.
Yeah, cool guy, cool book sounding. He's got a whole.
Looking forward to that.
He's got a whole world building going on there, man. There's all kinds of areas for him to go. It sounds really cool.
Now you all know this guy,
Chuck.
Everybody
Hey,
knows.
what's up? How you guys doing?
Hey, it's all good.
Good morning via CRoM.
How you doing, sir?
I'm all right, man. I'm all right. Took a little nap, getting all ready for CRoM Con. Let's do it.
Nap? What's that?
Phil, you're going to be really busy sharing screens right now.
Okay.
Because Chuck's got a lot of stuff.
Well, I've been getting pretty well set up and adjusted, so drop me the link and it's ready to go.
We're talking. What do you want to talk about first, Chuck? Come on, you got like everything.
Wow. Yeah. Right. Like, what do you deal with first? Okay. So Coming up on the 15th, I've got Essence House Season 2 coming up.
Go ahead.
That's the I have a myself and my good buddy Eric Cockrell. We have an audio drama podcast that we do. So it's an ongoing series, much like the old 1940s style radio shows. And so we've had that going on. We had the first season went on for 10 episodes, and it's basically like a family drama time travel story. And each episode is about 20 minutes long. And yeah, man, we finished the first season back in May, and second season drops on the 15th.
Cool. Pete, did you have a question for Chuck real quick?
No, I was just jumping in, trying to joining the party, trying to see what was next and see what was going on. I wanted to see what I know Chuck usually brings a full bag, so I was like, all right, let me lean back and get ready for the ride. This is going to be informative. It's going to be like the Chuck infomercial. I can't wait.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad I have a
get ready for the ride.
Every time somebody pops in the backstage, I think they have a question. So
No, I just wanted to be there just in case, you know. I'm your safety net in case lightning strikes or the wind blows the antenna away or the
You always
the
got to
Wi-Fi.
throw a Pete in the mix.
Just in case the Wi-Fi poops the bed. I saw the memo about the language, so I'll keep it G-rated.
Cool.
Oh, there is the. Okay, cool. Good to know.
Yeah,
We're
language.
trying, Chuck. We're trying.
No, try is not. This is not Yoda. This is the Yoda thing. Try or don't. Do or do not. There is no
Do
try.
not.
We have expanded beyond the madness. Just so you know, we're out there
Yeah.
on Commons
We're in
Cast.
the real world.
We have to be a little bit more respectable.
I can do it.
We got to clean it up.
Spreading through the matrix.
Maybe not your Sunday best, but you know, mom's in the room, guys.
Yeah, there you go. Thank
That won't help me. My mom curses like a sailor, but whatever. We're good.
See, I have the grandkid check on a regular, so I know how to turn it on, turn off. You know, you never know when they pop in behind me.
Yeah, right? No, I feel you.
So, Essence House, man, it's like I'm trying to get my son to listen to it when he go on his way to work and back. I turned him on to it the other day. He hasn't said anything yet because he listens to that Marvel guy that you listen to, the one that talks about comics. He listens to that guy when he drives all the time, you know.
Okay.
And I'm always like, dude, I ain't read that yet. Can't listen to that one. Because, you know, I want to read them. I don't want to hear somebody tell me their opinion of it. Or,
Yeah, right.
I want to read it first. You know, that's why I'm not a reviewer, or that's why I don't watch the reviews or any of that. It's not because I don't appreciate the people that do that. It's because I'm an anti-spoiler guy. You know, you'll notice my reviews are very short and to the point. Yeah, this was good. Check it out.
There you go.
Because I don't watch trailers for movies or anything. And I'm just, you know, I don't want none of that. I want to go sit down and watch it from the beginning. I don't want to have seen the two scenes that were worth watching in this whole crappy movie in a trailer.
Yeah.
I just go watch the whole
Oh,
crappy
they're
movie.
horrible about that in movies for their trailers these days.
Yeah,
They can be, certainly.
They've even gotten bad enough that they show a key point, one of the big ending finales in a trailer. It's like, why? Why would you do that?
Yeah, didn't they do that with the last Terminator?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah.
that's crazy though.
Yeah.
It's just not how you're supposed to operate.
Oh, yeah.
That's just me though, you know.
To each his own, man.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's like to me, art is very subjective. That's another thing that I will not critique, because what I love, somebody else might not care for. You know, so I don't critique art. It's subjective. It's all a matter of what you believe. You know, so
Well, you know, as a reviewer, I think it's important to understand that when you do give a critique, you're just telling people that it's your opinion, and that's fine. You know what I mean? You're at least giving someone a place to start from. That's why, like with my reviews, I tend not to review things that I don't like, because I feel like a lot of us indies, we don't need to get attacked or knocked down right away. If you want your stuff to be skewered, hire me as an editor. Don't worry, I'll do that.
Right.
But if you already have something out there and you kind of want people to check it out and enjoy it and talk about it, I'm your guy. Send it to me. If I like it, I'll talk about it. If I don't, I won't.
Yeah, and that's and I heard you talk about it before, where you were like, "Hey, I just won't say a whole lot." I was like, "Yeah, that's not me. That's gotta be. I don't want to say a whole lot if it wasn't very good, because somebody else might love it, and I don't want to take something out of dude's pocket."
Yeah, man. Yeah, I don't want anyone coming down on my stuff or attacking me necessarily. So I don't do it to others.
Right.
Very good.
Editing is a different thing, though, because with editing, it's about making it good. Well, once it's out there, it's out there. There's nothing you can do about it.
Right.
Absolutely.
So, what else, man? Talk a little bit more about Essence House, man, because you've been working on that one for a while.
Well, yeah. So, what's really great about that one is that it's, like I said, it's an audio drama. So every week we got another, or every other week we have another 20-minute episode that comes out, and we're writing them. It's literally like writing a TV show, man. So you're writing an episode. We have the whole seasons already mapped out. We know what they're going to look like. We mapped it out for the first 2 seasons because the idea is, when it's all said and done, when it's completely finished, we'll have a 20-chapter, approximately around 80,000 word book. And so at the end of it, we'll have a novel. So the hope is we get all this done out there, then we're going to go back and we're going to play with the chapters, kind of build on them, fix them up a little bit, edit it, and then we'll have a novel. So that's kind of a neat way to build a novel as well, which has been really cool.
I think it's great, man, because it takes me back to, like, do you remember when how Dragonlance came about?
Yeah, Dragonlance came about because they basically, that was their D&D session.
Their D&D game.
They had the characters all made up and stuff, and
they recorded it, and they went back and they wrote a story out of it.
That was a good series of books.
And the concept.
Oh, there was even it was kind of under the radar, but they've had a good section of the trilogy of it. They made an animation out of even.
I'd heard something about that. Yeah, but I mean, those are terrific books. Great characters. I mean, yeah, it was fantastic.
But I'm just saying, the way they developed it, they started playing a game and they're like, "Yo, somebody get the recorder."
Yep.
Somebody get the recorder, or something. They kept track of everything, and then they were like, the character development. They had the characters. They're like, "Oh, right, we can just roll with this."
You never know when creativity's gonna strike, man.
Roll
it's
the
funny
dice. If Tannis lives.
My wife Wendy and I, we actually created an online role playing together. That's how we met, through another game. And so we created an online play-by-post role-playing game, and it went on for over 10 years. We had people all across the globe playing and whatnot, and we've now started, we've always wanted to turn it into books. And so my wife is currently working on a trilogy of comics that are in that universe. And so we're slowly bringing that universe out into the published world. And so we're open by the end of the year, early next year. Viscarian Tales, Marauders Masquerade is going to be out, and you guys are going to be able to check out our world. And she wrote it. I've been editing it and working hard at it. We got some great artists and a great team on it. It's going to be really kick-ass, very cool, high fantasy concept stuff going on.
Cool.
Awesome. You always have great stuff that comes out.
No.
Thanks, dude. Thanks, man. We got a lot of stuff going on. I'm just loving this journey, and I'm working hard and trying to not only get my stuff out, but help to make other people's stuff the best quality it can be.
I hear you. I'm in the same boat, man.
Good, man. Yeah, no, it's been great.
Yeah, it's looking good. I I still have people that can't. Right in the top of the announcements, Mr. Bailey. It's right there. I got to tag this guy in the feed. You can't find it.
I'm trying to think. Well, we also have Belial coming out in October. Belial 2.
Yes.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Very excited for that. Honestly, that I was a little worried going into it, but that's set to be the best one yet. I think it's going to be really good. So excited about it. Just we're all having a laugh while making it. I mean, really, we basically have two editors on it. My wife is editing as usual, but then Sean, my partner, is also editing as well. He's helping with story edits, but lately he's been like, man, I don't have anything to add except for that was really funny,
Yeah.
which
Yeah.
is great to hear.
Now, there's a really awesome conversation going on in the comments, and because it has nothing to do with you and your books, I haven't really been putting them up. But I just want to let Danny know, Pete's Pit later today, they'll probably tackle subjects like that. If you want to tune in and talk about, because I understand what you're saying, but we're letting Chuck talk about his book right now, and I don't want to detract from his time because it is limited. If when he gets done talking, he wants to tackle the difference between real cons and the online cons and whether one is phasing the other out, he can tackle that at the end of his time.
If you know what, if they want to talk about it, I'm more than willing to. I have time. What's up?
I mean, well, see, it was back here. Danny was first talking about. He asked what people thought about whether or not the online cons were kind of going to phase out the going to the cons because of things like this. He has to spend all this money to get inside a con event, like 400 less than he has to throw down on your art, and all that money that he saved on entrance fees having to been going directly into the artist's pockets now because of the online cons. He isn't out there spending travel fees, hotel fees, entrance fees, and all that money's going right into people's pockets. And he said the odds of going to a con in his South Florida region right now and meeting artists that I have this way online, is slim to none really right now. So then Raj came in and he said it's all about how it gets you. He's a creator, and to meet people in person and see the people he likes in person will always be the way for him personally. But both will be in demand to suit different situations.
Exactly. That's what I was going to
You know.
say. I think the onlines are going to continue on, and when things get settled in and we're able to open up the in-person ones, so it'll be like, there'll be options for people that can't travel or want to go to, there might even be a hybrid thing going on where they'll have like a live setting and then also a virtual setting for the same con as
I was thinking the exact same thing, Phil, is that it would be really smart for them to set up a dual setting so that we can do both, or even like you can have people taking care of the online stuff while some of the rest of us are there. So let's say San Diego Comic Con's hitting off. It's doing really well, but I can't get out to San Diego. Cool. I can just get a table online. It's considerably cheaper, and I can still sort of be a part of it. So I think that's an amazing idea.
And plus, for people that might be able the time schedule might mess that up for them, and they can actually, with the way it's been going, people can play back a segment that they missed earlier.
Yep. See, that's what I've always liked about my cons is I've always tried to make sure that the people that were in them got their segment so that they can post it wherever they want after the show and still get something off of it. Still post their segment. But I'm looking at this like I want to do CRoM Con from a con floor at some point.
Yeah.
You see what I'm
doing? Like I said, Simon, you've already been working on it online, then you just add that in so you can do both. You can have both rolling at the same time.
If I could
go, you could even have like an online thing where you had somebody wandering around with a camera checking out different tables at the live setting in between having online panels and whatever else, a big nice mix of everything.
Well, and the funny thing is that like here I get my half an hour segment, and that's really cool. But I mean, if you think about it, on a normal convention, I've got like over 3 days, I've got like 24 hours to get out there and sell. So there's definitely a difference, but I mean, it's nice and it's helpful. It's been there for us when we needed something. So, does it take the place of a regular convention? No, not yet. But there's certainly some innovations to be made to allow us to do both. And I really like that idea.
And it's like I also said that next time I'm going to try to, if the guest allows it in their segment, I will bring fans right into the stream to ask questions.
Yeah, if you had anyone who wanted, go for it. I wouldn't care. I'd be open to that right now if somebody wanted to ask me a question. You could come swear at me if you want.
And that's where it becomes more interactive, and you keep working at it and trying to find more things to make it more like a con experience, So that's something that we'll definitely be incorporating into CRoM Con 6, where you have a actual chance to come out live and ask the question of the person that you want to talk to.
Yeah.
So have you been able to find that? Are you making as good of or decent connections with people while doing it online?
Yeah, I mean, that's where I got started, right?
Because I'm guessing you probably have like more time like that than if you're at a convention, especially like, let's say if you're an artist and you're doing commissions at the same time, and you have people flowing through, so they actually have more time to hear online. Like I said, both is really cool, and be able to talk to them in person. But as a substitute, to be able to get a nice direct line so people can hear more about what's going on instead of 5 or 10 minutes and then they got to move on because they want to get through everything.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the thing, is that the networking is kind of limited when you're at a convention because you're worried sell. Like I'm in for however many $100 for the trip and for the hotel and for the table,
Yes,
so you're in for $1,000 and you got that hanging over your head. Like I got to make this much money to make table and make this all worth my while. So that's something. Here, I don't have that. I'm alleviated by that. I'm just like, okay, cool. I can, I don't have to focus on that stuff as much. I don't have to worry about that.
I'd like to see where they drop table rates a little bit for the indie artists and stuff, man, to help out a little bit.
Well, yeah, you know what? I mean, when you have people who are coming to pay $600 just to see an A-list celebrity, I shouldn't have to be paying $200.
Right, exactly.
Or $300 or $600.
Because your tabling fee is going to get that particular celebrity instead of focusing on comics where it all came from. That's so frustrating to me, man.
So Russell Allen is in the chat, and he said, "Hey Chuck," and then he said he's excited for the next installment of Belial. And then this question, Chuck, what is your favorite thing about being an editor?
So for me, I mean, I love two things. First off, I love helping people. So I really like being able to take someone's baby and try to help make it the best version of itself that we can. And that's really the idea when you're editing. I tell people all the time, they'll say, man, this isn't as amazing as it could be and all this kind of stuff. And I'm like, dude, you're not remaking The Watchmen. You're not trying to make the most amazing thing ever. You're trying to take this idea and make it the best version of itself. And so I love being able to do that and be a part of that. But also story. Like, this is why I became a writer. This is why I became an editor, is because I love story.
Yes.
And so being able to help someone and really find all those connective tissues and make something as powerful and as strong and as fun and interesting as we possibly can, I love that. I love falling in love with a story. And if I can help you make it so that someone falls in love with yours, I'm just ecstatic. And that's really what it's all about for me.
Yeah, it's definitely, it's all about telling the story, man. I mean, you can have the greatest art in there and everything, but if you don't have the good story, good story is what makes it, man. That's the basis of it, and that's what it's all about, telling a good story.
Yeah, absolutely.
And our next question from Drive.
It's Ichthus. He's a
Oh,
really good dude.
Well,
Yeah, he's a good dude. I see him a bunch online and whatnot. Really great guy. I believe actually he's doing a version. He's drawing a version of one of my characters. So I love this dude right now. How does it feel like being okay? So that's funny. Being an editor and a writer, there's actually a level of anxiety that really hits me because it's really hard to tell someone this is how you do it right and this is how we need to do it. And then you put out your own stuff and you go, man, if this sucks, they're not going to be able to take me seriously as an editor.
Okay,
And
so I have a question on top of that, like a right in the middle question of that. When you're writing, does the editor in you try to go to work before
you finish the writing?
You want to say that they're two different personalities, but they're not. Like it's all there. The thing is, though, is that the reason I still hire editors is because it's hard to see the forest for the trees. And so the thing about it is a lot of people, what they don't understand is that I know all of the behind the scenes stuff. I know this character's origin. I know all their secrets. And so it's hard to write that and then make sure
yourself to look at it in a different way.
Exactly. That's why a lot of times my clients will be like, hey, here's my Bible, here's all my background stuff. And I'm like, I don't want to read it. Well, why not, man? I did all this work. Good for you. You did that for you, not for me. But and for your story. But the thing is, if I can't understand your story without that Bible, you screwed up.
Yes.
And so I can certainly read the Bible, read your stuff afterwards. But if I go through your story and I don't know what the hell's going on, you didn't do it right.
That's right.
And so that's why it's important a lot of times for us to get an editor and for us to be able to see it from that point of view. And that's why when I edit something, I really want to be your fan. I want to be able to be there and go, cool. If I'm a fan of this is what I want to see, and this is what I want you doing, and this is what we should be focusing on. Because sometimes you have to remind people. I remember I've worked on a couple things where suddenly things got very dark, and I was like, what are you doing, man? I mean, I'm just really feeling this. Yeah, but your audience is like preteens. This isn't your audience anymore. Well, yeah, but I can just no. You can't judge.
Oh, yeah.
You've created an audience. You've set that up. You can't just suddenly change that. Maybe something like Harry Potter, where the audience ages with it. That's fine. That's what it was about. But this is comics that are coming out, every 3 to 6 months or so. We don't get to do it like that.
Right.
Thank you, Ichthus. I appreciate that comment. So yeah, I would love to do a quick plug. My boys Ray Merrick and Jay Sloan are doing a great book. It's called Stellar Odyssey. It's on Kickstarter right now.
Great.
Yeah.
Work, too.
Yeah, and they got Brian L. Hawkins.
That's somebody need to get over here sometime too, Pops.
Right? He's an amazing writer, and they've got him
some
doing
quality work, man. Quality.
Yeah, and I would love for people to go check out Stellar Odyssey. Big deal. I think you guys are gonna love it. Right now, it's flying under the radar. Let's fly it into the radar and make that whole thing blow up.
All right, and they just released a book not too long ago too, right?
In the group about it, Chuck, because I have to find it. I have to know about it before I can put it. I mean, drop it in the group, and then
I was talking with my boys last night, and because a lot of us we do like masterminds, so we'll get together and we'll talk like what can we do to help each other out, and so I was telling them, and I'm like, hey man, I'm gonna be on the con tomorrow. I'll talk about it. I'll mention it for you because you got to have each other's backs. Like my half an hour isn't my half an hour. My half an hour is for my friends, my projects, my friends' projects, everything. I just want to help everybody out and make some good stuff happen.
I hear you. And that's that's what the group is all about. It's about networking,
Yeah.
promoting everybody. That's what I do. That's
Yeah.
and the fact that everybody else is coming home and doing it too, dude. It's like it's starting to blow up, man. I'm really jacked about this weekend and bigger plans for things to come.
And more people coming together in the community, which is
Yeah.
great, man.
Yeah.
It's definitely starting to feel like I'm making a little bit of a difference in that, to anybody who's ever done anything to try to help people, that there's a good feeling that goes along with that,
Yeah.
And lately I've been like getting washed over with the goosebumps from, people saying nice things about me. Because let's be honest, I ain't never had a whole lot of periods in my life where people said nice things about me.
Oh,
Well, we're changing that, Pops.
I'm trying. I had once I started having grandkids, I had to kind of change the direction of my life. Wanted to be here, wanted to be part of it. So
yeah.
that's good. So, and you guys have everybody has really made me feel good about what I'm trying to do and being part of it, makes it all, everybody that joins in makes it just that much better. Yeah, Chuck, make sure that them guys know about the group, man.
I did. I talked to them about it.
Yeah, bring them in. And wow, it's been pretty awesome. Honestly, Frank, I see you in the background there. You got any questions for Chuck before he checks out? Just nod if you do. Just nod if you got a question for Chuck. No question? All right.
Just nod if you can
See you
hear
last
me.
minute out the doors, man. You got a couple minutes left.
Yeah, no, lots of stuff going on. Right now I got Seed Seekers is a book that I've edited that's on Kickstarter right now. Swords and Silence just left. It made, what did we do, 170 some odd backers and about $4,400. So it did very well. Things are going good. Belial has a bunch of really good stuff coming together for the next one. I have a bunch of variants coming together. It looks like I have a Chris Mad cover coming. And I might just
Chris
have.
does great work. Such a cool
He
guy.
does, right?
Yeah,
Amazing.
He's helped
been
me
in our
out
show
through the
before.
years,
He's
giving me some
fired.
pointers, man. He's a good guy, man. Does really good
Oh
work.
yeah. We got to meet at MegaCon, and he's just been a great friend ever since. We'll chat and check in on each other. He's a good
He
dude.
does that too. It'll be late night working on a page. Chris will pop in. What you getting into?
Yeah.
No working. What you getting into? Same thing. He's always busy too. He's in high demand.
And Russell hit it right there. Even when you're trying to sell something, instead of just trying to say, "Hey, I have a sci-fi book," why don't you go and track down sci-fi groups and show your stuff up there?
Final question for you, Chuck.
Okay, so I started in late 2017. I've got to have been right around or broken 50.
Nice.
I'm not 100% sure. I'll have to go back. It's funny because I'll start counting and then I'm like, oh crap. And the problem is that a lot haven't been released. Like you work on a comic, you make it happen, and then it disappears. Some are shorts, so you forget about them. But yeah, man, it's probably topped out at over 50 in the past 3 years. That's right. Thank you, Russ.
We get
I
them plugs.
appreciate you.
We get them plugs. We got no problem.
Oh yeah. No, you guys are good.
In this con, they're expected and encouraged in this con.
Right? No, I appreciate it. Yeah, man. No, it's been really good.
That's awesome. All right,
Thank
sir. It is 2:00. It was awesome talking to you yet again. Now,
Thank you for having me, bud.
This thing's all weekend long, and there's some open panels, and you're more than welcome to jump in anywhere.
I'd love that. Thank you.
Cool. It's good seeing
All
you.
right, take care,
Definitely
Phil.
cool talking with
Thanks,
you,
Bob.
Chuck, man.
Tell Wendy I said
No.
hi.
Kick
I
common
will
butt,
for
man.
All right,
I
cool.
will, homie. Take care, guys.
Later. All right. Our next guest. Hey, Phil, I think you got it up too loud or something, man. I'm hearing that echo, dude.
No, that was me playing a sound effect. Sorry.
Oh, all right. All right.
I'm
So next,
trying to make it interesting too.
our next guest has been in cons of ours before. I really like this guy. He has a awesome book that I believe he's about to pop out yet another one here coming up real soon. So Frank James Bailey, what do you know, bro?
Hey, what's happening?
Hello,
I
friend.
have a quick question for Phil. Have you been worked in radio before?
No, but I've been a vocalist for years.
When you said sound
some
effects, the reason I
DJ
asked
work
because
as
I was
well.
in radio and we did sound effect stuff, and my son wants to pop in and say hi. I guess.
Oh,
That's
hi.
Mason.
Well, see you hiding back there.
Well, yeah, he's hiding back there. There's a game called Roblox on the internet, and you can actually go on it and play different characters and stuff, and play different games. And so he's in my other room where they're playing games.
I'm right
Cool.
here. I'm scared to talk.
Yep, but you're talking now, dude.
Why, it's all good.
Yeah, all the grandkids are out somewhere else right now. They're at the beach or somewhere. I don't know necessarily. Because they got parents that take them places, you know. They knew I was going to be busy all weekend. And you want to know what's hilarious? This morning, my son says, I'm taking Gabe over to Chelsea's. He's going to stay over there for about 5 hours. And I was like, oh, okay, you're going golfing. And he's like, yeah, you want to go?
You're working this weekend, right?
Yeah, I'm like, the one weekend he knows I can't go do anything. I'm here. He's like, you want to go? Because I'll admit it, two of my favorite things in the world right now, other than the grandkids, are playing golf and doing these cons. Man, it's like, you know. So how you doing, Frank?
Not too bad. You know, I'm like I said, out plugging my third comic book right now. Turkana Book 3 Burmese. I wish I knew how to share the screen.
You just
I see share
Phil
screen. There we go. Share
Well,
screen.
You can do it. I can't ever do it, man. I hate
Okay. Screen 2, boom.
my guests making me look.
But there's nothing on there, so
Okay, so now you go find it
now I go find it.
on that screen. Yeah. Or you just send the link to
boom.
Phil. That's what
Or
I
you-
do.
Yeah, if you just
I
if
just
I know
send
what the link
to
is,
Phil.
I got it right there. There we go. Boom.
There you go. All right.
All righty, yeah. I'm taking pre-orders now for my third comic book, which is called Burmese. There's maybe I should back up just a tiny bit, because most of you guys on your con know who I am. I wrote 3 illustrated novels about a female superhero named Turkana, vaguely sort of small, in a small way, kind of mimicked after my daughter Paige. Matter of fact, the superhero's alter ego is named Paige. But anyway, it started off as 3 illustrated novels, but in 2019, I tried, well, let's try a comic book for a change. And comic book made a huge difference. So more people inclined to buy a comic book than a book, but, you know, so my sales for comics have, you know, a lot more than the actual books. But anyway, I started with a storyline called Who is Thea Beaumont? And this comic here called Burmese is kind of like the direct next chapter or next storyline into that Thea Beaumont storyline. Because I had one come out earlier this year when I was talking to you back in April, which is comic book number 2. That was called The Secret. Technically, that one has nothing to do with the Thea Beaumont storyline, but it was number 2. I consider it kind of like a fill-in story or a one-off story. Remember, I talked about that a little while ago. But it's still, yeah, there's still 1, 2, 3, and then the next one coming up is number 4, probably sometime next year. I'm still working on it right now. You can go to Turkana.com and kind of check out the characters. And in fact, I kind of redid the website a little bit where people can actually get a small sneak peek if they click on the cover. So the small sneak peek of each comic just by going to the website and stuff. But yeah, I'm trying to have a launch party Labor Day weekend. So, but I'm taking pre-orders now for that particular comic number 3, and I'm still moving ahead. Matter of fact, I did talk. I don't know if I told you this, Pops, but I did talk to I think it was a cartoon producer about 3 weeks ago, maybe a month ago or something. That's kind of pitched him the idea, and he told me some different things. It's like wasn't quite there yet, but Liz had a chance to pitch it to somebody who was from Hollywood and maybe turning it into a cartoon, but wasn't quite where he wanted to be, though.
Well, it's good that you're talking to somebody, though.
What's that?
It's good that you're talking to people and you're moving.
Yes. That's the whole point is to keep going with the story. Keep. As a matter of fact, I'm sure you. I don't know if you knew this or not, but I'm not the artist. I'm just the writer. And I talked to a guy. His name is Ujavel, and he is the artist. And I found him on Fiverr.com like 4 or 5 years ago. He charges a lot more now than he did back then, like when I first met him. But because things change a lot throughout the years.
Now
yeah.
is he doing the art from beginning to finish, or do you have different various artists?
He's doing the artist from beginning to finish.
All right, cool.
Yeah. He's the only artist I've had for a while. Matter of fact, I tried to find a different artist, but it's like right now he's and I don't want to go into pricing and stuff, but he's like the most economical one I found. But on the other hand, some people, when I talked to that guy from Hollywood, he's like, well, there's a difference between economical and what literally looks super. I mean, if you want to, spend a lot more money, get a lot more details, well, yeah, but it's like what I can afford to.
Right, so, you got to try to find a happy medium between.
Exactly, yeah. And right now, and he's been doing the artworks ever since the first book, so and he's giving me a pretty good deal, so I'm just going to stick with him for right now. Obviously, if it goes into a cartoon or if it ever gets animated, I'm sure it'll have a whole new artist, and stuff. So stick with people familiar with,
Oh yeah, if it's not broke, don't fix it. All right.
Yeah, exactly. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. You were talking about cons a little while ago, and I'm kind of disappointed not going to cons either because I love getting out and talking to people. That's why I like these online Comic Cons.
I seen you post this morning, man, about the one you were going to be at, Cincinnati?
Yes. The Cincinnati Comic Expo. Never been there before. I finally got a table to it, and they canceled it. But they're canceling a lot of cons this year, so I kind of expected it, There's one in Monroe they recently canceled, which is like the Monroe Pop Fest. Yeah, that one I go to. I've been going to a lot of cons in the Ohio, Indiana, and Michigan area ever since 2016.
Which ones in Indiana do you go to?
Well, yeah, dude, what?
The light keeps flicking in there.
Okay, well, just turn it off then. Okay? Or go up and see your mom. Okay. Oh, boy.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I was saying, which cons were you hitting up in that?
I hit the.
I'm just asking because I'm in Indiana, so I was just curious to which.
In
one
2016, I hit the Indiana Comic Con. That was okay, but my problem was I was so ambitious and so looking forward to going to cons and so trying to sell something. I only had one book back then, so I really didn't do very well. So the second year, I tried the Indie PopCon. Yeah, Indie PopCon.
Right.
I did that in 2017 and 2019. Now, if I get a chance to go back to Indiana again, I might go back to the Indiana Comic Con because I think it's more or less for comic books anyway. And that's kind of like where this is. You see, the Indiana PopCon and the Indiana Comic Con and Indie PopCon are two kind of different things entirely, although they're both a convention.
Right. The Indie one, I think they're trying to franchise and bring up to where I'm at in Fort Wayne.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how that's went down yet. Our main one here has been the Fantasticon, and I
was here a couple times.
Area. Oh yeah,
I might have seen you because Fort Wayne is probably about maybe a half hour, 45-minute drive from me.
Yeah, I've made the last two. I've made the last two out there, out at Artist Alley and stuff. It's interesting. It's a cool little thing. They have a good area. It's what would you say? Probably a mid-size.
Yeah, mid-size con. Now, I do know that in 2016 and 17, they had it on Halloween weekend, and those two cons were huge at the time because they had Halloween weekend.
Right. Then they
Last year and the
changed
year
it.
before, it was like,
Yes.
ugh.
Yes, because that was my first one with them. Was 2 years ago when they first switched over.
Mhm.
And here I do a lot of horror art that I collaborate with some people on, and it's
Okay.
like, oh, and you changed the date. But-
Yeah.
Now I want everybody to look at this. I notice he says this launch party is going to be on Labor Day weekend.
Mhm.
Okay, he's launching this 2 days after Pop's birthday.
Oh, okay.
So just so you all know, this book, this launch party is probably going to pop off right in the middle of CRoM Con 6. And I'm offering to you right now, Frank, whatever time you're launching it, we will come out and do the pre-con show and help you launch it live.
Well, how about technically what I'm launching it on Friday the 4th.
Right, that's what I said. We'll do a pre-con show like we did last
Okay.
night, and we'll launch your book during the pre-con show.
What I'm going to try and do Labor Day weekend generally is go to my YouTube channel, go to my Facebook groups and stuff, and just kind of talk about it all weekend long. Hey, the new book's out now, blah, 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 that kind of thing. And even on Monday, go to different groups if I can find them. But yeah, generally you can say it's coming out Friday, but it's kind of like all Labor Day weekend. And here, let me back up just a tiny bit. I kind of backed it up a week because my original intent back in April, when I had a Kickstarter that didn't work out that well, my original intent back in April was to debut this comic number 3, at the Cincinnati Comic Expo, which was the week after that Labor Day weekend. But it didn't work out that way. So
like I said, we'll make sure you get a little Friday night show. We'll talk about it, and then
awesome.
Whatever spot you want, Saturday or Sunday, is yours. You know that.
Okay, man.
So, and why don't you tell everybody a little bit about your girls?
Okay. Turkana is the world of blue hair. Matter of fact, let me try and find some the other whatchamacallit here. Give me just a second. And I will try and find you the comic to the cover to the first comic. I should have these things all set. Okay, comic. Oh, where's the
I think Phil's got you. If you want me to just pull it up on his.
Oh yeah, okay. Well, I know. I'm pretty sure I sent you a PDF of comic number 3.
Yeah, you did.
And what I do right now is what I'm doing right now. Okay, there's the PDF, I guess, of the comic number. Let me pull this one up here. Okay, there's that. This is comic number 2. Okay, which I debuted earlier this year in March when I went to Cleveland Wizard World. Now, technically, this one has nothing to do with the Thea Baemon storyline. If it was if it was a cartoon, it'd be like, oh, it's one of those filler episodes.
Right.
But I'm not going to go into all the details about why I made this one. But technically, 1 and 3 are connected, and the 4th one will be connected as well, which is coming out next year. The main character is, matter of fact, let's just go to hang on, let's pull this down. Go here. I'll go to kind and kind of show you. All right, here. Just give me a second. Bada bing, bada boom. All right, here we go. All right, if you go to the homepage, it's obviously the homepage, and you scroll down, you can see you can click on any one of the covers and get a small sample as you go through it. You can see the first couple of pages there. And of course, the same thing with comic number 2. You can get a free sample, kind of see how it all starts and stuff. And it's generally targeted towards, I'd just say, teens. The original books were targeted to like 8 to 12. But I've noticed that more teens and preteens seem to like it. So, that's kind of generally the audience. I don't swear, and there's not too much blood and guts and stuff in it, so it's not like 14 plus. They're the original books, by the way. That's the original first book. And I back when I first made these books, Like I said, they were illustrated novels. And let me just click on one of them here to show you here. That's a bad example because that is the that's the first page to comic number 3, and she kind of breaks the fourth wall. She's trying to tell you, how about we just skip this pre-log thing and go here?
Yeah.
So there's the actual first page of the third book, but you get the idea. You can read some of the first pages there. And if you want to know more about the characters, let me skip back here. You want to know more about the characters, you can go to the character page. And here's an interesting thing that I put on the website about the characters. If you want to know more about Turkana, click where it says here, and you can see how tall she is, what her skin color is, how her weight is, if she's athletic, where she came from. And the same thing for all the other characters as well. Like, let's say, let's go down to Brittany here. There's Brittany, and look, there's how tall she is. There's how she's 15. She's what day she was born. I tried to go into really in-depth detail about some of these characters of people like what her dad's name is, what her mom's name is, her interests, and that kind of stuff. Same thing for all the other characters as well. So there's Mary Rose, and let's see here. Samples. Click on any one of the books and get a short sample of these books. And if you want to, I forgot to tell you about this too. Fan art. Pops, you share the fan art sometimes in my group. And here's fan art of actually people who've drawn Turkana. And I'm just humbled and honored that people like her so much already. They're actually drawing fan art.
That is so cool when you get some fan art coming back.
Yeah. And I've had fan art for quite some time, which I'm like, wow, awesome. And some of it's really, really good. And some of it's like, it's like kids drawing. But hey, I respect anybody who wants to draw something. Like there's some that are really detailed, like not that one there, but where's it at here? There's one that's really, really super detailed. Right there, yeah. Almost like Kim Possible a little bit, but she's, and this girl here named Tam, she had a live broadcast on Facebook once, like 2 or 3 years ago, and this popped up, and she just kind of drawing fan art of everybody's fans. You get her attention, and that's what you do. Is you draw your fans. So, yeah, and everybody has this is a unique thing because everybody has their own style. And that's what I respect. That people have their own style and what they think and what they like about Turkana. So that's really pretty cool
now,
too.
I'm guessing some of that you're seeing. I'm seeing that you have a fan club page on Facebook as I'm scrolling.
Yes, I have a fan club. I have a Facebook like page, which is basically Facebook.com/Turkana. That's the like page because a lot of people have like pages on Facebook. And I like it. It's okay. But I particularly like the fan club better because more people interact in the fan club, kind of like a group. And that's what it is. It's basically a group, just like this is a group. People respond and comment more in the group than they do on the actual like page.
Because, it's more interactive for them.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And I have noticed that is one thing that I think one reason social media is kind of cool because people that like what you're working on can actually feel more a part of it. And, even like drop you a line here or there, ask you about something, they feel more involved. And when they feel more involved, they really enjoy it, so much that way.
Which I also started a YouTube channel. Well, I've actually had the YouTube channel for quite some time. And what I do on my YouTube channel is, one, I play games with my son. I put these little videos together. And it's just kind of fun for me and him to kind of, bond and kind of go together and stuff. But then the funny thing is, I'm going to request, hey, play this game with him. Play that game with him. So every now and then in a in the video, it's like, oh, by the way, I'm the guy who wrote Turkana, but you just check it out if you want. And I think I also do these cartoon reviews. And I try and be really fair with the cartoon reviews. I usually have like between 1 and 10, 1 being the lowest, 10 being the best. And I've never given any cartoon that I like lower than a 5. Most of them are 6, 8, 9. But the best cartoon that, to me, I think the best anime is Avatar: The Last Airbender. That's the only one so far that I've given a 10 to. But again, in my reviews, I always pop in a little, oh, by the way, I'm the guy who wrote Turkana, and, it's a way of kind of, this is when I think about cartoons, just when I think about animation, and I got more cartoon reviews coming. Plus, I also put Turkana stuff on my YouTube channel as well, which is very easy to find on YouTube. Just Google my name, Frank James Bailey. I tell anybody, if I'm hard to find, just Google it. It's called a good internet footprint.
So you're saying you do some animation too?
No, I've actually
in the mix?
I don't do animation. But if I find, let's say, a cartoon on Netflix or something, like there's She-Ra, and there's other cartoons. Well, I'll do a little. Hey, this is what I think of She-Ra. I like this particular. Or this one I didn't like about that. Like it's. I try and be, and I'm thinking. I haven't done it yet, but I'm thinking of adding some indie comics to the mix. But I don't want to be too, critical of other indie comics. That's why I'm kind of like on the fence on that yet.
Yeah. Well, you can be even-handed with the review, without. I mean, they're at least if it's something like that, like pick out the good aspects, and kind of focus on those more, give them more of a fair shake,
Yeah. But my audience on YouTube is slowly growing. The audience in the group is growing as well, which I'm really glad, because it started off with back in 2016. Matter of fact, I think I started the group first before I started the like page, and the group only had a couple hundred people in it first, and it kept growing and growing and growing. And then I think it was around 2000. I thought I had like close to 4,000 people in the group, but then around 2017 maybe, somehow Facebook did this reintegration with groups.
Oh yeah.
And then all of a sudden, half of them disappeared. I mean, it's like Thanos did a snap, and boom, they were gone.
And they changed the algorithms, and so you're not getting the stuff coming up in your feed like you normally would.
Yeah.
You got to reestablish that.
What happened?
Yeah, Facebook.
Yeah, exactly. Which is another reason why I'm going to different outlets. Like I'm on Instagram, I'm on Twitter, I'm on Facebook, of course. I'm on YouTube. I'm trying to go to different outlets to get people to follow me there, because I know some people just watch YouTube. I know some people don't like Facebook and they just go to Twitter. I know some people don't like Twitter, they just go to Instagram. So I'm generally everywhere. I'm also on LinkedIn too, but that's more of a business thing. So
yeah, that's what everybody seems to do. They spread out across the social media. I don't think focusing on just one is you should add more to that. I mean, you have many outlets that just spreads out your network farther.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So to not take the opportunity for that to bolster interest in the book, I mean, why wouldn't you take that opportunity? The social medias, they're not charging you to post that up, so you might as well hit as many of the venues as you can keep up with.
And the one thing that people have noticed about me is, like, I usually don't talk politics, I usually don't talk religion. I post more stuff about pop culture, or if it's anything political, it's usually kind of funny. Like I saw a comic somebody wrote up, which is the mom and dad's like, oh, they're so cute, their little outfits, and they're wearing hazmat suits and they're walking to school.
Right. Yeah, that's something like with me. Like, I played rock and roll for a long time, so I was pretty on Facebook initially, and some of that, I just blurt stuff out, because that's the way you do.
Yeah.
But when I got into comics, it's like, hey, your name's your brand, or your company's your brand, and why alienate people?
Why I don't want. When I started doing voiceovers back in 2009 for my home studio, which is probably why you noticed that my voice sounds a little different, because some people who do their live broadcasts, they're doing it from a webcam. Well, I'm doing it from a professional microphone. That's why it sounds more deeper.
Yeah, I know. I got to go into my practice area and grab out my mixer and my mic for the next time I do this.
But this is a Sennheiser 416. I have a Rode NT1000 in the other room. So.
Oh, I use a EV 457.
Okay. But yeah, that's another reason why I try and get the different outlets and stuff and make YouTube videos, and you have to get the word out there about Turkana.
Hey, yeah. In the comics biz, you got to wear many hats. It seems, man.
Exactly.
A lot of times, I would like to just sit there and go, yeah, I need this, and I just work on the art, and I don't have to worry about the rest of it. But when you're indie, or when you're doing it like freelancing or whatever, you have to do it, man.
So what do you think? What do you think about the online Comic Cons now? Because I heard you guys talking earlier about it. I was just curious.
What I think?
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously you've been doing it for about 3 or 4 months now, and I like them. But like I said, on one hand, I like going out and talking to people. But I heard you guys talking. It's like, well, it'd be great to do kind of both if you could.
Right, exactly.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. I'd really like to. The next time there is a Grand Rapids Comic Con, I'm probably going to try to do a show from the floor.
Mm-hmm.
You know, a CRoM Con spin-off of GR Comic Con, because that's like probably the closest big one to me.
Okay.
Not ridiculous big like C2E2. I can't go do that there, you know. But I could probably have a whole lot of fun walking around.
Is Monroe, Michigan, kind of far from you, Pops, or
Where?
Monroe, Michigan?
I have no idea.
Oh, I think you mentioned Michigan, like Grand Rapids is Michigan, so I just didn't know how far.
Yeah, I'm down in the southwest corner, and Grand Rapids is kind of mid to Midwest.
Mm-hmm.
You know, up there a little ways and over a little bit east, but you know, not too far.
It's about pretty much straight up from where I'm at if you just kept going north.
But see, all the people around here, like okay, the Indie Bolt guys, they're all from Michigan, and they all do that show. And a whole bunch of people I know that are right around in Southwest Michigan all do that show. And it's like I'd really like to walk around and actually talk to these people face to face, and actually, you know, and record it too. You know, have somebody.
Well,
there.
the only reason I mentioned Monroe
out there.
The only reason I mentioned Monroe because there's this one-day Comic-Con called the Monroe Pop Fest. It wasn't Monroe Comic-Con, but they call it Monroe Pop Fest now, and it's just one day. It's like they had to cancel it, obviously, because of all the COVID stuff. But I've been going to it since 2016, and it's like it's one of the best one-day Comic-Cons around me in a while. It's usually pretty packed. It's only one day. It's not like a whole big 3-day thing. And Monroe, Michigan is maybe a 2-hour drive north of me. So it's like I get to go up there 2 hours and come back 2 hours and don't have to spend the night. So, and it's usually around in September too.
Yeah, I've thought about spreading out on some of the cons too, because I'm in a pretty centralized area where, Chicago and Indy's like 2.5, 3 hours away.
Yeah.
The places up in Michigan, not that far. Over in Ohio, into, Cleveland, those areas aren't too bad. Like, it's definitely better if you can just travel afterwards and get home. That's always nice, man, for sure.
Well, Frank, I wanted you to go ahead and plug your stuff one more time, drop your links, do all that, because.
All right, no problem. My website is Turkana.com. Real simple. Just look behind me there. Turkana.com. If you go on Facebook, there's Facebook.com/Turkana. There's the group, which is the Turkana fan club. Join the Turkana fan club because a lot of people talk in the fan club about what they like, what they don't like. It's more interactive, although I do have a like page as well if you don't like groups. But the group is more interactive. Anybody can follow me on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube. Yeah, follow me. If you subscribe to my YouTube channel, you'll see some of the Turkana stuff that I do, but you'll also see some YouTube videos that I play with my son, which is the gaming stuff. You'll also see some of the cartoon reviews that I do. Also, some of the voice acting stuff that I've done as well on my YouTube channel. So, yeah, come on. If you want to follow me, just go to Google and put in Frank James Bailey. I'm kind of everywhere.
Well, awesome. It's good that you're easy to find that way. That's definitely good, man.
Yeah, I've been making a good internet footprint ever since I started doing voice acting stuff. So, and even though I still do voice acting, just not as much. I'm more or less concentrating a lot more on my comic stuff. Even though if somebody came to my website and said, "Hey, can you do a voiceover for me?" Yeah, sure, no problem. I got the equipment for it. So
I have run into a issue with our next guest who I don't see popping into the link. He hasn't responded or anything, so we're just gonna act like we'll talk about him for a minute. Silverline Comics. Roland Man, because John Martin's coming out later and I think talking about the same book, Friar Rush. I'm not going to trip too much because maybe they just figured they were double booked, and so we're just gonna kick Frank out of here and start just like
we're gonna riff a little bit.
Happy trails to you.
Good talking with
you.
you.
Some of the books from people who couldn't be in the show who do have active projects. We're gonna pull up a few books and just talk about some people. Frank, it was good seeing you again.
Good seeing you, man.
Frank, I listened to the whole thing. You great as always.
All right, thanks a lot, man. Awesome.
Like I said, next time you got a spot, and we'll do a Friday show for you. We'll do a lawn party for you in the group. Dude.
That'll be fun. That'll be fun.
Sweet.
All right, man.
Good seeing you, man.
Bye-bye.
Nice talking to you.
I'm going to tell you this weekend, there was supposed to be a couple things going on out here locally because you guys were talking about one-day shows. A show called Long Island Tropic Con. It would have been its second year. Would have been tomorrow, excuse me. They're going virtual, and I'm doing a panel for them virtually tomorrow. But it was in a hotel, lots of kids. It was really the local stuff, the smaller stuff. But this weekend also, a lot of the anime heads. I know Phil, you probably heard of it. Otakon was also supposed to be this weekend in DC, and Otakon is a massive anime show. So it made the point of me saying all this. You guys were just talking about one day shows and traveling and venturing out and stuff like that. But at the same time, it's like, wow, it really. I feel like it's a little brutal. It's like, damn, missing all these shows, but we got CRoM Con, so we're okay.
Yeah, we're okay.
We're okay. We got something. And then somebody had mentioned earlier, and that's kind of the point of where I was getting at that. I forgot who it was. I'm sorry if you're still listening and I don't quote you correctly, but if you are here still and you sounds familiar, jump in. Somebody said that they didn't think cons would come back when they are allowed to come back and be what they were. I respectfully disagree. I think some of the smaller shows or even some of the bigger shows, just because of finances, may not come back. I know one or two that probably aren't already, and that's sad. But there were already a million shows.
Yeah.
Like you guys could tell that we were already starting to get multiple shows on like a weekend that there wasn't a big show. There were like 7 or 8 little shows, and there was like other regional shows too. So there was a lot of things going on. The bubble was pretty good. So I think that and I know I'm thinking of Pops as I'm saying this. This is awesome. This I think will continue after cons come back. However, there's nothing, and we talked about having the book in your hand. There's nothing. Lines suck, and waiting to get to the bathroom sucks. But you know what? Being at a con when this is your thing, nothing replaces that. That's like game day for an athlete, you know.
Yeah.
So these cons won't go away.
No, yeah. Like I said, I think it'll just incorporate. We're going to take what we've expanded upon from that, and it's going to be. I'm definitely thinking a hybrid is going to start happening.
We talked about that a little bit last time. How we said, or somewhere else, we talked about it a couple times. How I guarantee you there'll be a weekend when there's a CRoM Con, and one of us will be at, I'll be behind the table at a show somewhere. Well, that's cool, no problem. I'm going to take my phone out. And I'm going to do an hour Fat Guy Inc. Pete Vasquez live on CRoM Con from the con. And everybody's going to get to check it out and say hi. And,
Now think about this. When I got different people from all over the country at different cons doing their bit from a con, I'm loving the possibilities and where this can go. And see, that was the whole thing. Like I said, way back in the beginning, when they shut down ECCC, and I was talking to Brian Polito, and we talk once in a while. We used to talk a lot, and it's like now we're both busy as hell. But we used to talk quite a bit. And I was like, "What are you gonna do?" And he's like, "I'm just gonna go out here and sell all the stuff that I got," because he had all this product for ECCC, and he was like, he had a little bit of an issue trying to get it all shipped back to Phoenix because it was all on its way to Seattle. And he was like trying to get it all shipped back to Phoenix so he could do something. But I mean, he was all over it. And I was like, all right, now he had a huge audience already. He had somebody to market his thing to, and he could do it right away. And he did. And it was successful, And I was like, okay, I'm nobody. I got this little teeny group because at the time we had like 400 or 500 people. It was like, I don't have this big reach. I didn't have none of that. So I promoted it for a month. I posted about, I'm going to do this. And it took a month to fill up the guest list. But we did it. And we just jumped in with both feet and did it. And now it's like, it almost goes like clockwork. I was a little bit stressed early because we were out a couple minutes late. And I was a little bit stressed, but it's just rolling like clockwork right now. Even though Roland, I'm sorry, I don't know where you're at. Even though he's missing his spot, we're not missing a beat.
Smooth.
We're just going to go right on. We're going to talk about his book, and then we're going to go out. I want to talk about Michael Oden's book, Elysian Fields.
Yes.
He's doing that, like 9 days, I think, 10-day thing, where, it's just going to be, it's kicking out tomorrow, I think, and it's just going to be for a short time, and you got to jump on, man. You know, because I've seen that. That's beautiful, and some of the people that have showed off the books they've gotten, they're so sweet. They are such nice looking books. I really want one of those. So Phil,
Yes, sir.
why don't you give me Elysian Fields on? Is it on Indiegogo? I think it's on Indiegogo, right?
Let me pull it up. Go ahead. Talk while I get it up.
ELYSIAN, I think.
We're doing spelling now. Good job, because I can't do that.
Yeah.
I don't know what that means. I can't spell.
Is that it?
Yeah. Elysian
Elysium.
Fields. AN. Elysian.
Oh, okay. A slight change on the word. Elysian.
Elysian. Yeah, I think that's what it's called.
We get to watch. It's like an infomercial. We get to watch Phil type.
Oh.
Yeah, that one right there, man.
There we go. Issue 0.
Yeah, this is sweet. Now you're just popping this on in demand, I think, for just like 10 days, so you can still get on this.
Can we play the video?
Let me see if you get the sound. I don't know if I'm wired through right using Firefox instead of Google Chrome, because I hate Google Chrome. But we'll see how it goes. If not, I'll just put my mic up to the speaker, man.
There you go.
Hey there, welcome to the Elysian Fields crowdfunding campaign. Thanks for giving us a check out. Elysian Fields started off as just a game between friends. Nerdy kids debating which mythic heroes would win pitted against each other. Over the years, as things grew, this became a concept I fixated on, knowing the potential that it could have as a story. Now it's a living thing, and for it to succeed, I need you. So come check out our Indiegogo campaign and see what you can do to bring Elysian Fields issue 0 to print and beyond. Thank you.
Yeah,
That looks sexy.
yeah, it does. And
That looks like a lot of fun.
and there's big things coming in the future. There's big things coming in the future for this book too.
It looks like all sorts of action.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Actually, scroll that top panel there, Phil. This is art thing for me. I know this is his roughs, but I'm just sitting there, as a guy who does his own pencils and inks. First off, I'm sure there's a first draft with a perspective grid to get all that stuff facing the right direction, which looks awesome. And then I'm just looking the helmets. How long it took him to do that?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, the building is easy because it's believe it or not, the building is easy because once you get to perspective grid, it's just blocks.
Right.
That's easy. Yeah, that's easy. The helmets, to get them all proportionate and in the right arc.
Right angles. And
I'm in. That's dope. I love that. Just from that one drawn panel, as an artist, I know that this person is putting. I'm going to do an ad for their book right now. Obviously they're putting their time in to the look of the book, and that's exciting. That's you're getting bang for your buck on that point. And I don't even know. I haven't even looked at any of the rest of the stuff yet. So yeah, I'm down.
Oh, dude, this story is awesome. Now I want to go down the art, and then we'll come back up on
there you
go.
That's intense.
Wow, it's even more intense.
Yeah, that's intense.
Look at all that, man. That is definitely cool.
That's a lot of caffeine.
Yeah.
So yeah, go ahead and show down the left side. Go down the left side. Go ahead, and then we'll come back up the right side, looking at the tiers. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, okay, we've been down. That is the left side. Oh, hold it. There's more popped up. Damn slow interwebs.
There you go.
Nice. That's some nice color work, man.
Nice.
I really like that. That really pops nicely.
I like how they went with how you going with the shading, because it easily could have been very Frank Miller. It could have been very like 300.
Right. Yeah.
It could have really easily done that, and I'm sure I have to think that they were like cognizant of that. But the shading is so crisp, and it's just you just said everything pops.
Oh yeah, it's smooth. It's
Yeah.
very, very smooth, very clean.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
You had a
And
nice little lighting effect right
Yep,
there
mhm.
on the sword.
and I've seen some of the ones that he already mailed out to people because there's been some people do unboxings of this book already, and he ships well. It's beautiful. The cover's beautiful. I mean, the cover's beautiful. So if you're liking what you're seeing on the inside, and you're one of them people that has to have a nice cover as well, yeah, this book is just sweet, man. Everything I've seen about it, and talking to Michael's very, very excited and animated about his book when he talks about it. I can't do it justice to the way he promotes his book. He's much better at it than I am. But you can see there's a support the troops tier.
Yeah, I see that. That's cool.
He's a really good dude, man. And he's trying to help a lot of people. And
I need to. I'm
it's
sorry,
not
Pops.
it's just about him. You know what I mean? And that's one of the reasons I like Michael.
I need to know where his artistic influence is, or the artist. If I don't know if he's the artist, the influences here, because
It
I'm
should
like,
say in the
Dempsey went
kick-
through there, man.
huh?
it should say in
Look
that
how Dempsey went
Kickstarter.
in there, man. So many. I wish I could zoom in even more, but look at all that, man.
But I'm also looking, like it could have very easily just been a stagnant panel there, but the
Oh
speed
yeah, it's
line,
definitely got motion. Yeah.
yeah, and the 1 point perspective is just fantastic. Yeah, fat gang. Whatchamacallit, but it's got a very manga feel to it. Maybe a little bit less speed lines, but it's less is more sometimes. And in this case, it is.
Hold up. Let's go ahead and check out back on the page and see if he did the art, if somebody else. It should say.
Yeah, it's a good
already,
question.
so
Yeah, actually, you're absolutely right.
it, should,
We didn't need to guess.
it should say. That,
Yeah, it's somewhere in the top, right?
We'll find it, man.
There we go.
If it's there.
There we go.
Sometimes I've seen them not in the descriptions.
Hold up. As he's talking about the script, you just scrolled right by it.
Okay,
up.
Marcelo.
Okay. Finally made the script for the first issue, and he found a fantastic artist, Marcelo Oliveira Costa.
All right, cool. Well,
Okay,
I'm
so-
Google that.
There you go. Because, we want to give out the right stuff. So right there below that is a link to Marcelo's portfolio right there. Okay? So that's, I just want to make sure credit goes in the places it belongs because I'm trying to be professional and stuff.
What? The
hold
heck you say? No.
Now you see
Olivia, wait, Marcelo Olivio?
Oliveira, I think it said. He didn't scroll up enough. And then it's gone. Meow. There you go.
Here, I'm just gonna drop the link in, man,
Yeah, good call.
and we'll go back to that.
Awesome. So you can see you can get a floppy. There's a digital money saver. I like the floppy. That's kind of cool. And then I think there's a black and white version. There's a
Oh, that's
Sonic
cool.
version. But I mean, it's all priced within a good budget for indie book. It's not like ridiculous. And come on, look, a floppy.
You can't go wrong. How do you
$3.
lose with that?
Huh?
How do you lose with that? I mean, come on.
That's what I'm saying. It's like he definitely covered all the ways to read it. He made sure that everybody can get it, no matter where you're at in the world, no matter what format you're using or whatever. He put it out there for you to get it.
Yeah, he did. Absolutely. He's very thorough with this. It's very well balanced and everything.
Okay, here's the tiers.
30 pages of story and artwork. It's a cardstock cover with foil stamp. And like I said, I saw some of the books. They're beautiful. There's no doubt. It's a beautiful book.
There you go. Even a digital money saver.
Now, we're sitting here with 15 minutes. And if there's anybody out there that did not get a spot in the con that wants to come out here and talk about your book for a couple minutes, now's time.
We get you in on speed round.
And during that, while we wait to see if somebody does, Pete, you got anything you want to talk about? Who's jumping
Actually,
on the show?
We'll get the CRoM Con back up.
Yeah, that's good. That's a good idea.
I couldn't help that. I was playing. I have to admit, I did break down and play a little bit of Destroy All Humans, and
there's only one thing wrong with it, Phil. There's only one thing wrong with it, Phil. That little dude should be CRoM.
That's a little Martian from the video game.
Yeah, right, but if it was CRoM, if it was our little green troll, see what I'm saying?
Right. I kind of thought that when I was looking. It's like it could almost be CRoM. All I did, like I said, that was just a screenshot I took because I was sending it to a buddy, going, "Look what I got."
So I have two on the show, man.
What's going to happen is I'm bringing on. Like I said, I've taken the opportunity of being the not the gatekeeper, but the I don't even know what the right word is, but I guess the recruiter. The recruiter. Okay, I forget his name, but remember the guy in Walking Dead who was walking around trying to recruit people to bring them into Alexandria? I'm trying to be that guy.
Okay.
And to find diverse people that can add to the community. So I have two people out here on Long Island that
Jesus, is that the character?
I think it was Jesus. I think so.
The long-haired guy, right?
No. This is before that, when they were getting into Alexandria, when they were getting into the town. I'll remember his name. The names all, because I'm like you guys. I read Walking Dead before I even watched it on TV. So I cheered when they killed Glenn on the TV show. People looked at me like I was crazy. I'm like, that fool was supposed to be dead years ago. Don't start with me. But anyway, I digress. So I want to be that guy recruiting. I like being the college recruiter. I have to add more diversity to the group because I think that helps the group even more. So I'm bringing in a gentleman by the name of Lewis. He goes by the tag Shadow Rabbit Clay Guy. He is a sculptor. He does incredible things with wax and clay. The incredible pop culture figures, superheroes, villains, all sorts of stuff. Does various sizes from little like action figure size to big sculpts, all sorts of great things. The guy is just phenomenal. And first off, he's the nicest guy in the world. The only guy that I know that lives further east than me on Long Island. But the guy is an absolute machine. He's coming on strong in the con scene too. He's been traveling a lot. We've been going to a lot of local stuff, but now he's doing a lot of regional stuff too. The guy is absolutely phenomenal, super talented. I definitely want to get more eyes on him because the guy, not only because he's a nice guy and he's awesome, he's an incredible artist and deserves every accolade that he can be given. And then the next artist I'm bringing in is a cosplayer extraordinaire. That Tomcat is the name, and they do incredible builds, and not armors or anything, but the way Lewis Shadow Rabbit works with clay, that Tomcat, they work with fabric, and just these amazing like capes and gowns. Give you an example of some of the cosplays. The queen from the evil queen from Cinderella. Ursula is one of their most well-known cosplays. A couple others, just incredible things where it's like, wow, they disappear they become the character, and it's just mainly from being, having some acting chops, but at the same time having this incredible ability to create with fabric, something that I couldn't sew 2 stitches. So I don't, you know what I mean? Sorry, that's my alarm if anybody's hearing that. So that's what I have coming on. I also have a few things going on that I'll talk about at 5 o'clock too, but I want everybody who's watching now to be up and aware of. I'm going to pop my link into the thing so you guys can see. I have a sale going on all day today, even 3 in the morning today, up until 11:59 tomorrow. A CRoM Con sale for all the members of CRoM Con or everybody who's watching this right now. It's I'm extending convention pricing for everybody since we're at a con, right, Phil? So
Yes, most definitely.
instead of $10 a print, we're doing our Con Sunday Fun Day special for everybody here at CRoM Con. It's 4 prints for $20. And I'm going to put the link up in the thing. I'm also doing I talked to Larry earlier. We did a couple versions of them. Here's one that I did last night for someone else. If I can find the damn thing. Yeah, here it is. I did I'm doing $10 commissions. So this one's commissions start at $10. All right, they're 6x9, and I always do those at shows because they're fun to do. And not everybody has $1,000 for a commission from J. Scott Campbell. So come to me and get a $10 one, right? This color one would be a $20 version, also 6x9, but nice and easy, fits in the budget, fits in the back of a sketch cover. And
that was what one exactly?
This is a 6x9 sketch cover. It's $20 version. This is my neighbor Totoro. But I do whatever. Right. I'll do whatever. So could you draw Batman? Blah blah blah. Yes. Can you draw Robin doing this?
I'm drawing a blank. Is that Ghibli?
No, this is my neighbor Totoro from my God. Oh, I can't pronounce his name. So it's deep, world famous anime. God, why can't I pronounce his name?
Not enough stuff from Studio Ghibli. You're way more versed in the anime realm than I am.
I just can't pronounce his name right now. Honestly, I've had too many coffees, so now I'm a little. So we're watching on that. So I definitely
a little more coffee.
Oh, it's crazy. So I'm extending that sale for everybody in the group and everybody watching the show. I'm going to drop the link in a second so you can go and check that out and be part of the sale. I also have 2 more things that are happening. Well, 3 things. There is one announcement that I'm going to say. I have a special announcement of a 3rd book that I'm doing, but it's not exactly a comic book that I'll be putting out, and I'm going to make the full announcement about that at 5 o'clock. So come back and check that out. The other thing, and Phil, you were in on this. You actually were in charge of my live stream when I had to go outside that one time.
Oh,
if you remember.
Yeah.
I was doing the Batman blank sketch cover. This is a black. And I want to talk.
Taking out the papers and the trash.
Yeah, exactly. I was all sorts of outside. I had to leave Phil in charge of my chat. He did a really good job. This is I also a couple.
Scary leaving Phil in charge, man.
Yeah, but you were the most. Trust me, you were the best choice at that point. This is a blank. You know the blank books that they did for the community.
That turned out really good.
Thank you. So I did a full cover for that. Now the entire inside of this book is blank pages. So my plan was I'm going to continue to fill it with Rogues Gallery, Robin, Nightwing, stuff like that in the book.
About that, yeah.
Right. I'm going to fill it up with Batman characters. It's all basically Batman pinups. No one owns it yet. If somebody's interested in owning it and then telling me what to fill it with, hit me up. I'm dropping the link. Let me know what's going on. And then the last thing that we have going on is a special that we have happening. I got a couple Tank Girl blanks, and one of them had a little bit of a problem. So I decided to do a sale. So I did this cover. I did this one live too. I think Phil, you might have been in the live as well. I'll take it out.
I ran across part of that one.
Right. So that's a Tank Girl. I wanted to have some fun with that. Now it happened. I did not.
Pages in that one too.
No, this one's a full book. I didn't know. I had no idea actually that there happens to be a rather large Tank Girl fan that's in this chat right now. He's got a hat on, and he's an avid golfer. And it happens to go by the name of Pops. I didn't know Pops is a Tank Girl fan, so this is what we're doing. We're doing a special here. I'm offering it because the book is a little damaged. I'm going to put a couple extra goodies in it, and I'm offering it $20 out for everybody. But make offers now. But I'm leaving it. Pops gets first dibs, and he gets the extra special Pops package if he decides to pull on it, and he has till Monday morning for that. So if you're interested in this or whatever, let me know. But remember, Pops has first dibs. Because he was there for a lot of the drawing actually, which was pretty cool.
Everybody should give Pops the extra special Pops package. Man.
Yeah, no, he's gonna have an extra special stuff for Pops in there. I got a couple. I hope that he's the one who ends up with it because I definitely have a couple cool ideas to send along in a care package for Pops. So that'll be fun. But yeah, I can't wait for the surprise. It was if you follow me on Instagram, I had talked about doing because I'm still working on the 2 books, Attack on Cookie and Jimmy Friday. Jimmy Friday was actually done. I'm like I said before, I'm taking it back to formula and I'm redoing I wasn't super happy with the pages, and now I'm going to be. And Attack on Cookie, I'm still drawing anyway, so now I'm just refining and things like that. So then I expect a Kickstarter for that maybe October 1st, maybe. But there's a third. Well, there's a third and a fourth book, but the fourth book I decided that I'm going to make the official announcement at 5:00 today. But we talked about it on my Instagram a couple weeks ago, and a couple people are excited. And there's a little hint, if you look over my shoulder, there's a little hint as to what that book might entail. And that's all I'm going to say.
C. Cookie starts with C. That's the Shabbat.
Yeah, I had to go take a look over your shoulder and try to see what you're talking about, G.
Actually, I will say that about Attack on Cookie because I know people will ask. What we did with this book, Jay Hewer, the writer, I'll get into the story later, but what we ended up creating was off an image I did 6 years ago. Was an image I took because we talked about legalities and copyright and stuff like that. What we did was we took 2 properties and we created a third property that's completely and I use the example of Weird Al Yankovic. You know how Michael Jackson sued him for 20 years over Eat It and all that stuff, and it never went to court because Weird Al was well within parody and satire laws.
Yes, definitely.
Like the way Saturday Night Live is when they do their things and things like that, so they can't get sued. Well, right. Attack on Cookie falls in those lines. We are a parody and a satire of. We did a parody of the characters in the Muppets. We don't use the names or any of those things just to stay safe. And I'll tell you a funny story about that.
Magazine kind of thing.
Yeah, but at the same time, we took the world of Attack on Titan, the violent world of Attack on Titan, and we created a third world based basically on our world and its dependence on fossil fuels.
Interesting.
And then we made a commentary about that. Like there's a veiled commentary on fossil fuels and not. Look, I'm not a vegan, obviously. I'm not going to go and run around in the dirt and play in the dirt. And I love the dirt, save the earth, but a little responsibility, and that's kind of what we're singing with in the book. But we're disguising it with swords and explosions and blood and guts and Muppets. So, but it's a funny story.
I want to make a commercial break here real quick.
Yeah, go for it.
I want to say, for all you that are watching, or what let people know we're trying to build the Indie Comics Cast YouTube page as well. Go there, subscribe, watch from there, share from there, get other people, because we're trying to grow this whole thing. The bigger the Comics Cast, comic-related madness thing gets, the longer the reach. And the longer the reach, the better for all of you.
Madness.
Yeah, Comics Cast on YouTube, Comics Cast on Facebook, Comic-Related Madness on Facebook, and of course all of our friends, Rebel Comics, everybody that's a part of what we're doing. I just want everybody to know we appreciate all of you, and share, subscribe, make sure you're all helping each other get the boost they need.
I see it going on, and I definitely see them building the comics community, and it's really cool, really great thing.
Now, I don't know if either of you know our next guest, but he's been in our con before. He's on my wall.
I do not know.
Right there. We have the art of Sean Howe.
Dun 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 dun.
Welcome to the show, Mr. Howe. How you doing?
Hey. Hey, Pops. How's it going?
I'm good, man. You
All
look
right.
good.
Yeah, I feel like I don't live up to that intro, but I'll run with it anyway.
Oh, come on, man. I mean, I noticed that we don't have the great big giant backdrop that we had last time we saw you with all that awesome art. So I'm
Yeah, yeah. I'm kind of working on a new backdrop right now. I'm figuring I'm taking the opportunity since we don't have physical cons at the moment to kind of spruce up my display and come back hard with it. So, you know.
I didn't know that you were doing that, but right when everything started going down and we knew, like when Pop said before, when ECCC went down, I knew that this was going to be a bad run. So what you just said, I had said that if people didn't start fixing their stuff and upgrading and grinding and moving forward for it, they're going to get left behind when cons come back. So you're like-minded, my friend. Good for you. I can't wait to see what the new. I remember the last one; and it was pretty dope. So I can't wait to see the next one.
Yeah.
So are you working on a portfolio today? What's up?
I'm working on commissions, man. You know, I had a little personal issue happen earlier this year, and it kind of wrecked everything because I was already in progress with Larry to do a cover for Ravage, and I ended up having to, you know, not do that because just everything that was going on, you know, going through the divorce and everything else. But it happens, man. And, you know, I'm back at it. I remember the first thing I put in the group was that May and Zuko from Avatar. And your comment was so great, Pops. It was like, he's back. And I'm like, yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Because
we missed you last time, man.
I know, man. I hated dropping out of it, but I had so much stuff, you know, happening all that day. And I'm like, okay, handle all this first. And, you know.
I'll be right back.
All right. Yeah, it's good to see you, man. What other than, I mean, I know commissions, but I want the people to get a little idea of what kind of work you do other than showing the one. So let's go ahead and take the screen for a minute, show off some stuff so that people get an idea what kind of commissions they can get, man.
Absolutely. Let me grab the books of power here, you know, and I'll be right back.
Cool. Just to let everybody know, I want to let everybody know Moto Glass just checked in with me, so you're good to get to see him this time too. Yes, indeed. That's good. So what do we got? What do we got? Let me get out the way.
Let's see if I can spin this around. All right, guys. So you'll notice I have kind of a theme, man. I figured out a long time ago that women characters sell, so we're running with that. I'm showing you guys my show books here. This is a Black Widow and Mystique. Let me see if I can turn it the right way because I suck at this. All right. Pops was nice enough to show you the Elektra that I sent him. So
that's such a beautiful piece, man. I love it.
I'm so glad you like it, man. And there's our Loki.
Oh, you can go ahead and move out the way. We don't need to see you. We want to see the art. There you go. Peek over the top. Dude, the groove.
It's not hard.
Dude, that groove.
Oh, yeah.
Sweet.
The Groot, honestly, I mean, even though it's from Guardians 2 and that's a few years ago, man, it's still one of the most popular ones for me.
Cool.
Got a little Sub-Zero action. Well, I can't turn it right.
Yeah, I know. Glare's horrible.
Yeah.
But everything this guy does is so nice, man. I love everything you do.
Well, thank you, Pops. I really appreciate that.
I want a backdrop like you had. I can put over here for my wall separator. and I can just have that whole backdrop of all your art.
You know, I think I'm gonna send you that.
No, I'm serious though, man. You got so many nice pieces.
Well, thank you.
You know, I mean,
I try to stay working all the time, man. Even just stuff for shows, you know, it's like, and I try to vary it up. You know, it's like, here's a Ronda Rousey that I did, and that's just all graphite. You know, that's not colored or anything, although I love doing the color stuff.
I seen her out the other night. She's doing a gaming stream now.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I seen her the other night out there playing a video game. I was like, and she had like 50,000 people watching her, dude. I'm just like, come on, Rhonda, go hit somebody.
I'm saying, man. I got this Gal Gadot Wonder Woman that we did in all gray tones. I mean, this one's just been real popular for me.
Yeah, that's beautiful, man.
Thank you.
We need to get links to your art page up here in the chats, though, too. Make sure we do that.
Absolutely.
Or, you know, to your Facebook, wherever you want people to go, wherever they can get a hold of you.
You know, I set up a store with Fine Art America. I mean, I figure since we're all being required to wear a mask and all that everywhere we go, you know, they're making face masks with my art on it.
Really?
There's T-shirts. I think there's even like bedspreads and shower curtains. So, I mean, you know.
You could send me a mask with your art on it. I'd wear that.
Cool. I will do that.
I'd wear that. I won't wear too many masks. I mean, I wear just a plain one because I hate them. You know,
yeah, it sucks,
they take
man.
away our personality, man. They make us into a whole bunch of automatons, and we're all the same. I don't like it. I will never be a fan of it. If you got to wear one that stands out, dress funny, be an individual anyway. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
Don't let them take away our individuality, man. You know.
No, you can't. I mean, and I don't know, man. I mean, because you got so many people who are like, not wearing the mask, you know, there's freedom, and I totally get that. I mean, I'm against the government telling you to do anything, but you know, it's like, all right, look, you know, stores requiring me to wear this, and I've got to get stuff here. I guess I got to wear the mask, and it's fine, you know.
Well, I mean, there's places I have to put it on. I have to put it on when I go in the pro shop, pay for my time and pay for my golf cart. You know, I have to wear that thing for that 5 minutes, and it's annoying. But that isn't, you know, I mean, it isn't about anything other than that's what we're supposed to do. But as soon as I walk outside, I take that thing off and I'm me again. I just feel like when they put us all behind the mask, it takes away who we are to some degree, not completely, but you know what I'm saying. It makes us too much the same, and I'm against that feeling. That feels too 1984. You know?
Yeah, it takes away that individuality that, you know, we all spend our lives
get squashed the most by stuff like that. People like you, creatives, you're the ones that get squashed the most by those kinds of things. You know, now you can't draw somebody's face. You had to block it off, like, you know what I mean? It's just I mean, you know, I understand. I just don't like the implications for the creative community when edicts start deciding what you're allowed to do.
Right. My biggest gripe about it was that I don't know how to sew, so I couldn't just get out there and make a bunch of masks and go ahead and get into this, because the capitalist in me was like, oh man, here's some money making opportunity. But so I may end up doing some hand painted masks as well. But I saw the opportunity with Fine Art America to go ahead and get some out there. I'm like, well, you know what? If they got to wear them anyway.
So hold up. You said hand painted. You got some non-toxic paint.
I'm looking into it because I've got a buddy who's doing it, and he's doing like basically just Joker smiles and Venom mouths and stuff like that. So I mean, yeah. So I don't know how he's doing it, and I don't know if it's non-toxic or not, but we're gonna, I'm gonna find out, because anything I can do to get my name out there and get my work out there, I'm down for.
Yeah, I just don't want to put on your mask and ended up asleep with some chick ruffling through my pockets.
I mean, it could be marketed as a chloroform mask.
You see what I'm saying? Now you see what I'm saying? You got to be careful who you get your mask from, people.
Sell them at the strip clubs, But yeah, no, and I definitely don't want Pops getting robbed on account of my mask. So
no, I'm joking, But the toxic part, though, I mean, some paint can cause some damage. So I'm sure there's some kind of fabric paint that's probably
I've been doing some detail work on some big paintings and caught myself getting a little loopy from it, So yeah, I understand.
That's just the way it is.
I mean,
I want to know, have you approached anybody about possibly doing covers? It seems to be a big thing right now.
Yeah, not right now, but I talked with Larry about the Ravage cover, and we were moving forward with that, and then that ended up not being able to happen. They've got a few different books in line, and he's definitely, still keen to work with me, so that's good. It's like, hey man, I'm so sorry for the timing of this, because believe me, I mean, it's like, like I said in the first con, that's what I want to do, is just covers, because I suck at sequential art. But and I get the opportunity, and of course, things happen, because they do. But right now everything is calmed down. I'm back into it. I'm trying to get caught up on these commissions. I'm definitely available to do covers. I've got I guess we'll say I got my ducks in a row where I can, make sure I can meet those commitments, and I'm ready to move forward. I've seen some amazing covers come out for stuff lately, and it's like, oh my God.
This is why I'm throwing it out there, because it's like everybody that I know now, it seems like everybody in the group is doing a cover for somebody. And it's like, I'm waiting for that Sean Howe cover, I mean, I'm waiting for it, bro. I'm gonna tell you though, I know some people have put themselves out there just by going ahead and doing like a fan art piece.
Mm-hmm.
And then, just making sure that the people doing the book see it. And if they like it, they're, you never know.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I'm down.
I encourage you guys to do fan art of projects you want to be involved in. Grab that character or that secondary character and do a piece of fan art. And sure. It's, when you post it, talk about where the character came from and everything, and make sure people know you're not trying to take credit for it, but trying to be involved in it and be excited about what you just did. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah. I know quite a few people that have put themselves out there and scored covers for upcoming books because they took a chance. You know? So, like I'm saying, don't be afraid to take a chance. If you see one of these projects and you're like, man, I want to be part of that, grab one of them characters, do a piece, and throw it up in the madness, man. Can't hurt.
No, it definitely can't, and that's a good idea. I think I'll do that, because I'm serious about this. I'm trying to make this happen, and I'm not going to just sit around and wait for somebody to notice me. I'm at least going to do something to grab their attention. So,
and if you go check out his stuff, you get a much better look than the plastic glare. What he was trying to show you, that stuff is all sweet, man. I'm not exaggerating. That piece is beautiful, man. I wanted that on my wall. It was like, from the minute I saw it, I was like, let me see if I can get rid of all the glare. There you go. I mean, that piece is beautiful, man. That's the kind of stuff dude does. Get some. That is one of my favorite sayings. Get you some. If you want him on a cover, he's right there.
And,
I'm sure he'll go.
yeah. And I'm actually about to do another Electra, so I'm gonna be sending you that one when I get it done too.
You're doing another Electra.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm gonna try to do an Electra and Daredevil piece. I got it in my head, but you know how it is. You got one in your head, and you're like, okay,
got to get it out before you can do something else.
Right.
Yeah,
definitely. But yeah, I'll definitely shoot over that as soon as that gets finished. And
I appreciate that.
Well, hey man, I mean you've done so much for us, man, and you stepped in when all the cons were shutting down. I still got 2 left this year that may still happen, but I really doubt it.
Where are they at? Where they at?
Memphis Comic Expo is in October, and that's my one that I do consistently every year. It's a great show. They usually have a lot of cool creators there. They have James O'Barr supposed to be there this year, Greg Capullo, Larry Hama. Love anytime I get a chance to talk to Larry Hama, man, it's always a good thing because
now see, October's far enough out where you might be okay with that. You might be okay.
Yeah, we're kind of fingers crossed about this. They just did one. They did Huntsville Comic Expo earlier this month, and from what it looks like, it went off without a hitch. I mean, they had a bunch of guests that weren't able to make it, but they still had quite a few that did. They social distanced and did the masks, and I mean, you got to figure, man, a lot of people are in cosplay anyway, so I mean, the mask kind of goes. And,
it's pretty easy to incorporate a mask into a cosplay.
It's like it was made for it.
Yeah.
But and it's so weird because you're like, okay, man, if the con's getting canceled, then surely the mall can't be open. But no, the mall's open, so I don't know. And I get it. Nobody wants to really put themselves in a bad position liability wise, and I sure don't want anybody to get sick. But I miss cons so much. I miss being there and talking to people, and I mean, yeah, they're looking at your work and they're like, oh, this is great, or this is okay, or whatever. But I mean, I just miss interacting with people about it.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. That's why I was saying I'm gonna try and bump this up a little bit again next time, and maybe make it even a little more interactive so the fans can come out and ask questions and whatnot. Because the longer this goes on, the more we have to make this feel like a con and present like a con, and so fan interaction has to be part of that too.
Oh, absolutely.
I'm kind of looking forward to next month now, just so that I can bring fans in to ask questions and make it that much more interactive.
You're doing great, man, and I really appreciate it, and I know everybody else who's been a part of this does too. Because I mean, without people like you, we'd just be sitting here posting stuff on Facebook or Insta and just hoping that somebody comes across with a commission. But
right.
My first one out the gate, I got Larry's attention, and he's like, "Hey, I'd love to work with you on the cover." Great, let's
Yeah.
And this is a great group to be a part of. You got people on every level in this group. You got people who've been established. You got people who are putting out killer indie stuff. I mean,
it's crazy I mean, we tried to make it a center point and go in every direction when it came to who was here showing off their stuff. There was never only certain people or only certain types of stuff. It was like, if it's horror, if it doesn't matter if it's comic related, we want to see it, and the more people that share stuff, the less work I got to do.
Yeah, right.
Remember back in the beginning, it was like I was the only guy posting. And I
Pops is
got
the
a lot of
OG.
feedback on everything, but I was the guy going out in my feed looking for stuff to post in the group because I was trying to get the group rolling and keep it interactive.
Mm-hmm.
But now I don't have to do it all the time. There's times I have to scroll back quite a ways to find the last thing I posted. I like that.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's great because I mean, for someone like me who tries to do a little bit of everything, because I get bored easy. I mean, you can only draw Harley Quinn so many times, but she's fun. I'm not gonna lie, but you know, you can post anything in this group. If I draw Kurt Cobain, I can post that, and people who may not have been looking for that are still like, wow, that's really cool. You can do whatever you need to do. And then you got the marketplace up now. And that's great.
It's like the marketplace we built at the same time, but it was going to be for all of the sales stuff was going to be over there. And then COVID kind of blew that up too, where I was just like, okay, fine. As long as you guys don't put auction posts that like grab the feed and hold on to it for 6 hours. As long as you're not doing that in the madness, if it's a single post about your prints or your work that you want to put a price on it, I was like, okay, since now they took the cons away from everybody, I'm not going to take away another avenue for you guys to sell. So the marketplace kind of like fizzled because nobody was really doing too many auctions over there. We got a few people now that are doing some watch parties and stuff over there, but I mean, I'd like to see that grow. But like I say, when COVID hit, it was just like, okay, I don't care. As long as you guys aren't clogging up the feed with your stuff, go ahead and post the stuff you got for sale too, because everybody needs help,
I've been thinking about doing some raffles for some originals and stuff like that.
Waffles.
It just makes me hungry when I say waffle.
Yeah, I know, me too. Blueberries, especially. Yeah.
Man, right? Yeah. Now it's in my head now. I'm gonna have to get some. But yeah, I've been thinking about doing that over on the marketplace. I was actually gonna run that by you, but yeah, we just did. So you seem okay with that.
Yeah, you can post anything in the marketplace as far as sales, anything. And like I say, even in the madness, as long as it's not something that's going to clog the feed up for 4 hours, post it. I mean, a single post with 20 of your prints, post it. I mean,
yeah, no, absolutely, and that's just what I run into. The problem is I've got so many prints available that I end up posting all these pictures, and it's like 80 pictures, and everybody's like,
but that's okay. As long as it's one post. Because I'll go look at them. You know me. I'll go look at them. Look at all that stuff you put up.
Yeah.
Okay. Even sometimes it depends on who it is, but sometimes I'll even call one of the kids, like if it's somebody that one of the kids likes, like Adam Fields. The girls really love Adam Fields, so whenever he's doing something, I'll be like, "Yo, Emma, Adam's on."
Yeah. And I definitely am going to start doing some more live streaming. Doing some work. Just posting some progress videos and stuff like that, because
that is definitely helping people out, man. As far as as far as getting interest in what they're doing, that's really, it's really helping out to get people to go look at what else you're doing.
People like to see they like to see that you can do it. It's like drawing at a con. When you're sitting at your table, and you'll get more attention if you're just there working than if you're like, hey, to everybody that walks by. If everybody walks by and they see that you're steady drawing stuff, it also kind of helps avoid that "did you draw these?" question. I mean, you still get it, but and in my case, I usually take a bunch of con commissions anyway, so it helps get them out of the way.
I'm just like, I get blown away by the amount of feedback we're getting. Like last night we did this show. We did a non-scheduled pre-con show. We didn't tell anybody. I went out like 10 minutes ahead of time. I'm gonna come out here later. And we're gonna do a little show. Okay. So Joe.
Yeah, I saw your post that you were going to take over, but it was like at 11 o'clock. I'm like,
Okay. Well, we had like 1,100 views on that show last night, and it wasn't scheduled, and it wasn't. We weren't like blasting it all over the place or anything, and that blows me away that our reach is getting that long. So when you go out on them live feeds and I'm out here posting it everywhere, remember there's a lot of people watching.
I will do that. Yeah.
Dude, it's great.
I love it when a plan comes together.
It's great seeing you again. I'm glad you're back. And I'm telling everybody, if you don't know Sean Howe, I mean, I know the name's familiar, and this might not be the guy you thought you were coming to see, but Sean Howe art is Sean Howe art. It's it's not Sean Howe art. It's Sean Howe art. Come straight at him.
Oh man, it's great to see you again too, man. I missed this last month, and the whole day I was just like, man, I wish I'd just done that, but
it's great.
Well, it's good to be back, and like I said, definitely open for any cover gigs or any commissions. Prints and all kinds of merchandise are always available through Fine Art America. I sent you the link, but I'm going to send it to you again. And
drop it in the drop. We'll make sure we drop it in the comments so that.
Okay. Will do.
We have to make sure this stuff gets seen, man.
I know, right? I don't want to be the best kept secret anymore.
Well, it's funny because I didn't have a problem with the group being the best kept secret on Facebook for the last few months, but now it's like it ain't a secret anymore.
It's definitely not. I mean, we're up to how many members now?
We're getting real close to 1,400, and we were just at 1,200 a couple weeks ago. It's like starting to really blow up. So yeah, might have to actually do a 1,500 drawing or something.
I'm down.
Might have to do a 1,500 giveaway when we get there.
I'm down to contribute to that.
Cool. So yes, I don't know if everybody knows our next guest or not, Christy Sheehan, but I didn't I encountered her through outside the group through a different circle, and she draws some she's awesome. She draws some great character political comics. She draws some really nice just straight flower plant type art. And I know there's talent in there I haven't got to see yet, so I'm because I haven't known her that long, but I've been talking to her a lot. She's hilarious. I love talking to her, hanging out with her. I watch her show at lunchtime every day. Because we're on a PG-13, I can't really give out her hashtag the way it's supposed to be, but Demon Biatch is in the house. Sean, it was good seeing you.
It's great to see you again too, Pops.
All right, I'll talk to you, man.
All right, bud.
Peace.
What's up?
Christy, you are live in the madness on Comics Cast, on Indie Comics Cast. You're probably been shared out to about 100 groups right now, and we are everywhere. So how you doing?
I'm actually doing good. Just got back from shopping, got a bunch of drinks because it's getting hot as hell. I realized that I can't go into my default swearing because you told me the rating system. I'm like,
we have to be good.
What is good being good? That's not.
But that's okay though, because you have your show and we post it in the group every day, and we get to be as
right.
Right. So we can be good for right now.
Yeah,
it's good to see you. It's good to actually talk to you, not type at you.
Aside from the other crap that I put in your DMs, I slide into your DMs and throw a bunch of awful things in there, which you've actually laughed hysterically
I do. Because it's funny because it's like she said something on her show the other day about the type of people that slide into her DMs, which is how guys are on the internet and don't even have to go into it. They're ridiculous. But I made a comment. It's like that she's always sliding into my DMs too.
Yeah, but aside from doing anything like that, though, I don't do that. But
So people probably aren't real familiar with you because, like I was telling Sean, I didn't encounter you through a comic group. Okay. Huh?
I'm kind of trying to remember like where we met because I know I met you a while ago, and we didn't start talking till recently.
But it was I don't think it was through the comic group though. I think it was like through somebody that's like bouncing off my comic group.
Probably like I think Rob or something. I'm trying to remember.
I think it might have been it's probably Rob.
Yeah.
So it's nice to actually get to talk to you. But like I said, probably a lot of other people aren't familiar with you except for the last couple of weeks that I've been broadcasting your show on the group every day. And,
oh yeah. Yeah, they're kind of actually surprised at like it's kind of funny actually. Most people like it, or else I haven't gotten anybody in that's like really teed off that I did or said something messed up. So there you go.
Well, it's like you leave it open ended though. It's funny from both sides. So people are looking at that art piece and they want to be mad, but you're also making their side's point too, kind of. You kind of make sure that both sides have a little say in that picture. And although the say might be the wrong say, you still make sure they both get a say.
Right? It's just like I just like go in it, and I kind of like I realize that sometimes I don't think there's really any true satire anymore. Like everybody goes on this whole one stream of consciousness and another one goes in another. And I'm like, you guys are just bandwagoning and being popular. Is that it? Yeah, that's boring. So I just kind of like
do whatever you want, be in the middle, no 1984.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that what's kind of funny is that I actually got a lot of my influence. Like I've actually read a lot of old indie books, like screwed up indie books. And one of them is a guy named Johnny Ryan. And that's what I got into. He does Prison Pit. And he is definitely somebody you cannot mention some of his works on the show. Right. He was involved in Nickelodeon. That was a kid's cartoon. It's like Goat, Duck, Banana, Pig, Cricket. He did a lot of the like designs for it, character designs. I think he's brilliant because he somehow manages to draw the most offensive content, and it's just funny. It's just like you look at his Instagram, it's Outlaw Scumfudge, and you're just like,
well, our world used to be that way. Offensive comedy used to sell.
Yeah.
Murphy, Richard Pryor, Andrew Dice Clay. This was all offensive comedy, and people loved them. What happened?
I don't want to say this, like from my perspective, like PC started coming in at some point in the 90s. I mean, as a kid, and I was a kid / teenager. But I think it kind of had that head, like sometimes in the 2010s. And then now like it's coming to a head where it's like, there really isn't honest dialogue anymore. We seem to have this sense of reality. Like we're going on, oh, we need to be more empathetic and kind. And I hear you. And it's like, no, you guys are jerks. It's like they'll go on and they'll just rag on this one person. Like there was this one artist that did fan art of Steven Universe, and they nearly drove her to suicide because they were mad at how she drew one of the characters. And I'm like, you guys really want all the safe spaces and all these other safe things and to be heard, but you guys are jerks.
But they don't give safe space to anybody else. They want it for themselves, but they don't want nobody else to have a safe space. They want to be able to attack anybody they want.
Or they complain endlessly about stuff. And it's just like satire is like what you see of the world and what's truthful to you. Right. And now you can argue about the two streams of consciousness that people like to, but that's more bandwagon. He's like, well, if I say something, people might not like me. Oh no, oh no, oh no. And for me, it's like, I've always had crap when I was growing up anyway. And I'm not saying I had a horrible life, but it's just like, whatever I would do, I'd inevitably make people mad. So I'm just like, all right, let's just do it. Fine. I'll make people mad. Right. It's like, and then like the things that I think my parents really tried to repress, the little jerkster that in me. So I just said, okay, well, I'll just go ahead and start drawing really messed up things. And when I drew Demon B, and you could put her like name with an asterisk where it makes it bad. With Demon B, it was all based off a girl I really hated because she was a terrible person to me and everybody else. It was based off several girls I hated. And it was kind of like drawing, like they were saying, oh, women are so great to each other. It's like, no, women can be really awful to each other in ways. And I'm drawing from my experience. Like, there's
everybody has that capability to be evil to each other. It's horrible.
Oh, it's not good. Like, I think nothing actually betrays you on a worse part than somebody that betrays you, on your own gender. It's like in ways that they're screaming, oh, you're going to be hurt. You're hurt like this and that. And they hurt you the exact same way. And it's worse in some ways. So for me, it was like dealing with just really dysfunctional women friends that I had in my life. And I had dysfunctional men's friends, but they were easier to write off sometimes. But with women friends, it was like just on a certain core level. And so I just drew Demon B and her friends because they're actually based off real people. Because I think it makes the work better. I think why people like her in that ensemble is like, I know people like that because it's from my own personal experience. Like I could draw endlessly about people that I've never met and, all this other stuff and be really angry and hateful about them. But it's like, they never did anything to me. So what's the point? It just looks like you're jerking around in like an empty suit or something. But for me, I actually
go ahead.
No, it's cool. It's more of like I just dislike people that are kind of, they're kind of fake or something like that. And I know that sounds general. I could get into more explicit adjectives, but it's just people that are patently fake. Like they try to be nice about people and victim rights and everything. And then when somebody's actually victimized, they turn around and say, they'll gaslight and say, well, they did this and that. And I'm like, yeah, okay. And I've seen people just do it. Like, it doesn't matter who or what. And it's just like, you guys are jerks, and I've been kind of noticing that a lot more, especially during this pandemic time. And it's just like, wow, you guys are really just not good people. And so to kind of get past that, I just went ahead and just started drawing stuff and looking at some of the news in detail where everybody's like, I'm going to hide. And I mean, there were times it took a toll on me. Like I was like, I hate everybody now, like type of modes. I've had those modes, I admit. But what I did is that I just went ahead but the thing is like paying attention to the news and reading all sorts of articles, I got a broader spectrum. So I just started drawing these like really like weird sort of, weird sort of parody type things, type things. And then people thought that was really funny, but that's like the thing. I just like go out, look at the news. I get a wide perspective and people can't argue with me. It's funny. Like I drew one about Portland concrete and some people got really mad and it's like they may have asked, but it's like how they ask, you can tell if they're angry. Like if somebody really wants to know, it's like, I don't understand this. Could you unpack this for me? But this person was so mad. It's like, am I the only one that doesn't get it? Somebody like, wow, aren't you triggered? And then,
how many times have I sent you a DM asking you, is this what you're drawing today?
Yeah, I've drawn all sorts of stuff. And then there's other ones where, there's other people like that I've drawn like really messed up things like, just some weird conceptual art as well. But I think it kind of helps me deal because like I just have a really messed up sense of humor because last year, and I guess I'll touch upon this. Like I had a pancreatic tumor that was 6 inches. And they had to take that out of me. And, when they tell you have a 6-inch pancreatic tumor, you're going, what?
Yeah.
And you're just kind of going like, it really kind of flabbergasts you. I will say that's the best adjective I could say is it flabbergasts you because it flabbergasts you on a level that you can't even understand or think about because you're just like, you're just kind of like, I think I'm going to die. Is this pretty much it?
Well, see, what I get from that, when you said you had a 6-inch tumor in you, is like, I feel like I'm in touch with my body well enough that I should know I got something like that going on. And I understand flabbergasted completely because if I found something like that out, the way I feel physically and mentally and everything, and if somebody hit me in the side of the head with that, I'd be like, no, not me. I'd know it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, they basically, essentially, it's like when you're told that, it's implied. No, again, they didn't come out and say it, but it's implied. Like they said, we found a tumor they found a growth that was most likely malignant. So pancreas, not good. Possible malignancy, not good. Size, not good. And you kind of think in your head, like, wow, I'm going to die, because you hear about that crap and you're just like, okay, all right. And then I went through my share of crying. I mean, and you have your existential sadness and whatever. I mean, it's like hard to kind of go through that kind of acceptance, like, well, I got this huge thing, but it's kind of hard to kind of sort of go like, okay, right now it's not cancer. I don't have it because they haven't confirmed it. So right now I don't have cancer, and you just got to stay there until it's confirmed either way. And I think in a way that kind of saved me in some ways, because, I think it probably would have put me in a worse state if I had just started obsessing about it in not a good way. So what helped me better was that I drew a pancreas with big boobs and on a stripper pole. And people thought that was so funny. It's like, I was so waiting for this. And then I had to go through a surgery that like essentially rerouted my digestive system. I digest fine, but they had to just majorly modify it.
Okay,
And
I have a friend that just popped into the backstage. I don't know if you know Varian Grant or not from IndieVolt.com radio, but I'm Varian Grant.
I don't think I've met
I'm pretty sure he popped in because he might have a question for you. Because
all right,
he has a very large platform that they broadcast from, and he might even want to have you on one of his shows. You never know.
Damn game, dude.
So, Varian Grant, what's up, bro?
Hello, sir. How are you?
I'm good. How you doing?
I'm doing well. I seen your link. I told you, I promised you that I would pop in during CRoM Con and cause some trouble.
Nothing happened yet.
But I seen Christy Shannon was here, and I said, "Holy shit, she's gonna cause all the trouble." So
we gotta be good on the language.
Okay. Holy crap. How about this? Anointed crap.
There is. It's not my platform anymore. So
right. I thought it was cool to see her, so I wanted to come in and say hello. And yeah, of course she's welcome on IndieVolt at any point. But Pops, you're doing a really good job. I want to come in and say you're doing a good job.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, and two, Christy, I've been reading your post, and they are hilarious. Your Facebook posts are hilarious, and they do really brighten my day.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's to the point where now I look for them. So.
Oh, I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, I have a really messed up sense of humor. I mean, it's always. I think I get it from my dad because my dad was a kid during the Korean War. So imagine that. And sometimes, I'll be sitting with him and he'll start giggling, and I'm like, "What is it, Dad?" And he said, "Oh yeah, I used to dodge bullets on my way to class." I'm like, "Wow."
Yeah, I mean that's it's it's things like that I won't tell the joke that I have from my childhood, but yeah, it's dark humor like that. I think sometimes we're in need of it.
Yeah, I think so too. Like sometimes it's weird because I think people go on two streams of bandwagoning, either way on either side of the spectrum, let's just say, and nobody picks their own voice to kind of just say, well, this is what I've seen by observing this all, and I'm just laughing at you, and just laughing at it.
Christy, I want you to know, Varian and their show and their platform is very on the peak. Okay. We sometimes tip the scales one way or the other ourselves. We're deep state, man.
Yeah. It's funny because I think on IndieVolt we get hate from both sides. It's like, how dare you defend that side, and then the next week it's how dare you defend the other side. It's like, we can't win. But I do want to say that Christy, please keep doing what you're doing. Don't let the haters and I'm sure there are haters out there who are
I appreciate that. Thank you. I get occasional haters, and then I look at their comments and then I laugh at them. And it's it's just like, I like one person saw the one of the Portland concrete one, and they got like, okay, when people ask questions, I'm game to answer, but this person says, did I miss something? Can somebody explain this to me? And I'm like, wow, I guess you're upset, huh? And then I don't know what side you're supporting or anything.
I remember my neighbor got really upset at a Wizard World show.
Is that ink?
That's ink, yeah. Skull butthole.
There was it was a Cyanide Happiness.
Oh,
They were doing a live draw right behind us, and my table neighbor, who remained nameless, got so upset he walked up from his table like 30 minutes. He walked off from his table and did not come back. And he missed customers, but he was just that triggered. And it was really weird because I guess when I talked to him about it, they said that they had been pulled off the show. Like, you can't do it. But then the next day, so many people were there for them at their scheduled time. They ran and got them and said, no, you guys got to go. There are people waiting for you. You have to go. And just don't draw the, some of the stuff they were drawing before, because they were pulling stuff out that were just, it was like random drawing. So they would take stuff out of, it was like Cards Against Humanity for drawing. And it was the worst stuff ever.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I bet. I mean, the thing is that sometimes to deal with the worst things ever, you have to draw it and laugh at it. Like I drew my pancreatic tumor on a stripper pole with big boobs. Like I did that just because it's like, okay, I don't know if I'm going to die or not. Sure. I mean, it's weird. You never know about that situation until you get into it. Mm-hmm. And for me, it's like, I think, as I said, I got that from my dad. And it's just like, now I think I've been handling this pretty well, considering I've had the boot camp with a pancreatic tumor, as I was telling Pops. And then now it's like, everybody's pretty much like nutting up one way or another, because I was talking this over with a friend of mine, Kevin, and he was saying that we were talking about one of the things, I think of things as very spiritually and strangely enough, even though I draw about turds and things, but this time is made us, all of us, as a people of the world, and of the United States or whatever, whatever you want to say. It's made us face ourselves, because things are so quiet. A lot of us aren't going to work. A lot of us aren't going to cons. A lot of us are not distracted by what we would normally do this year. Yeah. And now we have to sit with ourselves and go like, oh, maybe I don't like myself. I really don't, and then you have to sit with it. And a lot of people are going nuts about that.
It took 4 months of quarantine to prove to the rest of the country what I already knew.
Right? I mean, it's happening worldwide too. Yeah. Like, I'm really surprised how we don't know that much, because it's with a simple Google search. Like in Berlin, they're already doing protests about quarantine now too. And I think even France, it's like insane. Like we think, oh, everything is hunky dory and everybody's no, not everybody. No. Yeah. It's just like, we're not alone in the world in that way. It's like, no, everybody has the same branded nuttiness and everything. It's like, people are just like that. But I mean, it's just like, I'm kind of sad that nobody draws real satire anymore. Nobody sees it from their perspective and sits there and goes like, yeah, this is all kind of silly, so I'm going to draw what I find silly about it. So it's funny because like when I draw the stuff that I draw, it's like, it's just my perspective. I don't expect people to like really be in lockstep with my perspective, but I've been noticing with the cartoons I draw even before this, like as one person once said, you take the thing that people don't want to say and you just put it there. Like, here you go. You say it.
Yeah. It's
she confronts people with what's happening. And it's funny because I love watching her show and participating in the chat, because you never know what's going to happen.
And you're always thinking like, is this the day? Is this the day that they pull a string?
Is this the day somebody's going to actually like just go crazy on Christy and we're all good? I mean, she has a good bunch of people that'll jump to her defense though.
Yeah. Like they actually just know what I'm about. Like I told Quentin, I don't know if you're familiar with Johnny Ryan, but he did some very wrong things. Like he drew some very wrong things, which is kind of funny because like you absolutely never hear him like getting a arrest for child molestation or harassing women, but he draws like these worst things ever, right? And so Johnny Ryan, it was like I showed this one guy, Quentin, he's from the Netherlands. Pops knows about it. I can't repeat the name here, but he put it. I'll type it in the general thing. Okay, here, gotta get off. My black cat's like going. Oh, I'm gonna go and like wander everywhere and crawl all over me. But I'll just put the name of it right in here in this private chat, so you know where to look for. But yeah, Johnny Ryan did this one, and now he just gets excited every time I just say it, and he's like,
yeah.
I'm definitely gonna look that up. I want to pop in though again, tell you guys that I enjoy your work, Christy. Pops, you're doing a good job this weekend. I know it's a lot of work. Keep it up.
I just wanted to tell everybody that Pete went out and dropped us on Instagram, and we're live on Instagram right now, picking up hits left and right. So,
oh yeah,
we're going everywhere with this, people.
That's cool. That's cool.
I mean, we're gonna do everything we can, and we got a lot of the people from Terraform and Indie Volt from their group coming out this weekend too. It's great, man. It's great that everybody's bouncing off each other. I'm really glad to see it.
Yeah, I'm happy to see that too as well.
I gotta get out of here, but you guys have a great show, and I'll be watching.
All right.
Yeah, Varian. Oh, sorry. Go on.
Go ahead. Good.
Oh, Varian, connect with me too. I definitely love to do that.
Will do. It'll be awesome. All right,
Yeah.
I'll be in touch. All right, I'll see you guys. Have a good day.
All right.
Bye.
You too. So, do you want to show a couple pieces of art?
Actually, I did one recently on the last Kickstarter. The last lunch hour. Hey, what's up?
Sorry, I just wanted to pop in and say, yeah, I got you guys on Instagram, and there was a thing I want because it. Excuse me. Thanks to Pops, I've seen a lot of your work, Christine. I love your style, and I love that you're not telling people what to think. And tell me if I'm wrong. You're not telling people what to think. You're doing your own thinking, and then if people react a certain way, or if people just react, you're a success.
Yeah,
because that's kind of what I like. Because I do a lot. Obviously, I do comic book stuff and stuff like that. But especially if you go on Instagram like that stuff, I paint a lot of other things, and I've dive into other things and stuff like that. And one of the things I talked about years ago with someone was that if you make art and then if you can elicit a reaction, I don't care what the reaction is. You can think you can think it's garbage. You can love it. You can hate it. You can want to set it on fire. I don't care. If you elicit a reaction, the piece is a success.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I was taught too. Like sometimes the worst thing about art is that the people are like, okay.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, what makes me remember a piece of art is when I start laughing. And it's like this. My goal is to just laugh. Like I'm laughing like a little jerk. So you get to see me laugh like a little jerk, and I'll draw things. And I guess it's kind of like the butthole sense of mentality, like Pops and I were talking about earlier. I was discouraged in doing that a lot, but I have like this really evil sense of humor. And I think at first my mom didn't like that. And now she's kind of accepted that. Like she said, Christy, people can think they can take advantage of you because you're really nice, but they don't know you. And I'm like, yeah, that's true. Because it's like, as I say, it's like this for me. I don't like to slag on people behind their backs or anything or to their face. To me, it's like, if I don't like your art, okay, fine. I don't like your art. I'm not going to go trash you. I'll just keep scrolling, like whatever.
Right.
I understand it's not for everybody, but it's like, you walk towards me and, I walk away and you're still coming at me. It's like, all right, then we're going to play. You like this? But that's how I feel about it. It's like, it's just only self-defense, or it's like only a reaction, like feedback for the most part. So, I mean, that's the thing. It's like, I always have these rules, like, if somebody just offends me by their drawing, I don't need to like say anything or get angry. But if they're just being just a total turd, it's like, all right, I'm not dealing with that. But yeah, I mean, it's like, I always like looking at other artwork. I like looking at other artists and stuff like that. And I just like eliciting reactions from my artwork. And there's a good way to do it. And then there's like, a cheap way to do it. But then there's a really good way to do it. Like for me, I'm just going to say, I'm just going to say this and see what happens because I'm laughing at it and all that stuff. And I kind of do that with like a lot of my work anyway, or a lot of my Kickstarters. Like it's funny. There's actually usually one or two wiener pics that I get during the Kickstarter. So I have to make fun of those for obvious unsolicited wiener pics. I mean, one guy, like, he sent me a picture of his wiener just randomly, and I just looked at it like,
Yeah, if it's unsolicited, you kind of have to. Yeah.
I just looked
that's
at it.
not cool.
No, it's not. And it's funny because I looked at it and I was like, I really thought he had cancer. And I was just like, that looks malformed. And I said, are you okay? And then he like deleted it right away.
I know a female cosplayer who will remain nameless that when she gets unsolicited stuff like that, she will happily post it and rate it and then like give a bad review of it, you know, and then with the guy's social information.
That's good. That's good.
So now, you know, okay, so you decided to be unsolicited. Well, let me give you an unsolicited review.
I think those guys are kind of like one of those guys that are, you know, like back in the old days, like they used to have flashers, like the guys with the trench coats, and they indecently expose themselves to you. That's just how I think they are. So I just start messing with them.
That's funny though too, because they're like the flashing guy with the trench coat. That's an instant thing. It happened. It's done. It's gone.
Yeah.
Why would you think putting that on the internet where it lives forever is a good idea?
I think the intent is the same. It's either horrified, or that slim chance you'll get some, or that you'll get a woman's attention either negatively, like just screaming at that person. And for me, I don't. I just simply just go like, I kind of play along with this. Like, what are you trying to show me? Like, what? And then like I'll start like making fun of it or something. And somehow that brings me in more Kickstarter pledges. I don't know. I make it into a show every time.
Whatever gets you funded. That's the motto of this group.
Yeah, right. I mean, that's the thing. It's like when I look at Kickstarter, it's a performance piece to me.
Mm-hmm. That's what I do. That's promotion and marketing and getting it seen, exposure. That's what that's what you got to do when you're. If you're going to put out a Kickstarter, connect yourself to some people that are going to push your work, that are going to make sure you're getting out there and getting seen, or make sure you have the time to put in that work yourself.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I'm just, as I said, it's just, I try to have fun with everything pretty much.
And I can tell that. That's why I gravitated to you right away. I was like, oh, finally somebody who's having fun. Because there are a lot of people that are not having fun right now. And I understand that. You know, there are people that are trying really hard to keep things smooth. Like Pete. I know Pete's got a lot going on. He's involved in a lot of things. Even though there is no live shows, he's still out there trying to make sure that everybody who's doing something is getting exposed. You know,
I appreciate that. Thank you.
And that's pretty much, like you said, that's pretty much what the group is about. And man, it's so nice when you run into somebody like Christy who's smiling, laughing, having a good time. And even when you're cussing them out, you're smiling and laughing, and you can tell it's in fun. You know what I mean? It's you're like, what is this doing? You know, and you're drawing him while you're talking about him. What's this clown over here doing? But it's much more colorful than clown. You know, it's like he's cussing out.
Keeping it on a Disney level today.
You know, it's hilarious to watch. It's so much fun. Appreciate you taking the time to come out and hang out with us. And hey, you never know. Maybe we'll get you some more fans. You know.
I hope so too. I'm pretty sure I will. I mean, like everybody seems so cool here.
I already know about two of the guys on the Instagram that are friends of mine that aren't in this group are have already messaged me telling me that they just went to the website and stuff. So.
Oh, nice.
So
that's what we're trying to do. That's awesome. See, if it only happens once all day, that's all I need to know. I'm doing my job.
It's working.
That's cool. Thank you. Thank you so much, Pete, for putting us out there on the other format. See, Christy, I'm a one-trick pony when it comes to social media. I don't want nothing to do with no other. Facebook's plenty for me.
See, that's the thing. That's where it gets me mad. I think we all owe Tom from MySpace an apology, because had we not bailed on him, MySpace was this and Instagram at the same time. MySpace was everything. We could have had everything on MySpace, and MySpace taught us how to do code.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so that was on video. Did anybody?
I saw that. I saw that. I just figured that, you know.
Now look, there's no way. I don't know.
It was either gravity or a ghost.
Dude, I'm telling you, I'm glad that's on video because I get to go back and watch that later.
It was definitely
I
gravity
want
or
to know what happened right there. That stuff's been sitting there all day.
But seriously, we are. Like now, I'm freaked out now. We have. I'm an artist. I'm super underground indie, but when like Pops had said, I started doing like as soon as the quarantine and everything, I definitely started doing live because I was already doing lives anyway. And I know all of us are already on social media doing our own things. But then I realized, okay, we need to really be more active because there's nothing happening.
Mm.
And then that's when someone introduced me to Pops, whatever, Pops. And then I realized, wow, this guy knows exactly what he's doing. All right. And he's a fan. Dope. That means he's got the passion. So I wanted to work with him.
What I was doing, Pete.
Yeah, well, you
know what I was doing.
You faked it till you made it. And that's why now I get to meet artists like Christy and we get to all this great stuff. And that's basically what we want to do here.
And we will segue that into our next guest. Christy, it was great talking to you, sweetheart. I will see you on Monday.
Cheers.
All right. See ya.
You take tomorrow off, right?
What?
Do you take tomorrow off or do you do a show on Sunday too?
I take tomorrow. I take the weekends off because sometimes like with things I need to kind of, it's weird because like when you do a show every day, it does take a certain amount. It's weird. So I just kind of like shut off. I mean, I do engage in social media, but I don't do video because it's like, there's a time when I turn on.
Okay. I will see you on Monday then. You have a great weekend. Thanks for coming on. Totally appreciate it.
Thank you. Bye-bye, guys.
I love her. She's so cool. My man from Arizona, a homie, a homeboy.
Hey, how's everybody doing?
Fantastic.
This
That's
is
good
great.
to hear. Good to hear.
Now look, last time we had to do this for you, man.
I know. I totally forgot about the whole Eastern Standard Time change. I was all excited. When on it for, and I'm like, oh yeah, it was.
I've been looking forward to this for a while now.
Yes.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
Yes. This is.
I know exactly what he's doing.
We don't have enough vendor time in our cons, man. So just
this is cool.
Come straight out right here. Let's see if I can make this so you can see it. I love showing this off because you can't see that.
Yeah,
you got it darker. Yeah, you got it
dark.
Take your socks off. Put your socks on.
It's CRoM, people.
There you go.
That's so
It's
cool.
CRoM. You see him?
Yep.
Yeah, there it is. That's so cool.
This is the first and only piece.
Number
made
one.
by Moto Glass. And I'll tell you what, he's got so much stuff, man. Pete, you want to do some share screen on his page?
Yeah, let me find the Instagram. Not Instagram, Facebook. Sorry.
Do you have an Instagram?
I do have an Instagram, but I'm just kind of starting to power it back up. So there have been no posts on it for quite a while.
And it's Moto Glass on Facebook, yes?
Yes,
Yeah.
Moto Glass. Yeah.
Give me a moment. Oh, look at that right there. Or is this not it? Yeah, you don't have more than one, right? You just have the one?
No, I do have two. I have a
Okay.
Moto's Glass and Moto Glass. But
Which one?
Moto Glass.
Perfect.
MOTO space glass. That's the main one.
I am there. So you want me to start sharing, Pops?
Yeah, share that screen. Because this guy's got stuff, man, and
Yeah, he
stuff
does.
and stuff.
Yeah, he does.
It's crazy. I mean, no matter what you like, he's got something that he did representing that.
Here we go.
Or I can do it.
Yeah.
if I haven't done it, I can.
Your own logos, whatever, man. I mean,
Let me know if I'm there.
Yeah, we're good. Let me get this.
Okay, so I'm just gonna go through your photos. Tell me when to slow down.
Oh,
Yeah, so that one right there is a brand new one, and I actually did I actually printed up just a white piece of paper to show it off because I can't keep them in stock. It's so popular.
I'm not surprised.
And that one was the eyes were from an image on Facebook, but it was such low resolution that I couldn't really use it. And so I went and found a web, did a center dot, and then pulled the eyes in, and there you go. And as you can see in the other pictures, it wraps around about 3/4 on the glass. So even maybe a little bit more than 3/4. And this is one of the few glasses where I've actually done that, and also where it kind of bleeds on the top and the bottom all the way.
Let's go to the videotape.
And of course in red's got to be red.
Right.
Yeah, I've been driving Lyft now. That's my little Lyft sign that I made.
Oh, it's actually, you're actually like in the car and stuff like that?
Yeah, I've got
That's
it.
fantastic.
Got it on my dash, and at night I light it up, and it's real recognizable.
That's phenomenal.
And then good old Rat Fink. We gotta love Rat Fink. And this one was fun to do because I've always been a fan from the the 60s and 70s stuff that was done for Rat Fink, and it just
super detailed.
One of those ones, yeah, came out really well on the green glass. Got to be green. And as you can see on one like this or any of the character ones, you're usually going to do it in a frost, so then their skin looks correct.
Right. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. And so there's another one with Harley Quinn, and she's the same way in a frost, and in the red again. The color glasses have been very popular. I have red, green, blue, black, and the black ones, I have a new shiny black, just like all the other ones. I used to have a flat black one, which was pretty cool, and I'll show off a couple glasses in that.
Green. You're saying I need this in green? That's what you're saying?
Yeah, that's what you need. You need that one in green.
Okay.
And then classic Spider-Man pose in red. And then Betty Page. We all love Betty Page.
Betty.
And that one was a flat black, and it just really makes the image in the character pop. And the majority of these are and then I can do martini glasses, and that one was kind of an interesting one because I actually etched. I think I etched it on the inside of the glass because I was able to do that.
That is phenomenal.
And then it had the Y too for that school. And then the light ups, they've been very popular. What's cool about them, as you can see, is you can change the color, and it comes with a wireless controller, and you can change the color to pretty much any color you want. Plus, you can actually set it on shifting, so it can go red, green, blue, or it can actually bleed into fading in and out of each color.
That's perfect for like man caves and dorm rooms.
Dude, that's so cool.
Yes, yeah. And in the evening, in the dark, they really light up.
That's great.
So this one was a special one. As you can see, it's a pink glass, and I do have access to pink too. This one is for an arcade bar called Level 1, and their colors are pink, black, and white. And I wanted to see what it would look like. One of the owners is a friend, and it came out pretty good. I liked how it came out. So as you can see, business logos, no problem. Can do sports. Primarily do a lot of geek and nerd stuff though. A lot of comic book characters, Star Wars. I forget which one that is. Oh yeah, there's Johnny 5. And that's actually a photo from somebody that I know who actually built a Johnny 5.
Wow, that couldn't have been easy.
No, And that's the other thing that is one of the newer things is I can do photos.
That's cool. So if someone wanted their kid.
Yep. Could do that on a glass. I can do flat glass too.
Yeah, show them decanters and all. Man, he's got so much stuff there, Pete. Scroll through there. He's got like.
I was just going easy.
Brandy's. He's got, dude, everything, man.
Let's here we go.
Yeah, there's the decanters.
We'll get into this.
So the decanter comes with a decanter, and this can be a whole set. I mean, you can order a decanter. You can order with 4 glasses. Of course, we've got the Harry Potter theme there.
But I got the Harry Potter theme by itself. Right there, I'm already thinking of like 7 people that I could get Christmas gifts for.
Yeah, yeah.
So that's
and in this with this set, you can do, like I said, you can do the decanter. You can do 1, 2 to 4, however many glasses you want. But then you can also get a whole set, what I call the whiskey box set. And as you can see, it comes with a box. You get the 4 glasses, the decanter, and it comes with 4 coasters. The coasters actually hold the second tier glasses up, and then you've got the coasters underneath the other ones. And what's really cool about this set is you can use it as a display. So that lid actually goes on top and closes it up, but you can just use it as a display too.
That's so smart. It really is. That's just so smart.
The box is laser etched, laser cut by a friend of mine. I don't actually have a laser, so I kind of farm that out. But otherwise, all the glassware, I do that.
That's so phenomenal. Just phenomenal. And then there's this.
So this one was for Assassin's Creed, and again, these were detailed. And in this, when I did this one for the customer, it was actually done in a regular etch, but then he accidentally broke it. So I said, I think it'll look better because they're characters in a frost etch. And he was like, yeah, let's do that. And this picture actually shows the decanter lid before I frosted it, because I wanted to find out, if he wanted that frosted.
Man, there's so much. Have you ever done a Lady Death Cup?
I haven't. I have actually talked to the illustrator though, and we've tentatively talked about doing something together. I don't like to infringe on established artists because they have their own trademarks and
Mr. Polito, the Arts Fiend, is a member of the group, and although he doesn't mind like one shots where somebody does a print or something, or not a print but a drawing of Lady Death, as long as they're not like making a million prints and making a bunch of money.
Yeah.
I'm saying you might want to do one just to show it off.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Another character from the creator that I've talked about is She. Do you guys know that character? Yeah. So I'd love to do She too. So this is the flat black in the Punisher and kind of the more modern Punisher logo.
So did you have to go to Marvel and get the okay to do all these, or?
No, I don't do that.
Nobody's hassled you? I mean, I'm just asking.
Nobody's hassled me. I mean, I'm pretty small, I think if I was doing San Diego Comic Con, I'd have some serious questions. But, the biggest con I do is the Phoenix Comic Con, and it's, local for me. So most of the people coming are local. And
yeah, you should have no problem hooking up with Mr. Polito then.
yeah, there we go. And so there's a variety of Star Wars. I like the one on the far right because it's a split image between
Luke and Darth.
Yeah, Luke and Darth Vader. And it's also a half frosted glass, which they're fun to do. Not a lot of images can lend themselves to being able to do that. But
so have you done a two-face on one of those?
I haven't. I've done a two-face. I haven't done a half and half glass. Yeah.
You should
But
try
that
a
would be-
toothpaste on one of those. I bet
Yeah.
that would cool.
Yeah. And then we have the 25-ounce large mugs. This was for a competition for a arcade game called Killer Queen. It's one of the 4 or 5 modern arcade games that have come out in the last few years.
That'll hold a full tall boy.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
exciting.
Yeah.
I like tall boys. Sorry. They're
Yeah,
my
no
size.
problem.
It's my size beer.
Yeah.
Here we go. I like the frosted.
Yes.
And then where'd it go? Hey, that's all right. And then non-frosted.
Yeah.
I like the difference there. That's
Yeah,
weird.
I have a lot of customers like to get one of each. 'Cause it
I
shows
definitely would. This
Yeah,
I thought
it
was
shows-
nifty when we
shows
showed up.
Mm-hmm.
This is
Mindy
cool.
Wheeler, who's one of our guests. She's out there watching. She's loving your work.
I do a lot of glasses for tournaments where this is what I typically do at a tournament. We'll have the 25 ounces first place, pint glasses second place, and whiskey glasses third place. So as you can see, I'm sizing the image to reflect the size of the palette for
that's
the glass.
I
Or
dig
the-
it.
not
That's
the
actually
palette, but
that's a nifty idea. I happen to know a guy who does a small cosplay contest at a small indie art show in a bar, and that guy happens to be me. And we may need to have a chat about our first place and second place trophies.
Yeah, I do a lot of these. There's a couple different arcades locally, and they have pinball competitions, and I'll do glasses for them too.
That's the big fresh shot.
There's that one lit up.
That's nifty. This is what I definitely wanted to talk to you about now, because as somebody who tables with their art and stuff and has had my display fall, but it's just paper and whatever, it's okay, whatever, it's just annoying. I got so much anxiety looking at this. I'm like, this guy was socially distant before socially distancing was a thing. I wouldn't let anybody near my table. I'd have little numbers sticking out of each glass. Which one? Number 3? Yeah, number 3. Okay, cool. Like, oh my God.
In 5 years of shows, I have actually not had a customer, child of a customer, anybody break a glass. Now
You gotta go outside and spit in something.
I typically will break at least one glass per show, as evidenced by, you see that one on the corner, lower right hand corner. That one, that one would probably, see how it's different than all the other. It's a mug versus a smaller mug versus the pint glasses. I probably knocked the pint glass off there, so I put something there a little heavier.
Well, let's see if I can get it. Yeah, see right there. Also with the lights is just phenomenal.
Thanks.
Now,
Yeah.
That looks like a lot of work just to set up, man. Jeez.
Yeah. It
to a
takes,
show.
I am typically the last person to break down.
Yeah, I bet.
I can imagine you got to wrap every glass.
Yeah,
I don't have to wrap them. When it's a local show, I'm just putting them back in the regular boxes. But when it is a travel show, I actually take the time to tape bubble wrap inside the box slots so that they can travel. I actually, I always fly Southwest, and they allowed 2 pieces of luggage for free, and I have it perfectly timed out that I can put I can put 2 boxes together, so 48 pint glasses, all bubble wrapped up, and I can take that package and I can drop it from holding height, and it won't affect the glasses on the inside, because those luggage handlers, they see something that says fragile glass. It's a
soccer. Yeah, they don't play soccer. But never fly Spirit with that, okay?
Yeah.
Just don't. Now, really quick, are those flasks?
Yes, I do. I do a metal flask, and let me get. I don't know if there's there should be some pics, but I've got one here. Just a moment.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna cut back to I'm gonna cut back to you, and then we'll come back to this, because I think everybody would want to see the metal flask. He went to get metal. I saw a flat. I didn't see that before. I'm like, that's pretty cool.
So I do metal flasks, as you can see there. I don't have one right now, but I also do these glass flasks. And you have the option of having just the glass flask like this, but then you can also get this leather holder, which has a belt loop on it, and be ready for everything, you know.
This is sweet. Yeah, man. You know what bums me out is I only lived in Phoenix for 35 years. I only lived there for 35 years, and it's like half the people, most of the people I've met in the industry since I left Arizona are, you know, I mean, like a lot of them are from Arizona. It's like I didn't meet any of these people when I lived there. But now that I'm gone,
I've only been here 8 years, so.
Well, I mean, it's like now that I'm gone, I'm meeting all these people that live in Arizona. You know? It's like Polito, his whole crowd is like, I didn't know any of them people before.
Sure.
But now I know them all, and I'm 2,000 miles away. It's great.
That's hysterical. Do you want me to go back to the screen pops or?
Yeah. Throw some more up there. We still got 9 minutes to. You know, the one I really like, the Rebel and Empire emblems, where the ships are all coming off of it.
Oh yeah, yeah. That one was.
I love that one.
Can I pass that around? I think I passed
it right here too.
Yeah, I love that one. That is.
So we're gonna go.
So this is a whiskey bottle.
There it
is. Got that. Whoops.
There you go.
Yeah.
See all the X-wings coming off of the Rebel emblem.
And there's the what do you call it? The Millennium Falcon too.
That would look cool with a bunch of whiskey in it.
Yeah.
I really like those ones. I've liked those ones since the first time I saw them. Man, I was like, oh, those are sweet. But
yeah,
I mean,
that can be. You can put that. It fits the same way as the decanter in the whiskey set. So you can have a whiskey bottle, or you can have a decanter.
That's pretty. Yeah, that's pretty cool. We're going back into see if I can find some more stuffs, which I don't think is going to be a problem, sir. Go back. I don't think we're gonna. Okay, yeah, here we go. This was again. You did the
Starfleet Command.
Right.
Yeah.
For your Romulan ale.
Yep. Yep. I actually, cool. I did fill it up with a blue liquid. Oh,
there you go.
There's Two-Face one. Yeah. I did do a split one on Two-Face. I forgot about that. That's the thing. I've got over 1,300 designs, so I can't remember all of them.
Wow.
You hear that, people? And he can do your logo, your guy, your character.
I'm already thinking about it. And then
this was my Christmas gift from my wife, and that's all scroll work inside a ram's head, and you can kind of see the ram's horns on the other side.
I think
yeah, that was there it is, and my wife always tries to give me something really unique for Christmas. So
she knocked it out of the park right there.
She did. And then I do little personal sets. That was an Iron Man set, and I can do those are wine glasses, of course, in a frost. And as you can see from the characters, the frost is always better. It just comes out better. Well, I shouldn't say that. Not always. There occasionally are designs where it comes out better in a regular. Like here's Pennywise.
Hold on 1 second. Let me get there you go.
And as you can see, this one regular etch actually looks better. So it really depends on the design. And this was from an artist out of Great Britain that we exchanged designs and work.
That's nifty. Now, where was this something that you've done forever, or did you just start?
So I've been doing it I've been doing etch class for 6 years. I've been doing the etch pints for 5 years. So I started out doing flat glass, and I was doing arcade toppers and pinball.
Okay,
Yeah, arcade marquees and pinball toppers.
Right.
And that was where I actually I ended up posting something really too much on Facebook, and I got knocked down on it. So there's a couple companies for pinball that I'm not allowed to touch. So
fair.
So anyway, the way I started the pint classes is somebody asked me to do a Father's Day pint class, and I posted it on Facebook, and it just exploded. So I was like, well, I can just shrink all my designs, you know. And when I first started, I really wasn't getting as much detail as I am now because I was using a vinyl cutter, and you couldn't get that, you know, pixel definition like on the that whiskey bottle for the Star Wars. But now I'm making the masks similar to how they make a silk screen, so that's why I can get so much detail.
That's pretty cool. Now, when you're doing flat glasses, we're talking like bar windows and stuff like that. Mirrors.
Mostly, you know, like paper size.
Oh, so like an award size.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's like a thank you for your 50 years of service, Steve, stuff like that. Okay.
Yeah, and I have done glass trophies too.
I was about to ask that too, awards and things like that.
Yep.
Okay, cool. That's that. So there's so many uses for it. That's really cool.
And you know, as you can see, there was the metal flasks, and then of course there's all types of glass, and then the light up topper things. Those are acrylic. So those are the three things that I can etch really easily.
And
that's pretty
custom. You do take custom things.
Oh yeah,
special.
I'll do custom, and you know, when I'm doing custom, I have to convert, unless it's, you know, already in black and white. I have to convert it to black and white, and I always take that and show it to the customer and say, is this what you envisioned? You know, maybe you want it a little darker, maybe you want it a little lighter, and so every customer gets exactly what they want.
That's perfect. That's awesome. And like I said, from the first time I saw your work, you know, the first time you came out to the first time, I was just like, man, this is that extra little thing that we need in our con. There's a couple of vendors coming out with some really unique stuff, and you know, giving it a little bit more of that feel of being able to get everything you could usually get at a con. You know, I mean,
one of the other things I've been able to do too is I've actually been doing backer kits for Kickstarters. So you know how they have the different level awards.
Right.
I've done those, but then I also done the backer kit where after a Kickstarter is finished, they offer other products.
Right.
So those are things that I can help with too.
Okay, Raj Mahan, are you listening? Everybody, are you listening? If you want to throw some kind of a tier into your Kickstarter that includes your guy on a glass, hey, this is your guy right here. Okay, this is about networking. This is about breaching the 5th, 6th, and 7th dimension of Comic Cons, of online cons. Every idea we come up with, you know, now there you go, right there. You have your guy. What's Moto's link? Moto, yeah, make sure you drop your page.
Yeah, just check me out on Facebook at Moto Glass.
Yeah, Moto Glass.
You can contact me through my website, motosglass.com, and I'm very good at getting back to people. And if you have one of my business cards, it's got my phone number and email on it. So pretty much any way you want to contact me, instant message through Facebook is really quick. And I work with, you know, like I said, I work with customers very closely so that they get exactly what they want.
So there you go. Thanks for coming out again.
Yeah.
Sir. It was great.
No problem. Thank you for helping me coordinate the time a little bit better.
Moto Glass on Facebook. Check him out. He's got everything you could possibly think of, and he'll listen to your idea too. Check
All
it out.
right.
All
Thank
right.
you,
See you
Pops.
later, man. You bet.
All right. Bye-bye.
And our next guest, I've really been looking forward to this one. Everybody else has interviewed her. She's been on everybody else's show.
Hello.
How are you doing? Let me switch my banner real quick because we got one for you because that's what we do.
Oh, thank you.
Yes, where did it go? I created it. Okay, I'll just make another one.
My
So
apologies.
how are you today?
I'm good. I'm good. Thank you. Thank you for having me on your show and for the reminder on the other show that I was. Otherwise, I would have gotten lost in the matrix.
It's funny because I was like, man, I wonder if she remembers because I know you've been going on a lot of shows, and it's like I know how easy it is to forget.
Yeah.
You know,
Oh,
I've had people forget that they were going to.
Absolutely. I had a post-it system, and I realized it's absolutely flawed. Then I realized I have a phone that has an alarm and alerts, and I must have had about 3 alerts to come onto your show. Otherwise, I'd just get lost in the time zones.
I did ask Varian to shoot you a reminder.
I'm surprised I didn't have a plane flying overhead, with with a banner. Don't forget.
Chopper land in the yard to pick you up and bring you here.
Yeah, you see me like parachuting into the studio, yeah, just to make sure I show up. Yeah, no, I know the other day I accidentally missed one because I knew it was Friday, but then I thought it's like Friday as in Saturday morning, and then I got mixed up, so I had to apologize profusely to the host, and he's very kindly given me a second chance, to sort of reschedule. So yes, apologies for anyone who was waiting for me to watch that show in particular. I won't name names.
Well, now, if you do say names, then people know where to go watch you next time.
Okay, fair enough.
No,
but yeah, I'm just trying to think. I'm just I'll say it later. I'm just trying to remember the name of the show because I know the name of the guy, but yeah.
Well, I might know the name of the show.
Is it graded 5.0?
What I forget his name, but I know the show. I know who you're talking about. Okay, so
yeah, because I've only done it through Twitter. That's why I'm a bit sketchy on the details.
Yes, now Pete's gonna roll up in here and he's gonna pop your screen up for us.
Yes, I am.
So we're gonna look at your book because your book, I'm telling you, it's one of the ones I'm really excited for. You already know that. You've heard me talking about it like 10 times now. I'm a big Eon Flux fan, and as soon as I saw this when you were on Varian's show, as soon as I just saw this picture, that picture right there, I was like, I'm on this. I'm getting this book.
I'm going to play the video first, and then we'll scroll through everything. That way I keep away any feedback or anything like that, okay?
All right. Thank you. Ivor is a cyberpunk comic book series based on a love of 80s sci-fi and fantasy fiction. The story is set in the Ardent Nation, an upbeat, stylized technological utopia set in the 23rd century. However, all is not what it seems. Individuality and privacy are rare commodities that only the governing elite are privileged to. So imagine, if you will, social media becoming the governing body of a surviving nation. Everything about you and what you do since the day you were born is automatically streamed onto your timeline. This is then monitored by a totalitarian regime known as Mainframe. Mainframe's prime directive is to compete for technological advancement and for survival in a post-apocalyptic world. In the spirit of fighting cyber terrorism, people of the Ardent Nation are kept on a short leash through the use of surveillance implants. The message is simple: comply with mainframe standard behavior protocol or be rehabilitated. It's all about working as a collective for a common cause while suppressing any scope for individual thought and self-expression. IVA is now complete and ready for publication. It's a labour of love that's been brought to life by the epic illustrative skills of Timothy Green II. It's an extraordinary journey, one of which we hope our readers will join us on.
I love this book. Now, I'm pretty sure, I got up on my son's plastic the day I saw this, and although I'm way down there on that bottom little baby tier of a physical copy, I wanted a copy of this book in my hands. Internet, digital PDFs, those are all cool, but I have to have the ones there's certain books, there's no way I'm not gonna have them in my hand. And this was one of those where I just went, I'm getting that one, regardless of what the market says, regardless of any, it didn't matter if I had
you want to judge it for yourself.
Well, I mean, if I had to give up a round of golf to get this book, I was doing that.
That's a huge compliment, given how much.
Well, I mean, that's how I pick. That's how it is. It's like I can go golf or I can back a book. I can go golf or I can back a book, and I love to golf. So if I'm backing your book,
No, I know what you mean. I sometimes go to the bookshop, and I've got this thing where I go through with some books, and then I pick up this one book, and it's like, wow, I have to have this. This kind of it draws you into a whole other world, and I think that's how I felt when I picked up a copy of Tokyo Ghost. It was just
more that book.
I was just absolutely in awe of the artwork, the storyline. It was just beautiful,
Absolutely.
and I couldn't leave the bookshop without it.
I know that feeling.
Yeah,
I love that story. I love that book, and I'm so glad that Image had the balls to put it out.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, so because it's the first issue, I just wanted to keep everything simple, and I didn't want to get caught up too much in the merchandise. I did, I think sort of also I'm conscious because of the shipping costs. I didn't want to have a really heavy parcel, and then that just adds to the shipping costs. So what I wanted to offer is postcards, art prints, variant copies, and then a drawstring bag, which is not going to add too much weight to it. Just keep it simple for now. And then, once there's a second issue, maybe, and then we've got a bit more of a fan base, sort of just, maybe up our game.
That's a good plan. You can grow organically that way. Very cool.
Yeah, exactly. I didn't want to get ahead of ourselves. This was kind of like it was an experiment to just get it out there and see what people think and see how they react to it. It was a bit of a gamble, especially because I put a fixed goal on it. So I was a bit sort of keen to, because I'm not the illustrator, I paid for the illustration out of my own pocket, and I was hoping just to get a little bit back so that way we can start work on the second issue. So currently I was going through it yesterday just to finalize it, and it's getting re-lettered now because I did the lettering originally, and I just felt like it wasn't up to the standard of a professional comic. So Timothy was very kind not to criticize it too much, but then I tried it again. I sent it off. It was the first page, and he sent it back with like loads of red marks all over the page. I was like, you know what? You go ahead and do this because I am out of my depth.
I'm glad. That's great that you knew that too. So that's already phenomenal on the quality of the book. That
Yeah,
speaks volumes for it.
absolutely. I had to pay respect to, you know, the people out there who've been reading comics for decades, and I just thought, no, I really want to make sure that this is a quality product, as much as we can get it to be. I mean, it's our first issue, you know, sort of the next one's going to be even better. So yeah, but you know, I just thought I want to give it every possible chance it has to really have it, you know, to be successful.
I'm curious myself. What comics or what about art or what about writing and everything influenced you to want to do this?
So growing up, it was pretty much the 80s. I loved all the sci-fi shows that we were watching back then. Trekkie, sort of Battlestar Galactica.
Absolutely, I grew up on that.
Yeah. What else? It was everything. Was it Space 1999?
Space Lab. Yep.
And then also like Quantum Leap, but that was in the 90s, I think. Yeah. You know, and then also your dance movies as well. You know, I loved Fame and Flashdance and Xanadu and you know, like, so it was a cocktail of my childhood in this comic, and also Blade Runner is a big influence. And I really, I mean, like, I remember in the 90s, that's when I came across Aeon Flux on MTV, and I was just, you know, like, you're in awe, like, she's just an absolute goddess, you know, like, and she's so badass. And
stop what you're doing and stare. Yeah.
Yeah, it was like you're just completely transfixed by her, and the nice, I mean, the good thing about it was different, and the storylines were just like, they were really surreal. They were like snippets of, you know, different things, and it was kind of like, you know, thought-provoking in a way, like, you know, you question sort of what's she up to, what, you know, what's this in relation to, and you didn't mind that it wasn't a typical story where you've got a beginning, middle, and an end. It was more like a little kind of creating a little scenario.
It was just enough content to blow your mind and whet your appetite for more.
Absolutely.
It was a good appetizer. Were there any comic books that got you going? Like I know I read a few. I have a few. I'm a fan of Simon Fraser. He's Scottish, but he does a lot of work. Nikolai Dante, 2000 AD, Judge Dredd.
Yeah. I loved The Crow and The Dark Knight, as well as Tokyo Ghost.
Tokyo Ghost. I'm staring at the trade right now. That's how you keep saying it.
What else? There was a graphic novel that I picked up called The Countess in Red, and it was when I was at university and I was studying fashion illustration, and I just love illustration books. I've got a whole stack of fashion illustration styles, and so it was kind of, I wasn't like a proper comic nerd. I was more into sort of the arts and artists and fashion illustrators, but you know, in the background I was very conscious of you know, like Batman and you know, The Crow as well. You know, they played a key part, and then it was Aeon Flux that was the major influence, and I'm a big fan of Blade Runner and Back to the Future and Gattaca. You know, it's kind of these, well, sort of Gattaca is pretty underground. It's not your typical, it's not like it's not mainstream.
But it's got a strong fan base.
Yeah, it's got a strong family, but it's not mainstream. It doesn't have that mainstream popularity.
Right.
But
No, it
it's so yeah, it's kind of, I was more of a film nut.
But you can. I haven't read the book obviously yet, but
yeah,
just by what he's drawn from what you've written,
yeah,
I can see Blade Runner. I can see Aeon Flux. I can see these things that you're passionate about, that got your blood boiling. I can see them in the artwork. So there's obviously something in the writing that makes that work. So
yeah,
you've succeeded already.
I think it was a combination, because it started off as a TV pilot. Sort of, I go to London Screenwriters Festival, and they're always encouraging people, don't just write your script, produce your material, even if it's a 5-minute short film. But then, because I'm into sci-fi, it's really difficult to do that because of the budget constraints. So my mentor, he said to me, this reads really well. It's so visually dynamic. What have you thought about, creating a comic? And I thought, yes, that sounds like a great idea. But then I felt like I was staring up at a mountain, because first you have to find like an illustrator who's going to, really, I think sort of up to the caliber of like what you had with Aeon Flux. So it took me a while to find someone, and it was only until I had my copy of Aeon Flux sitting around, and I looked at it and I was like, actually, why don't I just contact the guy who drew the sort of Aeon Flux in the graphic novel. And, I just thought, because I was looking for somebody like that. And luckily, he's freelancing, and, I just wrote to him and explained what my background was. I pitched him the story, even shared the script. And he was like, yeah, this sounds great. And he had a bit of a bug with the graphic novel for Aeon Flux, because when they did the film, they really tamed her hair into a bob that was short at the back and pointy at the front. And in the graphic novel, he originally drew it as the original hairstyle, and they told him, no, you're going to have to do it like as a bob. And he felt a little bit like his hands were tied. So I said to him, you know what? Take all your frustrations from not being able to do that and put it into mine, because you can do whatever you like with the hair. Go nuts.
Yes.
So I think
I'm going to tell you, it's like that particular book, Aeon Flux, when it was on Adult Swim or whatever it was on late at night,
MTV.
I had a girlfriend at the time who fell in love with Aeon Flux.
Yeah.
She was not a fan of Pop's comics.
Mm-hmm.
And then one day, Pop came home with a package, with a birthday gift or whatever gift it was. And I came home with a graphic novel of Aeon Flux. And I hooked her. She was a comic person.
Love tips from Pops.
So when I seen your book, it was like it totally brought back some 25 or 30-year-old fun, great
buried memory.
And I was like, oh, I'm getting on this. That's what I mean. There was a whole bunch of emotion that hit me the first time I seen your Kickstarter page. I got hit from, that's great art. That's Aeon Flux. I knew right away that's what it was.
Yeah.
And then it was like it brought back that whole thing of the girlfriend and it's like, yeah, I'm getting it.
It sounds like you're reliving your childhood.
Speaking of reliving, I'll throw that up there for you.
Oh yes, absolutely.
Told you I had. I just.
It's so beautiful. I mean,
absolutely.
The coloring is like water. It's like watercolors.
Yep.
So it's not like anything. It's not solid color. It's just.
The freedom that they get, and I think it's because it's an image book. There's another image. There's two image books actually. Dustin Nguyen and Jeff Lemire, artist writer. Ascender and Descender.
Okay.
And he does it all in watercolor.
Yeah.
And sounds brilliant. And you can see the tooth of the paper sometimes in panels where you can see that it's watercolor paper, and might actually be up your alley, same way color wise. And
Yeah.
I'm the anime guy in the group. There's an anime right now called Demon Slayer. There's a manga too, and it's very much like Tokyo Ghoul with the colors and the watercolors. So
yeah.
Tossing more stuff at you.
No, I think that's what I mean. I've got an art background, you know, as you can see from behind me. You know,
I was about to say the fashion thing. I love people that have a fashion background that come into comics, because then the clothing is going to be worn so much better on those characters. I think, and it just I had a friend who was a fashion girl, she went to FIT here in New York, but wasn't really a comic book person. So there's a couple drawings that I did of girls I would draw the female, and then I was like, okay, put clothes on.
Yeah.
And I love working with people who know about fashion. Love it.
Yeah, and not only that, but Pete has a lot of cosplay friends.
A lot.
Fashion works hand in hand with costume design and all that.
Yeah.
Just a little bit.
Because I got in. I mean, I was in love with fashion. I remember when I was 8 years old, all I would do is just sit and draw figurines and their little outfits, and even do the accompanying makeup and everything. And it, you know, sort of, it was a little bit tricky with my parents, because my dad was a doctor and he was expecting me to kind of do something a bit more academic. And I was like, you know, I just feel like I really need to get into fashion. I think a lot of my family members, they do a lot of dressmaking, and, you know, it just seems like it was in the blood. And then I did work in the fashion industry for like 15 years. And it was, to be honest, it was more fashion graphics than actual making garments. The only thing that I got involved with is I'd know all the technical things, like I draw all the drawings to send to the factory and everything. And so it was the graphics that really interested me, and hence there was a nice natural progression from the fashion into the comics. And in terms of relating my ideas to Timothy, in fashion, we sit and do our mood boards, you know, the endless imagery, and I would just put it all onto one page on PowerPoint. And I would just bombard him with a whole load of boards and said, okay, this is what her cyber burlesque costume looks like, you know, and it'll be a mishmash of all different inspirations, and he'll just come up with his idea. Or you know, like, even I looked at architecture, and I'm a big fan of Zaha Hadid, and you know, she does amazing futuristic looking buildings, both externally and internally. So I put together, you know, some images. This is what sort of the, you know, sort of internal, what the interiors look like. This is what the buildings on the outside look like. Again, I even put together a color palette so that the comic from the page 1 to the end, page 28, would have a cohesive theme going on. And I had a kind of a restricted color palette, because I didn't want to go too bright. I didn't want to have too much of a too big a spectrum, and I wanted some really nice sophisticated colors. And yeah, you know, I did add like a little mesh on top of it, like a gritty mesh, and he was a bit like, you know, like,
right,
don't touch my work.
But I love that kind of attention to detail just translates into quality.
Yeah,
I mean, like your control, you're building this world, and now you're looking at every aspect of it and adding quality to it, which really means that the story and the look are going to be solid and yours, which is really exciting, and I can't wait to get my hands on it.
Yeah, no, initially, I mean, when I was, I had sort of a script editor, and she used to work for DreamWorks, and I showed it to her, and she was like, great world, you know, like, and she really sort of, you know, I could tell that there was a lot of work that had been done, you know, for the world and the clothes and everything like that. And she was really hard on me and said, you need to work on your characters and your story, and that's why it took a little bit longer than expected to really hone the story and make it, something different, something fresh, and as well as having the same amount of work that had gone into the world and the costumes and everything.
I'm excited. I know Pops is already figuring out what golf game he's going to miss. He's checking.
This is already in the budget. That's what I'm saying. This one
Okay,
went in the budget immediately.
See, Pops, I think the best thing for you to do that, check your weather. Okay, it's going to rain that day, so I won't golf that day. I can get that book.
No.
Done.
See, this is how it works. See, my son and I have a membership at a place, and all we have to pay for is the cart fees and whatever we drink like that. So it's a $20-$25 deal, to go golfing. Well, sometimes I just have to pass on the golf, but it doesn't. You see, if it's the weather, then my son passes too, so it's not an option.
Fair. Okay.
You see, when he goes and I stay home, that's when I go, hey, that money you would have spent on me to go golf today? Let's back this book.
Right. Okay, fair. That's totally fair. See, I look out the country club across the street.
I more or less work for my son as grandpa daycare and whatever else he needs me for, and I live here at his house, and I'm no way ashamed of that because we have a blast, and we have I get to hang out with my grandkids, and I'm what do you call it, Mr. French. I'm Mr. French. I'm Mr. Belvedere. I'm that guy. I take care of the houses as much as they'll let me. I don't, it is their house, but I do as much as I can to help them out, and then they pretty much make sure that this all happens because it's all going to be his anyway. It ain't like he ain't investing in his own future.
I like the way you guys got that set up. That's cool.
You see what I'm saying? It's like, even though he's buying this stuff because I'm like, yo, man, I want this. He knows it's all his. And the grandkids know. They've already picked stuff off the walls that go to them when I'm gone.
That's phenomenal. That's
they already
phenomenal
have.
at the same time.
I'm not lying. All these ones that are
Wow.
like the Jedi Pops right there. One of the kids got that. Sophia got Super Pops. Sophia wants Super Pops. That one's hers. They've all claimed stuff off the wall. Like they claim stuff as soon as it gets here sometimes. Oh, that one's mine. Yeah, it's part of what we do, and it gets them involved and it gets them excited. And I'm a firm believer in handing this all down to the next generation. The love of it, the interest in it, I'm all four of my grandkids are down. My son's down. Comics is life, man.
It's even better when you're able to get on the ground floor one and help fund one, and help support one, like the one we're dealing with right now.
Yes.
And all the other ones that we've been put. You came to the right place to get your book into other people's eyes.
Yeah.
Because
okay. She was on Indievolt, okay, and she was out there talking, and they have a huge radio audience.
Yeah, they really do.
40, 50, 60,000 people you can be talking to when you're on Indievolt. But I just want you to know that last night we had an impromptu pre-con show that was not planned, it was not promoted, nothing, and we had over 1,000 views. So people are watching, lady. They're looking at you now. They're not just listening. I'm telling you.
It's a wonderful thing.
Yeah, I straightened my hair for the event.
So did I.
Yeah, I can see your beard looks very straight.
I got the brush on right next to me just in case. I'm ready in case anything goes loose.
I actually put a razor on my face.
Wow, that's a very close shave.
You got me beat. I haven't seen my chin in years. So
never take a razor to my face. I might just take the trimmer and stuff it a little bit and give it that Hulk Hogan look. But I never shave. I actually got a razor out and scraped my face this morning.
I know. I've not had a haircut since I can't remember when. I'm just like letting it grow out. Like I feel like Rip Van Winkle.
What's a haircut? What's a haircut?
What's a hair exactly?
About haircut. And don't know nothing about them.
I've been cutting my own hair for years. So.
Not being able to go get their haircut, and I was like, what? Anna's?
Well, you saved a lot of money.
Yes, over the years, I've saved a lot of money on haircuts.
Yeah.
No doubt about that. I'm so glad you decided to come out and hang out with us for a while.
Oh, thank you for having me. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Every time I've seen you, it's been a blast. It's like no matter whose show you're on or who you're talking to, it's always been fun. I know you've got the Simp crew. I know Larry and all them guys love you. You know.
Oh, thank you.
You're always gonna have
Larry special.
Yeah, no, the feeling's mutual. Absolutely. I've just, like the community's absolutely so much more awesome than I expected. So yeah, no, thank you.
Well, like I said, I want to thank Varian and those guys, because if it wasn't for those guys, I would have probably not seen you until, who knows? I mean,
well, it was thanks to Anthony Figueroa in God's Hand.
Yes.
He was the one that sort of, basically got me onto this track of, talking to people. Otherwise, I wouldn't have done anything. I would have sat, in my little corner.
That's what I'm saying. It's like he pointed you guys, and he's also a friend of mine. He pointed you up to them, and I've seen you there, and you've been everywhere since then, being on every show, and that's how it works in this particular time mode of comics. That's how it works. Promote it, get out there, talk to people, be fun, be excited. You get fans, and you've done that. You've won some fans over the last couple of weeks by being out here and letting people see who you are.
Yeah.
I'm watching it in the comments and I'm watching it in the group. It's like literally happening in front of, and it's been happening all day for everybody. We're literally watching it happen. So
yeah,
it's
brilliant.
fabulous.
Well, thank you for having me on.
I'm not real worried about stepping too much into the next guy's time because he's already here.
Well, I am. It's like,
No, it's mine.
Is it yours?
It's mine, so don't worry about it. It's mine, so that's fine.
That's why I didn't chase you out at 5 o'clock. I was like,
you're doing me a little bit of a favor, because as if you could, while you guys were chatting a little bit, I was able to organize what I have going on.
Are you tidying up?
I'm tidying because I got a whole. And that's one of my guests is here now, and all sorts of great things. Now this is the guy. Okay, really quick, I'm going to stop real quick. This is Lewis, the Shadow Rabbit clay guy. Lewis makes the most. That's Pops. Lewis makes the most amazing sculptures out of wax and clay, either little action figure size, or he does great big builds and stuff. Now the reason why I'm glad I can connect you guys a little bit is many creators here out on Long Island. I know our buddy Rich Dresden, Lucky Zilla, a couple others have gotten him to make figures of their characters.
Yeah, I know where this is going, and it sounds exciting.
That's something great to think about, because that's not only great, you can have that for yourself, because I know Rich is keeping his Lucky Zilla, but let's say the next issue, a stretch goal. Hey, you get this, and you got a little toy.
Yeah. I'm thinking Ava in her cyberpunk burlesque outfit.
Yes.
See, see, the eyebrow went up. He's in.
Yeah.
So.
Absolutely.
I think you'll enjoy this one.
Well, it's lovely to meet you either way.
It's lovely to meet you too.
Wonderful things happening.
This is what I love. I'm telling you guys.
The cross-pollination is everything.
Yes. It's the networking, the cross promoting,
absolutely
each other. This is what it's all about, man. I know a lot of you people run into each other at cons, and stuff, and y'all pretty much know each other. But I'm having a blast getting all these different cliques to land in the same place. And it's a blast getting everybody bouncing off each other.
I'm just glad to get Anis and Lewis together and chatting and stuff, because I want to see your character in clay. I think that would be really cool. And because I'm already writing down my order for Moto for Indie Art Show first place cosplay contest mugs. and
Yeah,
stuff. So
I saw the mugs. They look
Yeah.
really impressive.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
really do.
I like that.
He's going to get a lot of business out of this.
Absolutely.
But that's what we want. So
Yeah,
It's a
no,
beautiful
that's
thing.
what it's all about.
what we want. And they're here.
Oh,
Can you
I'm
hear me?
here. I'm literally looking at my phone and I'm like, what? Wait a minute. What's happening?
Keep
What's
the language
happening?
Disney, by the way. Keep the language Disney, guys. Keep the language Disney. We've been ordered to keep the language Disney.
Oh, did I say anything obscene?
No, you didn't, but I was stopping you because I could see that you were in a flurry. So I didn't want to.
We all know what happens when Tomcat is in a flurry of thoughts and emotions.
Exactly. Definitely we both have. So we've definitely. We're
I
all
think you've
capable
seen
here.
me at my worst. You've seen me
I
at my
definitely
worst,
have.
Pete.
We're all capable. I was at that Applebee's. We're all capable. For Pops and Anis and Lewis, Lou, I know you know who Tomcat is, but let me introduce for everybody. This is the incomparable Tomcat cosplayer extraordinaire. Again, the things that Pops can do with his golf club, with what you can do, Anis, with a pen, with what Lou does with clay, Tomcat does with fabric. And I'm going to be. I'm here. We're here till about. There you go. We're here till about what is it? 6:30. Pops, I got about 90 minutes, so I'm gonna be talking to these two and getting to see all their stuff. I wanted to do it roundtable wise though, because I know it's funny. I was talking to these two, and they knew of each other, but they weren't sure if they knew each other. But you've been in the same buildings at cons together tons of times. The last
I would recognize such an adorable face as his.
Well, here's the problem. The last place where you guys were full on was the last Long Island Comic Book Expo that was in the barn. So Tom was in the because there's a big farms thing where we do a convention. And one building is where all the artists are. Yeah, I'm being really nice. The other building is where all the cosplay and everything was, but they're separated by about 150 yards of parking lot. So we had basically two cons going on at the same time, but everybody mishmashed. Anyway, long story short, Tom was helping my sister, who's one of the showrunners and one of the cosplayers here on Long Island, helping her with the cosplay contest and everything. And Lewis was on the other side, just throwing clay at people, making millions of dollars. So
I want to trade places with him. The reason I want to trade places with him is because cosplay costs me $5 million, and I want to make the $5 million.
You get to dress up as a superhero, man.
That's what I want.
I look like this every day, If I could trade it up and be Batman, I'd do it.
You are Batman. You have 27 kids.
I got a couple of them.
If you want to, I have the Batman cosplay for you. If you want it, I wish you luck getting into it.
And now again, and why I wanted Tomcat here with Anis here also, we were just talking, I don't know if you noticed, she has an amazing kit, Indiegogo, with her new book coming out and a lot of things. And she has an incredible character. There it is. Yeah, there's the link right there. And this character, and I don't know if it's in your wheelhouse, but this character needs to be cosplayed at some point when cons come back.
Yeah,
yeah.
absolutely.
She's already like it, and so now I'm just connecting people. Now I'm just putting people together. So you guys
you
know.
telling me to cosplay as this person, Pete?
I did see. There he is. He's already putting stuff out. He's already looking at this guy. Already throwing stuff out there.
That's amazing.
So, okay, we're going to dive right into it, too. Okay, I'm going to dive in with Lewis. We're going to do roundtable because we're all at the same things and we're going to talk about cons and stuff. But
okay,
and
I just want to let Anis know you're under no obligation to hang out. You hang out.
You can. Yeah, we're
we're not trying to make you stay.
No, but
she likes the company. She's enjoying the company.
Well, I don't want to steal anyone's thunder,
No, trust me. Tom will not allow that. Trust me.
I think. Yeah, I don't think I'll win.
None of us.
No one wins.
There's too much flamboyance. I don't think I can compete.
That's not even a strong enough word. But we're we're keeping it Disney rated. So.
Look, it's gone all. It's the what was it? The Queen from Snow White.
And we've lost complete control, boys and girls. It's all gone. All right, we're gonna try to get this back under a little bit. Now, Lewis,
Yes, sir.
I'm going to duck back and forth between Lewis and Shadow Rabbit just to confuse everybody. Okay. You started doing clay when? Like just.
I mean, I've been making little stuff out of clay since I was a little kid. You know, just Play-Doh and the non-drying stuff that you get at the corner shop.
Okay, so what made you transition from I'm just playing with clay into wow, I need to go to conventions?
Man, I'm still just playing with clay. I just was curious if anyone else would ever be into it. And I was sitting at my desk or at school or wherever I was, just making my little guys, and people would usually be into them.
Keep holding that. Look at the detail on that little. That's smaller than his hand, and look at the detail.
Wow.
Yeah.
And then we're going to go to his Instagram a little bit. We're going to go to his Instagram in a little itty bitty bit.
I dated someone that size.
Well, that's only because you're 7 feet tall. And not when you're wearing heels.
And not when I'm wearing heels.
So, in fact, we're gonna talk and look. I'm gonna share my screen again, and we're gonna go look at.
Yeah, I got stuff all over me. I barricaded.
Yeah, no, I'm not gonna make you pick up. God forbid something falls.
Nah, I barricaded myself in my playroom here where I've got all my.
You cornered yourself in clay.
Pretty much.
So I was saying you saw how he has that little piece. Then here's this thing.
That's what I'm working on now.
This big, huge thing.
I'm doing my whole line of things to cuddle with in the apocalypse.
See, look at that. See, there you go.
My teddy bears are a little bit
growly.
Growly. They all got gas masks and claws and whatnot.
We have a Care Bear that needs some sleep.
Yeah, that's my despair bear.
See,
put down the cell phone at night. It's just eyes are bugging out.
And then we
That's
go into
me doing the school run.
Yeah, right. As my spirit animal, Mr. Bob Ross and Bruce Lee. I figured if they want you to describe yourself in two people, that's what I'm aiming for.
That's pretty cool. That's a good duality to have. And see, this is perfect. This will give you an idea of where it starts.
I tried to film one. I just remade him because apparently people like Bruce Lee. So
right, yeah, fair.
Apparently,
if you want him in the yellow.
But this gives you a good idea.
That suit.
See, that's the idea of where you can see the quality of his builds, though. You can see that his things are solid. They're not just gonna fall apart when you get home, and they're not exactly toys. So the kids can play with them and run around and throw them around and stuff. These are actually pieces of art.
Yeah,
they can throw.
I've tried to fancy these ones as art. Here's my bounty hunters.
Oh, Raj, are you looking at that? I don't know where Raj is right now, but man.
Let me get out of this so he can.
Can I get a screenshot of that real quick? Give me that.
Which
Lobo.
one?
The Lobo. Let me get a look at that Lobo.
This?
Get a screenshot. Yeah, there you go.
That's Bane.
The hunter you're looking for.
Raj is
comes off, of course. I got magnets in his hand. I mean, his hand has little, little chain bead things you get like keychains on. So I got magnets on.
There he is.
The side of his bike, so the hand sticks to it.
Looks like my ex-husband.
Wow.
Lobo comes out too. Oh God, I'm not break it.
Don't break it. Don't break it. Do not break the thing.
That's okay. They can take it. I was gonna have him grabbing the gun or something, but I figured Lobo just flipping the bird was more appropriate.
So much more appropriate. But you could just even behind him, you got the eagle, you got Woody, you got all the Boba Fett in his hand, all sorts of crazy. Now I'm lucky enough. Funny story.
Doing Paw Patrol characters.
Yep.
My kids.
See, look at it. That kind of looks like something out of Tank Girl Pops.
I was gonna, I was hoping the next con I'll reveal my new Paw Patrol line.
See, that's fantastic.
I can't even think about when the next convention is.
I know, man.
See, but that's the thing. That's. I mean, that's why we have this and
right
this.
Now.
what everybody streaming and going online is great. What's and I'll keep selling CRoM Con, what we're doing right now, what Pop started, and what we're all working on. If you have a project, if you have a thing, or if you're just got something that you're working on, like I know Tom, you and Lewis have tons of stuff that you're always just working on, may not have a show, share it in the group. Pops will reshare it. I'll reshare it. People will see what you're working on, and then maybe, you know, if Tomcat drops a little Venmo, maybe some financial help. If Lewis wants to sell some stuff, this is not a bad place to do that.
Solicitations, Pete. All the solicitations.
It's we're really good at sharing, and we're really good at pushing and helping other people. Pops' favorite word, especially when it comes to a Kickstarter, is funded. He likes getting these books out. He likes getting artists in front of new people, in front of new eyes that don't see them, which is why when he brought me on, like I came in as a fan and I came in showing off my stuff, and then we have like minds when it comes to this, and then he saw that I could bring other folks that wouldn't normally. Hi, Phil. That normally wouldn't. I just noticed Phil was here. That wouldn't normally. That weren't just comics people. Like I want to bring cosplayers and sculptors. Like I'm the anime guy. I'm the guy. I just had the show on live on Instagram. You know, let's do some other stuff and let's keep growing this, which is fun, and which is why I really wanted to have Tom and Lewis on. Now I know Tom, you had already been doing cons and stuff, but Lewis you just started.
Yeah,
a year or two ago.
We have a baby.
Yeah, he's pretty. Huh? He's pretty new.
I just
had he's green. How darling.
Well, no, but that's what I wanted to talk about. And then you spoke about missing cons. 2-3, right?
I think 2 now. Yeah.
Okay, because he's like the three of us are from Long Island, also Tom, Lou, and myself. So we all kind of do the smaller Long Island. Some of our libraries do shows, some of local shows, smaller, which are great. And I love a show where I can end up, you know, sleeping in my own bed. It's fabulous. It's absolutely wonderful. It's glorious. Trust me. Where I don't need a GPS for the drive home. Adore it. But
speak for yourself. I love a hotel room.
Well, no, fair, but they get expensive. You get, you know, you get yours for free sometimes, Mr. Famous.
At New York Comic Con, I might have had to slap a guy $20 to get a parking spot. It was
the Awesome Con, we definitely had to pay for that parking spot. But I got the coolest trap house Airbnb ever. So but we're not going to get into that story at all. Lewis was there for that story, and he saw all of it. But he was smart, and he's like, I'm married, I'm leaving. So enough. Anyway, but I did want to talk about Awesome Con for a second. That was one of your first bigger shows.
Yeah.
And it was one of your first. Now, people who aren't familiar with Awesome Con, it's in D.C. at the Walter Washington Convention Center, which is a gigantic convention center in Washington, D.C.
A beautiful convention.
Many of us would actually have been there right now for Otakon, because that would have been this weekend. And my sister's definitely sad about it, and I'm sad about it too. But we're doing this, so it's awesome. But Awesome Con did a thing where they separated Artist Alley and Makers Alley. So they had the Artist Alley in one spot, and then right across the aisle they had people who made things. Now Lewis is sometimes in with us in Artist Alley, which is cool. And it's actually inspiring. Well, that's what it is. It's inspiring because I've definitely had people buy something from him. It's like, could you draw this like this? Yes, I can. But he has an energy at his tables. And then I noticed when at Awesome Con, he was in between, I think it was like a leather lady and somebody making keychains or something or whatever. And I didn't see him sit the 3 days.
Nah, man, I was kidding. I
do
those ones after every couple hours.
He's just getting murdered, but in the best way possible, and that's always a good feeling. I mean, Pops, Pops is a super fan, so he's on the other side of the table usually. And I know you've walked past the table where it's like, wow, I'm gonna have to go to that later. That's usually Mr. Lewis here.
Thanks, bro.
I've been at shows where it's been like, wow, I'm gonna go get a hamburger and then jump in the lake. This show sucks so bad, but not for Lewis. So this is a guy that's
people been very kind so far.
He's up and coming isn't a strong enough word. He's got there it is. He's got a thing. He's got a talent. He's got a skill set, and he's got a product. And I don't like calling his art a product. I don't like calling anybody's art a product, but he's got a thing, and He's creating his own supply and demand. He created a thing and he made the demand for it. So I'm really glad to have him here at CRoM Con and things like that. But there's another person in this room right now who's always in demand. Tom, talk to me about cosplay. When did you get started and why?
Always in demand. You flatter me more than anybody else does. I'm gonna start. I pay him to say all of these things.
I haven't lately.
I pay you in compliments. That's enough.
Fair. That's fair.
No stimuli. No stimuli. I got started in cosplay in 2010, 2011. So I've been at it for about 10 years.
Okay.
And I
going longer.
No, I actually really okay. Little known fact about me.
Truth with Tomcat. Ooh.
I only started sewing within the last 6 years. When I started cosplay, I was buying pieces. My mother made me some pieces. My Cruella coat, that was my mother's. I mean, I have grown a collection of costumes, as you can see, and that's not even a quarter of it. That's
nobody can see you. You still can't see you. By the way,
hi, baby.
That's
Hi,
my sister
sweet
Mizuki,
babe.
everybody. She's the premier cosplayer in the Northeast.
No, don't say
No, please. Hi, baby. I love you. Text me, please. Message your mother.
Tom is known as the mother for all of us.
It's true. I'm the mother of all cosplayers.
He's the mom. And then my table at the con is base. So I tell people, Tom and I are like the safety net for everybody at the con. The younger ones, female, older, whoever. If you're in trouble, if you're lost, if your kid is lost, tell them that either find Tom or go to the Fat Guy Inc. table. That's base. You can find your lost child, or you can have somebody to beat the crap out of somebody at those tables.
It's very difficult to miss me at conventions because not only am I so tall, but I paint my face to look so gorgeous. So I had been doing drag prior to starting conventions. My one friend was like, "Oh, you should really try New York Comic Con." And I'm like, "Well, it's New York Comic Con. It's Halloween on steroids. Let's just do it. We have the costumes. Let's see what happens." And I did it the first time, and I traveled from. I stayed with a friend of mine the first time I went to New York Comic Con.
You have to do it sometimes.
And we traveled all the way from Harlem down to the convention center. Now, the costumes that I wore were not something that would be conducive to travel. My one costume was this giant Ursula outfit, this giant Ursula cosplay. The first Ursula cosplay I sort of wore to a convention. It was stuffed. It had stuffing and fabric, and it was all over the place. Now, I'm not a tiny person. I am 6'5" in my stocking feet, 270 pounds. I'm not small. You can't be small and have shoulders this broad.
I'm going to share a screen so while you chat, so everybody can get an idea.
But yeah. Let me just a second here. Okay, I'm out.
Just letting you know.
Yep. Are we okay? Is everything all right? And there's my butt. There's my butt. That was actually the Ursula outfit that I made myself. And I stoned it, and it's beautiful. And that's me as B. Arthur. That's me as the Evil Queen. I also, fun fact, I only started competing professionally within the last year. 2019, I competed as the Wicked Witch of the West. And that fall, so I competed in 2019 for C2E2 as the Wicked Witch of the West. Then and there's me as Black Cat. So there's so much I want to say. I also sometimes wear very, very seductive and sexy cat suits. So I gender bend and I crossplay. The only character I've ever done anatomically correct is Batman, which shocked the hell out of so many people, and hell I can say because it was used in Sleeping Beauty. Don't quote me on that. And you're seeing all of my body of work.
I started doing like gender bending and drag just because I wanted to do something that was different. I never wanted to do anything that was the same. Like I didn't want to do Batman. I didn't want to do Spider-Man. I didn't want to do Nightwing. Like I didn't want to do those characters because they're not fun. They're not fun to be those characters. I like doing things that are different. I like being the eccentric villainous. I like being theatrical. I like being over the top. That's why I cosplay as so many villains, just because they're so delicious and so campy.
This is just one of my favorite things ever.
So the backstory behind B-Pool, which is B. Arthur in a Deadpool outfit, was in 2009, 2010, I really started to fall more and more in love with the Golden Girls. And I really had an attraction and an attention to the character of Dorothy, who was played by the late B. Arthur. And I was like, what can I do? Let's do something different. So this was around, I want to say like 2013 or 2014, maybe even 2015. We'll say 2015 for the sake of argument. I said to myself, they're going to have, New York Comic Con was going to have a Deadpool contest. Who could be the best Deadpool? And I was like, B. Arthur as Deadpool. It's genius! Because in the comic books, Deadpool loves B. Arthur. And you could
really does though.
He does. It's canon. It is comic book canon that Deadpool, Wade Wilson loves B. Arthur. So I said to myself, let me buy this cheapo costume on Amazon, and let me buy this wig, style it appropriately, and I went and I won the contest. And the hosts of the contest were D. Pitty and Jessica Negri, two very small, insignificant, no one knows them cosplayers.
7 trillion followers in between them. They have more followers in between them than there are people on Earth.
It's true. It's true. So I won naturally, and it was really one of those times that I'm like, okay, we got something here. So then I started doing B. Arthur drag more often. I did.
This one was one of my favorites as well.
I did Kill Stan, which is the Golden Girls version of Kill Bill. And I wish like hell I had bought the larger jumpsuit, just because that you see everything in that. I had to make sure that I was not only tucked but cinched. It was quite a time. But yeah, so I've been doing drag more and more fluidly in terms of cosplay, and it's one of my favorite things to do. One of the things that I love about cosplay is that if you're with the right people, it can be very accepting, very nurturing, very caring. But also, with any type of community, and I'm sure it's the same in the art community, it's the same in the convention scene, it's the same in the drag community, it's the same in the theater community. There will be some people that are just not good people. And I am so fortunate that I hear wind chimes.
No, that's my motion detector at my house.
Oh.
It's just a cat outside in the front lawn.
Well, it's not me. I'm here.
Right,
this
exactly.
cat is
no.
here. But yeah, I really want to say that for me, when I finally admitted to myself, all right, I'm well known in the cosplay scene, it was when I did Winifred Sanderson. When I did my Winifred Sanderson cosplay with Canvas Cosplay and Marvel Pepper, go and follow them both. They're absolutely exquisite cosplayers.
Now I will, if you can, Tom, please drop links.
Yeah,
in the chat.
I'm going to drop them in the chat. Please hold for the next available representative.
Perfect. Now, really, while he's dropping those, I do want to, because you mentioned cons and cons, and we've all kind of chatted about what's going on. And Anis, I'm kind of glad that you're here, because we're going to start with you and with this question now that we're doing a little roundtable thing. What do you think, because obviously it's been since March since we've all been in our homes. We talked about the lack of haircuts, which Tom and I really don't worry about too much. But what do you think cons, you think they'll be okay when they come back?
Yeah, Yeah, no, I think they'll be coming back. I mean, there's vaccines coming our way, so fingers crossed, we should be good.
Lewis?
It's always good to be positive and optimistic.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I always pictured making like a dead mouse kind of gas mask thing anyway. So maybe we can make this all work out.
I do want to chime in on this one because
Yeah, Pops, yes, good.
This one has changed and changed back and changed back.
Exactly.
Okay, because in the beginning I was like, okay, I mean, I have a friend in China, and I was hearing a whole bunch of stuff that's all been removed from my Facebook page since then. Just so you know, it's all gone. Everything that I heard back in November and December is gone. It's all been wiped. So my opinion back then, of course, was, oh no, we can't do these things. We need to, everybody needs to tighten it up. Everybody needs to really shut down, because what I was seeing was not what we were seeing here. Basically, we had like 15 cases or so. It wasn't even a thing yet, but what I was seeing was really a thing. So I was like, okay, they're going to shut them all down. Now, when they started talking about opening them up again, I was like, okay, if they do it right, that's fine. My problem is that I know comic fans, and a comic fan will risk death for Walt Simonson's autograph.
All right, we talked about that. Absolutely.
You know? And it's gone back and forth now. I've seen a couple. I think Adam Fields was at one last weekend or the weekend before, and they were all, doing the PPE, and everybody had hand sanitizer at their tables. And I haven't heard anything from him to lead me to believe that wasn't a good show. So, I'm optimistic. Like she said, I'm optimistic that comic people can act right. The reason I'm optimistic that comic people can act right is because of my group. We got people from all different backgrounds, all different beliefs, religions, sexual preferences, races, everything, and nobody in our group argues or fights about anything.
I'm going to co-sign completely on that.
Along. I know everybody can get along, and that's why I'm optimistic that my comic friends and people can also be smart when the cons open back up. Be careful, be smart, get the things you want, get them home safely, and basically what I this is probably going to be the most unpopular thing I'm going to say about when cons open back up. Get in there, meet the people you want, and get out. Don't mill around and, hug on the cosplayers, and just have a little common sense when they open back up so that we can open the rest of them back up.
Tom, because you're breathing. There's Angel.
Oh, I have a lot of opinions on this.
Well, keep it Disney.
I have a lot of interesting opinions on this.
Keep it Disney.
I understand that I am civilized to my stiletto.
We're under requirements. We're under requirements by the owner of the stream.
I know that we want to err on the side of caution. I get that, but to ask comic fans is one thing, but to ask the culture vulture, I guess you could say, the comic connoisseur, is not the same as someone that is just going to go to Comic-Con for funsies. There's definitely a disparity between the people that go to conventions consistently and the people that go to conventions once in a while or once and that's it. And to assume that people are going to actively listen to rules and regulations is a little advantageous. Do I think that people will listen? Yes, I completely and totally understand and admit that people will listen. But that doesn't mean that they're going to acknowledge all of the rules and regulations. It's one of the reasons why I say every single convention for the remainder of the year is canceled. I fear, again, I am erring on the side of caution. I am erring on the side of realism as much as I want to be an optimist, because believe you me, nothing makes me happier than going to a convention, seeing all of my people, giving them big hugs and kisses. But that's going to be a challenge for the next little bit. Even people that we know personally that have been social distancing and that have been staying in quarantine and that have been taking care of themselves, we're still dealing with people that are potentially immunocompromised. We're still dealing with people that are who have family members that are susceptible. So it's really one of those dangerous things where it's like, do you open and hope that maybe a few people get sick, or do you just not risk it? And I think that's the question that a lot of big conventions and even smaller ones are going to have to ask themselves.
I and we'll get to Angel in a second. Not that his opinion, whatever. But I'm
very, very opinionated.
I like that what Pop, and I'm moderating this a little bit in a direction, but I like where Pops and Tom were the same yet different, but still, I think you guys were both the most realistic with it. I think, and out of anywhere, I think they will eventually come back. I think you're right, Tom. They're not coming back this year, but I still think people need to be careful, and we need to ask a lot of our community. And as people now, I know some of us are young, newer in the community. Some of us are older. Cosplay, art, whatever. I think it's up to us to get these folks to realize it. Like, I know there's a lot of people. I'm in a New York Comic Con group. Oh, this sucks. They're not going to have it. They're going to cancel it. They're going to do it. They're going to blah, 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 blah. They're all talking all this nonsense. And then you kind of have to be the voice of reason to a certain degree when you tell them, like, listen, they paid for the Javits. They're waiting for lovely Mr. Cuomo to say you can't have it so that they can get their insurance money back. It's money.
It's going to take, I think it's 6 to 8 weeks.
Right.
I think it's 6 to 8 weeks before the event that they need to make the decision.
Right. And then having either the city or the state, and this is anywhere, anywhere, if the city or state goes, no, well then, cool. They're not going to lose their money. And let me tell you something. I don't know if anybody, I know 3 or 4 of us have been to the Jacob Javits Center. That's not cheap to rent. It's not. Angel tried, and they wouldn't take his dollar. What do you think, Angel? You think this year are we getting shows?
No, I wouldn't even chance it. Even if we did get the shows, I wouldn't even chance it.
Exactly.
Yeah. When I was getting like notifications from Repop about New York Comic Con that they were considering still doing the show. I was like, dude, you're gonna have to put me in a bubble, because you can't.
A company that big, like a gigantic show like that, any show has to move forward until they're told they can't, or else they're going to lose their money.
And that's fair. That's fair. But you got to consider your health. You got to consider the health of your loved ones. You got to consider those. Like Tom was saying, like if you live with your parents or your grandparents.
I do. So I understand.
Even people that just have like low, they just can't deal with that kind of sickness. You want to risk contagion, being contagious, right, and having this sickness that, okay, fine, you'll be fine, but then you give it to somebody else who it'll kill them. Like I wouldn't advise it. Like I don't think it would be safe to do shows as of right now.
My favorite response so far, my 2 favorite, have been from Anime NYC, which is Left Field Media, and actually the one we're missing this week. Some of us are missing this week, and Otakon. They kept Anime Boston too. They kept people in like, hey, we're monitoring this, and that was just, Anime Boston was April, so this is a really good one. We're monitoring the situation. We're checking it out. We're moving forward, but we'll let you know. So they communicated with everybody. And I think that's kind of the thing, communication right now. But that aside, knowing that they're not going to be cons for a second, and I know Angel has heard me loudly say this, that during this time and quietly, and I think Annis is a perfect example. You're killing it with your crowdfunding, and you're getting your book moving forward and everything. Angel was in the comments just praising your book.
I just checked out the artwork and stuff. I thought it looked amazing. Like I love the tones on everything. I just thought it was amazing.
And then I've showed you already the videos and the pictures of Tom and Lewis, how much they're working. how important do you guys think it is working during this quarantine? I know it's for me, it started in March, but during this time of I've seen a lot of people lean back and not do anything, not post on social media, just laid back, take a kind of a vacation. But I know, right? Yeah, exactly. I know, I can guarantee that everybody in this group right now, Pops and Phil included, have been busting ass, creating, making, getting product. I know my business partner Brendan has been painting up like a maniac. Like, what do you guys think?
Yeah.
Lewis, I haven't heard from you in a little bit.
I agree, man. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. The whole pandemic thing, it did hit me for a minute. I was pretty freaked out with it.
Well,
but,
didn't you just become a dad again?
yeah, I had my baby girl like the week it all hit. So like, had she been born a few days later, they wouldn't have even.
Congratulations, by the way.
Congratulations. How many kids do you have, by the way?
17.
They can prove it? Nah, I got
300 then.
Or did you lose count?
Nah, I got 3 right now.
Oh, 3.
But yeah,
Congratulations.
Thank you so much. So I took a couple weeks off just to deal with everything, and then I've been trying to keep working, get ready for whenever the gates are open, man. Burst through them.
Have you been experiencing? Have you done some? Now I'm not going to ask you how much or how successful or whatever, because that's rude. But have you been doing stuff online with getting people doing commissions and stuff or buying product that you already had online?
Yeah, I mean, most of what I do is if someone sees something and I do commissions based on whatever they're dreaming of. I mean, I do have stuff I'm already made, but I mean, I make stuff for me to keep whatever small threads of sanity there.
Nice.
But, yeah, it took a break for a minute just when this all started, but right now I'm pumping out work. I'm getting a lot of connections. A lot of people at least interested in stuff.
Now, Tom, by your expression, and I already know the answer to this, but you are swimming in fabric, aren't you?
Well, so my quarantine basically went like this. I was let go from my job. I won't mention where it was from. But when that happened, I immediately dove into doing drag shows. Now, to those that have never been to a drag show, it's basically the drag queen lip syncing and performing and talking to the audience and all that fun stuff. And I did those for the entire month of March and April. And then May happened, and we all know what happened in May. I'm not going to mention it, although
especially
I should,
on Long Island.
But I'm not going to mention it here because it's unfortunate that I can't say it. But because of everything that happened in May and then in June, I felt that it was wrong of me to do drag shows when the focus should be on these specific issues. So what I've been doing more or less has been investing in more drag, which, as you can see in the glittery outfits in the back.
I thought that was for me. Shit.
No, darling, you wouldn't be able to fit in my drag. But
I'll take that as a compliment.
But I've been investing more and more in other areas of what's the word I'm looking for here?
Creative outlets.
Thank you. I've been looking more into creative outlets. I started doing voiceover classes. I started investing more in voiceover, started doing more in drag. And it's unfortunate because as much as I love cosplay, conventions just aren't a reality for a lot of people on this island right now, or anywhere else for that matter. As hotspots continue popping up and as more and more people are just saying, we don't need to wear masks, we don't need to do this, there's going to be more and more of a problem. People are going to continue to become more and more violently ill. We're going to lose more and more people. It's going to be a bad time. So basically what I'm doing is I'm confining myself to my house, and that's the end of it. I'm going to be like Rapunzel.
But are you at least doing things while trapped in your cave?
I very much am. I am sewing more. I made myself, there is a bag sitting right next to me that has sequined outfits.
Don't call him that.
Fools, all of it. but I've been buying more fabric. I've been like trying to figure out what costumes I can make that I can like wear again. It's one of the things that I love so much about stretch materials, because no matter what size I am, I'll still be able to fit in them.
Now,
so
sorry.
No, that's what I was saying. Like I do have that, but I'm so sorry that I'm like cutting people off.
You've kept your little hands moving.
Yes.
Now, Phil is our resident colorist, and we have a lot of mutual friends. Phil, you've been busy?
Yeah. Actually, things have been being a little busier than usual. Well, it's getting that way anyhow. And I expand on what Tom was saying. It's like, you expand your field a little more while this opportunity, take the time with this opportunity and expand your network, make more connections, get out there more, because there's a lot more people with eyes checking things out right now too. So, it's best to jump on that, just like everybody.
And so many industries
and doing it pretty quickly, it seems. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was going to say there are just so many industries now that are like trying to like refocus how they're going to brand, basically.
Right.
Theaters are closed. Broadway isn't going to be opening until January, if that. And there are just more and more people that are saying, what am I going to do? What am I going to do for work? And like people are really starting to panic. People are starting to panic.
That's why I've started to go into this full time. I had planned on it for a while now, and it just seems the right time and the right opportunity. So, art full time as much as possible for me, man.
I was forced yet again to do art full. I did art full time and work full time, but my work decided, we don't do that anymore. And my job closed, so art full time. But you were talking, Phil, and I like both of you actually about doing new things. And I know that leads me perfect to asking the question to Angel. Same question, but with a little bit of twist, because obviously Angel and I, Artist Club, we know each other. But I know you and I both do a lot of not just comic book and not just art and print stuff, but we have a lot of, and because of non-disclosures, we can't really talk about a lot of the side projects or other projects that we do for corporate guys and things like that. Kind of like what everybody's been talking to. Have you seen a rise in those? Your accounts?
You know what? When this whole thing started, I was scared that I was going to lose a lot of those gigs. And those are, as you know, Pete, those are some great gigs to have.
Great gigs.
And
I love those invoices.
Yeah, those things just kind of like tripled and quadrupled for me, like where I had to find time now to do like my Son of a Saint stuff. Right. So this thing has been kind of like a curse and a blessing at the same time. And granted, I've been able, thankfully, to find the time to do both, but thank God for those invoices, baby.
It's somebody asked me that. Well, we were joking about it with somebody else, and they're like, I normally probably have done one thing or two things at a time, maybe one non-disclosure where you had to work for a company, blah, 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 and apply and all that stuff. But as soon as April's hit, it's like email. And I know, and because then you transfer it, I look up and I see, okay, Lewis usually puts out one, usually Shadow Rabbit's good for like one or two, new statues a week, usually on the Instagram. I am sharing like 9 times him on Instagram now because he's just pumping out. I mean, where are you digging the clay up at home? Like, do you have a hole in the, are you making the kids dirt?
He is making his own clay.
That's what I think. He's got the kids digging stuff up. He's like Bun with like having his kids go to 17 different shows. I'm getting him next month. I'm getting Bun for. I know. I know. Angel knows Bun. I know. But Tom, do you know who Bun is? Bun Leung.
I'm familiar. Yes.
Okay. We have. I think a lot of us joke, but we give thanks to an artist buddy of ours. His name is Bun. Ridiculously talented. I will get him on this show. Ridiculously talented, but he's at like 17 shows at the same time because his wife. They'll split the team, and his wife will do one show and he'll do another. And I joke with Lewis because Lewis has 3 kids. Bun also now has 3 kids. I'm like, once they got driver's licenses, he's gonna be at 5. He's gonna be at 5 shows at once.
Oh yeah,
and I know Lewis is gonna have that. Just wait a minute. I just saw him at.
That's Bun's retirement plan. He's just gonna keep having kids so that when they're old enough, he could just give them the art and they just go and spread his artwork everywhere. He just sits at home. And you know what?
I'm gonna
enough they start training themselves. You know?
Yeah, right. So you just have to. It's like a pyramid scheme. You just have to keep having kids until you
I'm
start collecting
friends
money.
with Bun.
Yes, you are.
I just looked up friends. He's
Yes, you are.
adorable.
Who is this? What's his full name?
Bun
Bun
Leon. Hold on.
Leon.
I'm going to go to the Instagram.
Yeah, dude,
and then share the stream because we're even going to share people who aren't here.
Yeah, Bun is an amazing artist. Like,
that's how awesome CRoM Con is. That we will even share our friends, our artist friends, because that's what Pops has inspired us to do. Okay, we got it. We're on.
Community.
This guy's just ridiculous.
Yeah, I love
He's
it.
just absolutely ridiculous.
He's sick with it.
He's just absolutely crazy.
And he's handsome, too.
He'll do stickers. He's got. Let's see if we can get. Oh, yeah, here we go. Give you an idea how prolific this guy is.
And he pumps this stuff out. Like he's like, man, he's like almost like a Xerox machine with this stuff. Like he pumps it out.
Talking about someone who's been busy.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
You know, it's, but that's inspired. I actually told him this straight up. Like he's inspiring to me because he's taught me a couple things about Comic-Cons and doing art and stuff. Like, yes, do what you love. Yes, have the passion, but at the same time, have a ratio so you're spending your money wisely. Be smart so that you're making your products properly and stuff like that. You know, he's a
sick man.
He's a machine. He's an absolute machine. He's an absolute machine.
I didn't see that bus one. That's hysterical.
That's hysterical. The guy's a monster. The guy's an absolute monster. He's great. He's 2 feet tall, but he's fantastic. And I will get him on this show. He has no idea I'm talking about. He probably can feel somebody's talking about me, but I will get him on the show, and we will. All right, now we're gonna go back to the Shadow Rabbit here. So, you got any big under wraps plans that you're gonna tell us about now? Any secrets? Any in the lab that you got cooked up?
We're talking art-wise, Lou. We're talking art-wise.
Okay. My art being the backyard.
We're not talking more babies.
Wow.
He's having them with me. That's the secret.
There you go. That'd be a good-looking kid, though.
That's gonna be one. That's gonna be one confused doctor, though.
I mean, you always gotta keep those doctors on their toes. You know what I mean?
That's right. Keep the doctors on their toes.
He's not gonna be. Forget it. I'm gonna shut up.
Watch your mouth, Cade. Watch your mouth.
I stopped it. I stopped myself.
You know, I'm just really waiting for the cons to roll back out, man. I feel like
hold that up.
Yeah, make that full screen. Yeah.
Now, Lou, how long does it take you to make those small kind of pieces? I mean, they have so much detail to them.
Oh, Mrs. Nesbit.
I mean, when I'm pumping, man, I can get these, 15 minutes.
I've seen him do it at shows.
Yeah, I start getting in the zone. You know, it's not how long you spend on something. If you got the energy behind it, you can get a lot done really quick. And it's just what I do. You know, they didn't have fidget spinners, so when I was making little armies, superheroes, and monsters and stuff. And then, when I was lucky enough to fall into this, not so long ago, kind of reinvigorated my love for sculpting and just making cool things. And, I mean, meeting people and getting to do something that makes me happy and they get, a show from and get to enjoy. So I'm just trying to build up as much of an arsenal as I can for when that all comes back, and trying to get into some of my own characters and stuff again.
Pops always talks.
Yeah, I mean, I'll make Deadpool and Batman all day, every day.
Yeah, making your own stuff is awesome, right?
Yeah,
trust me, I know that feeling. I'm gonna definitely talk about that soon too. But Pops, this is the guy that remember you were talking about. You can't wait for comics to come back because you want to meet all of us.
Yeah.
Lewis is the one guy that you need to see. Like it's seeing there. There you go. Cool. Seeing this stuff is one thing here, but like actually having it in front of you will just blow you. We go back to Pinky the Brain. Please go back. Like, are you kidding? Are you kidding me? Like, are you kidding me?
Yeah, and these are older ones too, man. This is
Same thing we do every night.
this is the closet that I got all my work in. You know.
I need to know now though. Do you have an Electra?
Not anymore, but give me a day and a half. I'm sure I can find.
No.
Okay.
Now that right there, that tells me everything I want to know. You said not anymore, which means yes, you made one, and yes, it was nice enough for somebody to buy.
Yes,
Pops,
sir.
Pops,
Like I said, man, I mean, I'm honored at how quick people have been.
All right.
Take to my stuff, you know.
I'm gonna be an outside salesman, and I'm gonna have Angel as my backup.
I gotta show this
Show
piece that Lou did.
Yeah. Oh yes. Yeah, I know
So
exactly
Lou-
what you got for.
Lou blessed me with a clay version of me.
Oh, that's so cute.
Dude.
He's got the tattoos down and everything.
When
All
I
right.
tell you, and
I'm
I'm using Angel as he doesn't know I'm going to ask this question, but Angel's going to be my truth or not truth. When Shadow Rabbit walks into a show with his big cart full of stuff and statues and stuff, and he makes stuff for people, and he's already got commissions to drop off, he'll have a bunch of statues, and then that box is significantly lighter when
100%.
Lewis leaves. Significantly lighter. The only thing that's heavier is his wallet.
Lewis?
Yeah, here, pay attention, Lou.
You see that guy right there?
Yes, sir.
You see that guy right there?
I do.
He needs to be.
He
needs to come to life, man.
Hey, man, I'm just a dream weaver, you know. I'm trying to bring that stuff to life.
Lou's attention, and not because you're here, Lou, but man, his attention to detail, like with the piece of me that he did, like he got my tattoos down, he like my logo on the shirt, like it was like, it's amazing, and it's not that big. Like I'd say that's like I don't know, like 3.5 inches maybe or something like that.
Yeah,
I'd have gone blind trying to build something that small.
It's
just
crazy.
curious. Do you do any rock and roll characters?
Anything, man. I'm always looking to try something.
Just curious. Yeah, I was just curious. That'd be pretty cool.
Hey, I'm always up to try something.
How much do the statues go for? Kind of range, just out of curiosity.
3 million. You know, I kind of.
3 million.
You know, I mean, I try to say everything reasonably because, you know, I love doing this. I'm honored that anyone wants to have my little sculptures in their house. So you tell me a budget and it's something reasonable. I mean, we'll make it work. I mean, if you can work with me on timing, especially.
I want an Onslaught replica, and I'm going to pay $2 for it. That's how some people talk to these commissioners.
I gotta be honest, man. I'm susceptible to flattery. So if you want to work
He's susceptible for the flattery.
I'll do a hell of a lot more than flatter you, baby.
honest, but you know, these little guys that do at the cons, you know, I start them, you know, $15, $20 or so, and you know, they've been going. You know, the bigger ones.
He's being humble. They don't stay on the shelf.
They don't at all. No,
that's why I've been building up my arsenal while I'm here.
Yeah, exactly. They'll be gone after the first show. All of those guys.
Yeah, this guy pumps the stuff out, and
I try not to make too many of the same guy because you know I want people.
Lou will be in certain cons between me and Pete, like in between us, and we'll just be sitting there watching the stuff just flying right off the shelf. Like,
bro, I've even told them like Angel and I will be at in a corner at a show that's not the greatest. Even though I would love to be even at a bad show right now, but whatever. We'd be at a bad, and then Lou would be 2 tables over, and everybody who's at the show, including other artists and like celebrities and stuff, are at his table buying clay. And I'm like,
yeah, that was cool when celebrities started to come over.
I'm gonna start selling cupcakes or something.
The cupcake. If I could cook, I'd do that, but I can't. So.
You cook Clay.
Can I just say, Angel reminds me a bit of a young Robert De Niro.
Wow.
I've never heard that one before.
Wow.
I'll take it.
That is a compliment, and you will take it.
Oh yeah,
he's gonna take. Oh, he took it. He took it. He's just.
Hell yeah, I took it.
He's just being careful. He's just.
No, are you sure nobody's ever said that?
No, I've gotten a lot of different. I've gotten like John Lennon. I've gotten like.
Looks like De Niro, sounds like Pesci. It's really a treat.
I'm in his circle of friends. Trust me, he's never heard De Niro. And with the friends that he has like me, you would swear that we were enemies anyway. Lewis can attest to this. So.
Oh yeah, Lou. I think we traumatized Lou at the last con.
That's okay.
Because I was thinking Godfather 2.
You know what? I did see that. You know what? Yeah, if you had more of a mustache. Yeah, Godfather 2. Yeah, actually.
Yeah, no, I'm singing Godfather 2.
Yeah, it's there. Now you got to learn
That's
Italian.
evening.
Yeah, he's done. He didn't have to come back now. He's got it. He's day's over for him. He doesn't get
He's
better.
satisfied until the next time.
Yeah.
All right, so
Tom, I gotta say, I absolutely adore you, Tom. Every time I see
you, darling,
in stitches. I adore you every single time.
It was.
If you think I'm going to be so satisfied with some compliments like that, you're sadly mistaken.
But take it anyway.
Oh, honey, and how I'll take it.
The last show I was at was, I think, Tom's last. I'm trying to save everything here. The last show, C2E2, was the last one, Tom? You and both of us, right? Okay. I didn't know Tom was going to be there. He surprised me, and it just made my day. C2E2 was great. I know it was right at the end, right? It was right at the end of February, beginning of March.
It was C2E2, and then it was Planet Comic-Con, but they just canceled Planet Comic-Con.
Right.
So it was C2E2, and then that week they canceled Planet Comic-Con, which was supposed to happen that weekend.
Right.
And there were a lot of cosplayers and vendors that were like really, really, really upset about it. And I'm like,
I had my show. I did some library stuff in January. My show, something else. Then KatsuCon in DC. Then we did the Death Drive to Chicago for C2E2, and yeah. But
jump in
I
real
lost
quick, Pete.
the Robert De Niro thing through my train of thought. Huh?
I want to throw something out here about Danny real quick.
Yeah.
Because he got us live in his comic show, in his comic shop. All day
Collective.
long. We've been playing in his
That's
comic
awesome.
shop all day long.
Thank
and I
you,
want to
Danny.
give him a little shout out. He's trying to get indie books in the comic shop on the shelves. And, that's kind of right where everything we're trying to get done is like that right there. So I want to give a little shout out to Danny because
I'm going to take
what he can from where he's at,
I'm going to take that a step further. Danny and the rest of the guys, Steve and the rest of the guys at the collective, they do an online auction on Wednesdays live here on Facebook. I've participated in 2. I know Pops has popped in and said hi and stuff like that. I've won stuff in the auction. I'm not taking them down now, but there's some really cool Dragon Ball Z statues that I got from them. First off, it's basically the conversation is like this. They're so cool and they do so well. First off, everything starts at $1 with their auctions. And they got some great books, statues, toys, games, all sorts of stuff. But they're so laid back and so fun about it. And it's dangerous, actually, because you don't feel like you're spending money at an auction. You just feel like you're hanging out. But you are. But the PayPal is real. The money is real, but you don't feel it. And it feels like you're hanging. It feels like you're hanging out, and you are hanging out. And everybody, even the people bidding against you, you're having a great time. Everybody's laughing. Everybody's having fun. You spent $80, but it didn't. But it's the most painless. It's honestly the most painless $80 I've ever spent, and I can't wait to do it again. Only I'd like to be a little bit more employed. But yeah, no, the guys at the collective, they do a great job.
If you could bottle up Danny's enthusiasm for what he's doing,
oh my God,
apply it to every Kickstarter, Indiegogo, Amazon book out there, you guys would all be making a mint. That
Danny's
guy,
machine.
You guys think I'd promote? I wish I had his energy because I'd really be blowing it out the water right now. You know,
Danny's a machine.
Yeah, he's. I tell people if they're having a little, like a little slow with their Kickstarter, a little low or something, go talk to Danny for a minute. He'll go out there and wake everybody up.
Yep,
That's the kind of
absolutely.
guy Danny is right there.
And
I just
then
want to
he'll
get
use the outreach.
And
he'll use the outreach from the collective and stuff like that. And those guys are great. And I've even mentioned that. I'm sure they would have no problem talking about indie books and they're always they're knowledgeable guys. Definitely check them out. I mean,
they put 47 Furious Tales on their shelf. Okay.
Right. Yes. Yep.
For William Samuel Quinn. Right?
I'll be back in 1 second, real quick.
And they put, I don't know exactly how many, but they put them on the shelf. And before Danny could even go online and tell people he had them, half of them were gone off the shelf. And the rest of them went while he was talking about them. I mean, he's trying to get indie books on the shelves. Obviously, the customers at his store, the people going in there are looking for those books. If you're running a Kickstarter and you don't have a retailer option, put a retailer option on your Kickstarter. Give them a little break to buy a few more books. You might get your books on the shelves of some of these stores, man. That's what we're trying to do. Here we go. What do you think? Wait, what do you think? Went from one self-published book to carrying 8 in less than 2 weeks.
Wow.
And sold out of 11 copies of 47 in 8 days. So there you go, guys. I mean, this guy's trying to help get indie books on the shelves in comic shops. And that's the guy to get to if you want to put your books on the shelf in the comic shop. There should be more guys like Danny, man. A lot of comic shops are kind of tied into that distributor package, whatever they're dealing with.
I think they're learning to pivot on that too. I think you're going to start seeing that change around quite a bit.
My apologies. Sorry, I've had 5. I've had 5 of these and 2 cups of coffee since this started.
Right, good idea.
Only 2 cups of coffee?
I have to watch my caffeine because it interacts with the meds that I'm on.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, but we talk. You got me inspired. Danny got me inspired. Local comic book shops and stuff. Sorry, we start talking, and it's also. Thank you for staying with us for so long.
I know that's so cool.
That's so cool. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Gracing us.
No, you do whatever you got to do. You're free to do whatever you'd like. You've graced us with your presence.
Say something.
I know, right?
No, it's because it's call of nature.
Yeah, no, that's what I just did. So
I know you've inspired me.
She's people watching at this point. She is 100% people watching. She is
look,
fascinated by the
I have to be honest
conversation
with you,
right now.
Thanks to quarantine, I've watched some weird things on TV only because, exactly, only
now you want to
because
make me go even more.
6 of these. But
Yeah,
anyway,
in the UK, we've been under lockdown since middle of March, and
Yeah,
we were
more or less.
criticised. We were, I think, 2 weeks behind because Italy, Spain, they all went into lockdown. I've got family in Italy, and they're all sending me messages saying, "What the hell are you doing? Why haven't you locked down?" And it's like. Sort of we waited that extra 2 weeks, and it's caused the extra issues that we're still having. Sort of a couple of days ago, because I'm in Greater Manchester, my region is now we've gone backwards. So instead of opening up cinemas and the beauticians and all that, we've now sort of delayed that for another 2 weeks, and we've been told we're under no circumstances are we allowed to have anyone in the house or the garden. So, I really feel everyone's pain, in terms of trying to get, the conventions back online. But it's like, what can you do? It's like your mental health deteriorates, and
trust me, yeah.
You have to find some way of keeping yourself sane and finding like all sorts of creative outlets, and trying to reinvent yourself in a way. I've been listening intently to everyone. So.
I heard there were 2 words I heard you just say and this I'm completely taking it out of anything, and I might be wrong. You said Upper Manchester,
Sorry?
correct? You said Upper Manchester?
No, Greater Manchester.
Greater Manchester, excuse me. So,
Yeah.
is it City or United?
Yeah, City.
Okay, good. Okay, we can be friends.
Okay, that's fine.
My club here in the States is owned by Man City. New York City
right.
Football Club. We're owned by you guys. So we're like your sister club. So yeah, we can be friends. It's okay.
All right.
Had you said the United, then I.
No, we leave the rest of the world to support Man United.
Yeah, no, and they do.
The
And they
local
do.
support City.
And they do. I'm just happy for my buddy Dave. Arsenal won FA Cup today, so he's happy.
Yes, I was just, I've got the news in the background, so I'm seeing them all in jubilation.
He shot me like 5,000 texts just now because he suffers because Arsenal. Sorry, guys. Football talk, soccer talk, guys. I'm sorry. I had to. Sorry.
I'm surprised you called it football because
I'm Puerto Rican and Colombian, so I get. My mom.
Oh, so okay,
honestly,
I get it now.
It's football for me, actually. It's little, but I didn't want to. Orlando City Mickey Mouse Club. Get out of here, Danny. Mickey Mouse football down there in Orlando. Stop that. Oh, well, anyway, when you said it, I'm like, I heard everything you said, but the little voice, ask her, because it's always football. It's always about football.
Okay, so I got a question for all you soccer fans. I played indoor soccer in my 20s, which is like hockey on grass.
Yeah, oh yeah.
With boards and a smaller goal and much rougher.
Yep.
Have any of you ever watched indoor soccer? I mean, obviously Pete has. Any of you ever seen the indoor soccer?
Did you? Was it 5-a-side?
Yeah, sometimes 5, sometimes 3 or 4, depending on the size of the building. I've actually been, because of the smaller goals, with the guys I hang out with. And Angel's heard the stories with the guys I hang out with. My group we're the drum La Barra Brava. My guys are all South American, Mexican, and stuff like that. So we play. They're playing now probably. So before quarantine and everything hit, look, Pete, come on, get to Queens. Why? We need a goalie. Okay, I can. It's a smaller goal, so I'll stand there and throw shutouts all day long, clean sheets all day long.
I played defense on a team, and it was like I say, for us it was hockey. We were all from Minnesota that had moved down to Phoenix.
The Golden Gophers.
The family played on the team, and we all had hockey mentality. So we went out there and we're running real power plays, and we're running. We're actually like when we were on defense on doing the penalty kill, we're scoring on them because we're running hockey plays. It's like it was.
There are big clubs that do that too, Pops. Don't worry.
Yeah, it's all about strategy.
We were playing hockey. It was like
it's all about strategy. You can't just wing it. You have to really know. Your plays.
We had so much fun. But I mean, that was my 20s. It was like half the team was people I was related to. So we all knew each other pretty well. It was fun.
Yeah. What is this sports ball thing you speak
Wait, hold on, really quick though. My fault. I started, but I forgot. Looking at the clock. I'm looking at the clock and I'm realizing, wow, I got 15 minutes left, and I didn't talk about the 2 things that I really wanted to talk about for the CRoM Con. I wanted to make one announcement, and I needed to talk to some of the CRoM Con fans about a sale that I have going on. I know Angel's part of this because he gave me the inspiration. Angel and Jay Atremester, they'll both be on tomorrow. And I'll come on and harass them later. But I told Pops before, and Phil, you were here too. I was giving a hint with these 2 prints that I have here, and we'll show up. That's the closer view of the one. I'm a big Day of the Dead fan, gigantic Day of the Dead fan. Yeah, there you can see everything back there. I've always doodled them, drawn them. I've drawn a couple people have them tattooed. That's things that I've drawn Day of the Dead tattooed on them walking around the country. So I'm pretty happy about that. But I remember I was talking about taking my 2 books off, and then I'm going to be bringing them back on a Kickstarter later in October once I redraw them and rewrite some stuff because I wasn't happy with them. But one of the other things that's happening, there's a 3rd book that's going to happen as well. But premiere that next CRoM Con. But what I can premiere this CRoM Con right now and tell you guys that it's going to happen. And then I don't know if I'm going to make it an add-on to these two books. So like a stretch goal, or maybe if you get both books, you'll get What's Happening Now as a free gift. I'm going to do a Day of the Dead art book. So I'm going to do various I'm going to take. Excuse me.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm going to take a 24-page comic book and do several Day of the Dead pinups. Some in color. Some
you just
ideas. So I have a.
Domo el regato, Mr. Roboto.
Yeah, you mean
froze.
Sorry.
He's froze.
My bad.
Pete, it's okay. Snap out of it.
I'm not frozen.
There he is.
Okay, there he is. He's back. All right.
Okay. Where did I leave off?
You just went like you held up the two books.
Talking about doing a whole book of Day of the Dead.
I'm gonna do a Day of the Dead art book. It probably obviously it'll be for sale, but if I get it out in time for the other two, the Kickstarter for the other two, I'll make it a gift. It's gonna have all sorts of different things involved in it. Lots of pinups, black and white color, a couple other different things that are gonna be fun. Also, I'm thinking about doing a couple little mini prints of it for it too. Just a whole bunch of gifts and little things that are going to happen with it. It was definitely inspired by a love I have for it. There's an artist, an amazing painter, Sylvia G. She's phenomenal and really inspired me to do it. But I got the kick in the ass to actually do it by Angel and Jay. So I appreciate you guys for that. I appreciate it. I appreciate it a lot. So that's happening. And then the other thing I'm doing for CRoM Con fans right now, and this is where I talked to Danny because he said that his girlfriend might be interested in some Day of the Dead prints. I extended a sale for CRoM Con on my prints. Now, Jay and Angel and I, we call them our Sunday Fun Day prints. So what we're there's the laugh. So for anybody here in the group or here in the chat, message me. I'm going to post my link here. My prints are going to be there. Normally $10 each or 3 for $20, but now you're getting everybody at CRoM Con, because CRoM Con is awesome. You're getting the con special of 4 for $20. A couple bucks shipping because they're flat, so they ship really easy. So everybody in the show gets that 4 for $20. 4 prints for $20, and I'll push the link for everything in there. I also have 2 other things that are happening. I'm bringing back we talked about it earlier, the $10 commissions. It's a 6x9 commission, black and white usually, or $20 for full color. But the black and white, the $10 black and white one will get a splash of color. So like, I'll give an example for somebody. I did a Cyclops this size for somebody, black and white, but I did the beam coming out of his eyes. I did that in a really bright red, splash of color, and gave him a little halo and stuff. So we got $10 commissions all up until 11:59 Sunday. So I extended it to that. I figured a little bit after CRoM Con so people can watch replays and things like that. And at 11:59 Monday morning, I should say, around noon Monday morning, I still have no one has jumped in on the Tank Girl yet. No one has jumped in yet, and you're still first in line. So this is the deal. For anybody else, this is the way the deal is going to go. If you want the book, it's $25, but Pops is first in line. He's got first dibs, so he has till later Sunday to decide whether or not he wants it. If Pop wants it, though, there might be some surprises in the baggie with the Tank Girl. So I'm just.
Is it going to be your lewds?
No, that was the other surprise. That's just for my OnlyFans.
Duly noted, darling.
That's just for my OnlyFans, and that's a whole different tier and pricing and.
I still think you should put some lewds in the comic. It might raise the value of it, darling.
It depends how close we come to the mortgage. Okay, that's. I joked about that.
Even the horn agrees. Agrees.
I joked about that. It's like, if things get rough one day, I'll just make an OnlyFans and it'll be okay. And I posted it on Twitter as a joke. And of course, I got roasted by my buddies and stuff. However, I did get some DMs.
And I was one of them.
I'm not going to say this in a bad way or in a good way. I'm just going to say, you know what? I could pay my mortgage. I could pay my mortgage. So here's my elbow. Look at that. Ooh, elbow. Ooh. feet. Yeah, so that's
feet is where it's at, friend.
I start with the elbow and work my way down. $10 sketches, Russell, and there is no limit. No way. As long as I got the only limit, Russell, is if I have art supplies. If I run, and I loaded up on art supplies during this quarantine, so I got tons of art supplies. I also wanted to let everybody know I still have the idea. This was the Batman blank. Phil, this was I thank Phil on this because Phil was in the live with me. He was when I went to the bathroom and went to walk the dog. Phil watched the chat for us. He was in charge. So that's the blank. Now, everybody remembers when these came out. They're the ones that are fully blank inside. My plan is...
What number is that?
This is number one.
Supposed to be? Yeah, Batman number one blank.
The Batman number one. But it's completely blank.
I am
and then
Batman.
What I'm going to do with it is I'm going... Any character, Russell. Any character you want. What I'm going to do with this is I'm going to keep filling it with Batman characters, villains. Doesn't matter the show, the book, good guys, bad guys, doesn't matter. And I'm going to fill it with pinups and see if anybody's interested. Now, if somebody wants to jump in and pick this up before I'm done with it and be like, yo, I need you to do Mr. Freeze, and I need you to do this, and I need you to do that, well, then, hey, we will negotiate a price, and it can be yours.
Let me throw a different idea at you.
Please.
Why don't you mail that from artist to artist and let different people draw something in it? Auction that food off.
I have. That was an idea. That was actually. I heard that idea a few years ago. There's a young lady, a little girl, and she had the Wonder Woman version, and she handed it to me, and she told me that's exactly what she wanted to do. I was like, all right, that's cool. She goes, but I want you to do the first page. Somebody's already got the cover. He's just busy with something else. So could you do the first page for me? Because I really like your art, and I want you to do a Wonder Woman pinup for me first. And I'm like, wow. That was the coolest pinup I've ever done for somebody in one of those books. And then she went around the guy. She filled it up. She filled up like 6 more pages. She has me on Instagram, and she promised. She actually messaged me back around my birthday in April. She said that I'm almost done with the book, but she slowed down because of cons stopping and stuff like that. But she said once cons come back, she's going to fill the book, and then she's going to show us all, and then she's going to do that. So it's definitely a possibility. Right now, the way shipping is, Russell, I'll shoot you a message later, and we'll chat. It's definitely a possibility. Right now, I'm kind of into. I have another Batman book, so maybe I'll do it again with that. But right now, I'm into the idea of filling it myself, seeing if I can fill it with pinups myself. We'll see what happens. I mean, anything can happen. The door's wide open.
I mean, you can always get another one. It was just.
I have another one. I have a Superman.
I kind of like that idea of maybe having a different artist on every page, and then once you've got all them people on it, then we go like. Auction it off for charity or something, It's
an idea. I got to figure it out. As of right now, I just got the cover, and I got so many other things I got to do, so it's going to sit for a little bit. So I'm not really super, oh my God, I need to do it. So I'm going to let that marinate because it's a pretty good idea. It's a pretty good idea. Angel, what do you got going on? I know you're on tomorrow, but why don't we give everybody a taste of what you're going to talk about tomorrow?
Well, what we could start for today is I've reached the last 10 rounds of my When Worlds Collide. These are the last 10 rounds. After these 10 rounds, I'm just going to close up that chapter and move on to something else. So I have on my Instagram and on my Facebook and all that, for everyone to give me random names of characters for us to pick for the hat tomorrow, so we can schedule out these next rounds. And for those who aren't familiar with When Worlds Collide, it's a series that I was doing where I had just fans and whoever wanted to get involved give me random names of heroes, villains, anti-heroes, any character from any universe. We put them in a hat. We draw 2 names. Those 2 names that I draw, I put them in a battle together. And we do a couple of rounds of that. And we've had Atramessa was just on round 4 with the Captain Planet versus Wonder Woman. Did an amazing job on his Wonder Woman. It looks great. And obviously, Rafael Tavares Jr. from the Writ and Bit and Apple TV has been writing the backstories to these battles, so just to give it a little extra. It's been a fun little series so far, but I don't wanna drag it out too long. So we're gonna do the last 10 rounds, and after that, I'll figure something else out.
I have to thank Angel too for the. I love it. I love the concept of what he's doing and stuff. I had an idea. Are we so good? I just see Angel. We're all right. Are you by yourself,
I'm
Angel?
sorry.
We're
I'm
just
sorry,
seeing his gorgeous face.
I was
De Niro was getting it. De Niro was getting his close up. I want to thank Angel for being, not just because we're friends, but being I can't think of the word. I can't think of words today. Whatever because I didn't have the same idea, but I do a lot of mashups, and one of the mashups I had that I kind of already started drawing a little bit, and I asked him, I was like, listen, if you get these two in a mashup, could you just give a pass because I'm already starting to draw it, and then it was my Hulk versus All Might that I got going on, not even close to being done. But I was like, do you mind? Bro, of course, don't worry about it. And I'm like, thank you. Appreciate that. So I really appreciate that. That means like, I would have felt bad that if like 1 week you said it's going to be Hulk versus All Might. And I'm like, I already.
I'm good with that, man. Like, I would have had no problem if those two names would have been.
I would have felt so bad.
I would have tossed it back in the half. Like, well, we're not doing this one. Pete's doing this one. So if you guys want to see that battle, go see Pete.
I just would have felt bad. Like, damn.
Yeah, no worries, man. It's all right. I mean, the only
I just would have felt bad. I was like, damn.
Yeah, I mean, the only reason I even started this series was to kind of challenge myself, because you got to take these characters that don't necessarily belong together, and you have to make it make sense in one piece, right? Artistically, some color schemes work well with some characters, where some color schemes don't work well with other characters. You got to figure out how to make that, the mood wise. Like, Batman is usually a dark, Tony mood, right? So, imagine him fighting with like one of the Simpsons or something like that, or something more colorful than that.
Okay, time out. Where can we find you, dude? We got like 4 minutes. Let's get around the room. Where can we find you, bro?
I'm on Instagram right there, as you can see on the screen, _, Son of a Saint. I'm also on Facebook at Son of a Saint Art.
Louis, you're next. My bad.
Hey man, you can get me at Instagram at shadowrabbit_clay_guy, or on my website, shadowrabbitart.com. And yeah, man, if you got anything, really anything, I'll try to make it for you.
Folks, please remember, guys, everybody, please remember, type them in the Facebook group so we can all find your information and people can
Make
get
sure
it.
you drop your links in the page, in the comments.
Tom, where can they find you, darling?
Literally, that Tomcat everywhere. ThatTomCatt. Find me on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook. You name it, that's me. That Tomcat. That is all.
Man, it went so far. I had to scroll up so far to find that. You were done talking by the time I finally found it.
See that? That's how fast I am here.
Unless you're sewing something.
Unless I'm sewing something, in which case it'll take me a day and a half.
That's great.
And since she's been gracing us with her since she's still been gracing us with her presence, where can we find you, Janice?
So I'm Ava Comic on Indiegogo, and you can also follow me on Instagram and Facebook. I'm keeping it short.
She is in
Atta girl.
She is in the Comic Related Madness, so you can find her there too.
Everybody's getting paid by the minute today, huh?
Yeah.
By the letter. Goodness gracious. Phil, might as well throw yours in there too.
Throw mine in there. You can find me about anywhere, any of the social media at Phil Leon or PA Leon, either or. I'm pretty easy to find. All you got to do, Phil Leon, and it'll come up.
And, it's in the Comic Related Madness, Indie Comics Cast on YouTube. Please go on over there and give it a subscribe and a like, because we're trying to build that platform as well as this one, Comics Cast on Facebook and the Comic Related Madness. I want to thank all of you guys, seriously, for giving me your time. Seriously. It's nice meeting you, Tom. It's nice meeting you, Rabbit. Lewis,
Nice to meet you,
seriously, nice meeting you, man. Annis,
Thank you for having me.
I waited through so many other interviews that you went through before I could finally get you on mine.
I'm very flattered.
Thank you for staying with us for so long. I appreciate that.
That's all right. You can also thank my flatter.
Yeah, no, it's obviously, look, yours is obviously stronger than mine. Mine's the size of a fortune cookie.
Angel, bro.
Mañana.
Man,
See you mañana.
Yeah, and the timing worked out. I'm going to come in and harass you a little bit tomorrow.
Oh, please, you're more than welcome. You know that, brother. You know it always makes it fun.
All right. So thanks, guys. I'm gonna go ahead and get on to my next set of guests. I appreciate all of you, man.
Thank
Much
you.
love.
Thank you, everybody.
Good
Guys,
to
I'll
meet you
message you later.
Later on.
Take care, guys. Thanks.
Bet. Tom, peace.
Peace, love, and chicken grease.
Absolutely.
Lewis, it's good meeting you, man.
Good to meet you
Cool
too.
stuff, Lewis.
All the best, bro.
All right. Our next
That was
guest.
fun.
You like Pete? That was a good pit, bro.
That was
I gotta
fun.
make a new banner.
Yeah, no, we're gonna. I'm gonna. That's actually something I'm gonna work on. A pit and possibly theme music for the next one.
You need an intro.
And
Each pit.
that's exactly what's gonna happen. I'm gonna make that happen for the next one. That was fun.
All right. I'm gonna go ahead and bring in our next people. Pete, I don't know what you got planned.
I'm gonna dip out and grab something to eat.
Go ahead and take a break if you want.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Phil. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you, man.
It's good seeing you. Thanks. That was awesome. Great show. Love it. Totally love that. Now we have Hasm Productions. Now, I don't know if any of y'all are familiar with the Roadkill Rampage, Rodney Fike, Sean Forney. Welcome to CRoM Con 5, my friend. How you doing? Oh, you're muted.
How's it going?
Rodney, you got the mute.
We got it. We're good.
How's that?
There you are.
Much better.
All right, how y'all doing?
We're doing good. Doing good. How about yourself? Yeah.
Man, it's a full day, bro. It's a full day for me. You know,
Cooking with gas, ain't you?
have a blast, man.
Right
Yeah.
on.
Right
There
on,
you
right
go.
on, right on.
So I just wanted to, I'm going to move the camera. I wanted to position it so y'all could see my my ugly mug and put a face to the voice. But I'm going to switch over like Sean. I'm going to color while we're talking the Thanos that I penciled and inked last night when we were on the Friday night draw. So
Right.
we're gonna everybody jump into the motion detector, and we're gonna move over here, and we're going to so y'all can see the Thanos, and we're gonna be working on that tonight while we talk.
Cool.
Cool beans.
Nice.
All
I
right.
love watching you guys draw too. So we really haven't had a lot of actual drawing going on today. So this is awesome.
Well, Sean and I, we can help you fix that.
Good.
Yeah, we can.
Well, it definitely looks that way. That's some nice looking stuff there.
Thank you. Thank you.
Right. Now, Sean, can we get any closer to that? Is it possible, or is that the limit?
Let's see what we can do here.
I mean, I don't want to, so it's in your way, but I noticed last night it's kind of hard to see if you're old like me. Russell Allen's in the chat saying, "Hey,
Hey, Russell. How we
Hey,
doing?
Russell.
How are we? Okay, cool.
this is awesome." So, you want to talk about your book? I mean, you got it's your time, boss. What do you?
Yeah. Let's. I guess we'll start it off with talking about Roadkill Rampage. It is our current book from Hasm Productions. Everybody can go to hasm.com and check out our wares and all of our books and what we do. It's hazzum.com.
Yeah.
We currently have our Kickstarter live for Roadkill Rampage, and we are currently at we have met goal. Did that in 44 hours, and now we're trying to unlock all these awesome rewards and stuff. We're at 1736, and we have unlocked the bookmark of Ace's 69 Charger. Ace is the one of the main characters in the book, Ace and Tess. And let's see, we've also unlocked the coasters. So now we're reaching for the 2,000 mark where we unlock the bumper sticker, the Roadkill Rampage bumper sticker. And so, yeah, everybody can hop on and back us there and do that. We're also doing a backer incentive where we're trying to get to 75 backers. And once we do that, everyone gets a digital PDF of Sean and Stephanie's Scarlet Huntress, Tales Through Time. So everybody help us get to 75 backers, and we can do it. And Sean's got a hard copy there of the book for everybody to see.
Yep. So if you guys back it, they hit their you guys are 15 away last I saw, right?
Yeah, we're at 60 right now. So yeah.
Okay. So yeah, there's a copy of it, but you guys will get a digital PDF of it.
All right, I'm gonna have my partner Phil here pull your Kickstarter up so we can look at it too.
Rock and roll. Let's do it.
If he's listening.
Yes, I'm working here in the background.
Okay.
What do you want me to bring? Oh, bring up the okay.
Yeah, bring up the Roadkill Rampage Kickstarter. Let's go ahead and take a look at it while they're drawing. One drawing and one coloring. This is awesome. I'm watching Thanos come to life right there, man.
Yeah.
That yellow pops right out.
Yeah, that's pretty glaring, huh? That's cool.
Were you able to track down your refill for Y17?
No, we spent the day running around to some of the local shops and dropping off some flyers and stickers for Roadkill Rampage. So trying to get some local support from some of the comic shops here in Cincinnati, Ohio. Went pretty well. So
nice.
Yeah, Tina is aware of it now, so she will be on the hunt for them here soon.
Nice.
And Pops, there's a video on the Kickstarter if you guys want to play that. It's like 2 minutes.
Yeah, we'll see if we can get our tech to work.
I've got, you see that window down there? That's just my static screen. I've got other tabs on there.
Yeah, I know.
They're all set, man.
If you're ready to pull that up, just pull it up. I'll just
There
wait.
you go. See? Boom, boom, boom.
Yeah. Do we have audio for that, or do you got to move your mic? How we got to do
Let me see. Probably have to move the mic. Like I said, we'll have to test that sometime and see how that'll work, and that'll run a lot smoother. Here we go.
Hey everybody, I'm Rodney White with Hasm Productions, and I'm the creator and writer of Roadkill Rampage. Hasm has been publishing comics since 2009, and up until now, our focus has been on our all-ages comics, Peanut Pudding and Jelly, and Pitter Patter. I personally have been around the independent comic scene for the better part of 30 years, and during that time, I've done it all, from writing to penciling and inking to coloring and lettering on a wide assortment of comics, from superheroes all the way through adult drama. Well, let's see. But as a creator, I have always wanted to do a horror comic because I'm a huge fan of the old Marvel Tomb of Dracula and awesome titles like Shock and Tales from the Crypt, just to name it. Boy, the stories were always told using shadows and dramatic lighting to draw readers down dark stairwells and alleyways. Always sent chills down my spine. Ooh.
Roadkill Rampage is a story of our young couple, Tess and Ace, as they take a drive into the country. While on the road, Ace decides to play a game of chicken with the local wildlife. Tess is furious with this and tries to stop Ace. When things take a turn for the worse, the animals come back to exact their own brand of revenge. Eamon Hill is the artist on the book and has done a phenomenal job bringing the story of Ace and Tess to life. His gritty art style lends itself perfectly to the story. As you can see, he works digitally to create his pencils, and then he prints them out and does ink washes to create this dynamic style that you see throughout the book.
For this Kickstarter, we have a wide selection of rewards for you to choose from, so please check them all out. We've also lined up a great selection of sketch goals as well. We'd like to sincerely thank you all for watching our video, and we hope you'll back Roadkill Rampage. You'll have as much fun reading it as I did writing it.
All right.
That's awesome. And I've already read it. I already know how awesome it actually is. So, I mean, I have to tell you, I'm in a couple of other groups, sci-fi and horror groups, and I've shared your Kickstarter in them as well. And I don't know if it's led to any actual hits or not, but they have gotten comments. They have gotten attention. So
that's great.
I try to branch it all out. You know, if it has an actual genre, then I try to throw it somewhere where it's actually going to be seen by people that are that kind of fan. You know.
Right. Well, we appreciate you sharing it, man. That's awesome. It helps tremendously. We've actually, seen some bumps in the last couple of days, so we definitely appreciate that.
Hey, Pops.
Oh, Tina,
It's
hi.
Producer B. It's Producer B. I'm gonna boss you around. Hey, the guys want to do a drawing. Can they explain what's going on? We want to give away some free artwork, but we want to pull at 7:15. So Sean's going to tell what they're doing, and we'll show the artwork, and then we can get back to talking while people throw numbers in on us.
All right.
All right.
Let's do it. Rodney, you got your giveaway piece handy?
Yep.
All right. So Rodney's got a Michelangelo sketch cover there, and I've got one of my morning warm-up sketches that I do. It's a 6x9 ink drawing of Craven the Hunter. So what we're going to do is everybody participating in the audience, we're going to have you pick a number between 1 and 100, and we're going to pick the two closest picks from the audience there.
Okay, let's try. Hold up. Let me interrupt you for just a second. Let's try to get everybody to put their numbers on the same feed. Okay, because we are in so many places out there that somebody could hit the number and we never know it. So if you're watching right now, let's go to what would be the easiest, the YouTube channel. I'm just trying to the comic related madness feed. Let's go to one feed where we can keep track of the numbers. Look, Danny's already throwing one up there. I just want to make sure that their numbers come up on the, that we see them, because this is out in so many different groups that make sure you hit the one of the original feeds, either Comics Cast on Facebook, Comic Related Madness on Facebook, or Indie Comics Cast at YouTube on YouTube. One of those three feeds. If you put it there, then we should make sure that it comes up on the screen that we're watching right now.
Okay.
I hope that works. We already got two numbers though, so
Yes, that's perfect. I'm glad you covered that, Pops, because that'll make producer A and B much happier with all of us. So we're gonna pick two winners. Whoever in the audience that leaves us a comment with, again, pick a number between 1 and 100. Whichever two folks have the closest number, we're gonna pick those, and then sometime in the next week or so, each person's gonna get one of these pieces of artwork. So somebody's gonna get Rodney's Michelangelo, and then somebody else will get my Craven sketch here. So, like Pop said, make sure you're in the main thing so we can see your numbers. Looks like we've already got 3 participants. We've got Danny, Joey, and Russell that I can see on my end. So throw those in there, guys, and then we'll pick it. And we will reach out to you through Facebook, because that'll be the most convenient, since we'll see everybody's names in the thread. And we'll make sure we get your contact info. and we're gonna pick at 7:15 Eastern. So in roughly about 30 minutes, the producers are gonna, pick our 2 winners there.
Yeah, I'm just making a post in the group, just trying to draw the people's attention. Come.
Excellent.
Sounds good.
Well, since you're doing that, Pops, Rodney, you wanna share some of the pieces we've got, since we are doing a online con here?
Yeah, absolutely. So since we are doing an online con, what's one thing that people like at cons is they like to buy original artwork. So we are providing that. And here I have 3 pieces. I have a Spider-Man, black costume Spider-Man for $60. I have almost full body shot of Sailor Moon for $40. And I have almost full body shot of Kylo Ren for $75.
Nice.
So, Sailor Moon again, 'cause she's been everywhere lately with all the people that were doing that art draw contest.
Yeah. There she is.
That's pretty nice.
Thank you. So yeah, those are my 3 pieces for sale. We have the black costume Spidey for $60, the Sailor Moon for $40, and the Darth Maul for $75. And they can message the Art of Rodney Fike for inquiries about purchasing. All right.
Awesome.
Sean, what do you have, buddy?
All right. So what do I got? I got 3 original sketches. If I can grab them off my desk. Static electricity is not being my friend at the moment. All right. So I got all 3 of these are 6 inches by 9 inches. I got a Venom black and white sketch here.
Nice.
And the Venom is 50.
They need to put Sean. They need to put you up.
Oh yes, they do. I just looked up the screen.
Sorry. I'm getting there.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
I'm over in the Facebook page trying to get people to come look, and pick a number.
I got you.
So Rodney and I will make it easy on everybody. We'll put the artwork up on our Facebook pages so everybody can see it. And I know I've got my Sean Forney art thing up there, but it's Sean Forney illustration on Facebook. Make a little post of what I've got for sale there. So I got the Venom at 50. I've got Captain Rex here, full color, 65. And I got Panthro from Thundercats at 75.
And is that shipped or is shipping?
These are all on Bristol. But they are in a comic backing board bag.
Yeah. We're free shipping.
Okay, that's how that shipping included. Okay. Now that's funny, that guy right there, because the last time we got to go to a con, we had the grandkids, and there's probably a picture in the group of him being confronted by that guy, and he was just little, 4 years old, and he just has this look on his face, because he doesn't have any idea who it is, but he knows some of the cosplayers, he knows some of the guys, some of the characters, and he didn't have no idea who that was. And he was just standing there looking at him for the longest time. I was like, go say hi. I like that one too, definitely.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, so we'll, like I said, we'll put up a post for everybody to make it easy, so you can get in touch if you want to place an order for any of those pieces, and make it hopefully make it convenient, and step through a post in the comments there about some of the art giveaway that we're doing there, just to make sure everything's clear on how we're going to pick our winner.
I'm wondering if I'm allowed to enter.
Sure.
I don't see why not.
Well, I mean, I already have a Rodney up in here. But
yeah. Producer B says you don't know the numbers, so sure, go ahead.
Well, that's just it. I win stuff, you guys. It's not like I have to know the number. It just seems to happen all the time. I don't know.
Okay, so if you're politely bowing out, then that's fine. We
No, what I'm
understand.
going to do is I'm going to wait until we get some more numbers.
Okay.
You know, I mean, if we don't have enough to make it fun, then I'll throw in there too. And I encourage Phil to also do so, and Pete, and all these people that have been involved in this all day and come out here and shown your stuff and been part of it. Come pick a number. You know, come pick a number. I mean, have some fun. That's what this is all about. If you're interested in original art, yeah. Message to Art of Rodney Fike. And you know, we love the fact that you guys do a lot of self-promoting. Okay. I see your stuff, I get to share it. You put it up there enough so I get to share it enough.
That's awesome. And don't forget the Sean Forney illustration as well.
Yes, that's what I'm saying though. I see you guys stuff enough that, of course, every time I see it, I hit share. But some people don't post enough. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You got something going on, and you see it once every 3 days, and it's like, no, I want to see it once a day. I want to be able to pop everybody's stuff in the group at least once a day. That would keep our feed rolling. You know?
Oh yeah. No, I agree with you. I agree with you.
And it's stuff like that. And you guys are really good at making sure that it's out there for me to grab. Even, you know, because if I see something in the group, a lot of times I'll share it out to my own personal page and I'll feed. And if I see something in my news feed, then I share it into the group. It's like I go up, you know, any direction I can. Some stuff I throw to other groups because, like, somebody will post something like yours with the horror bent to it. So, okay, well, now I'm over there at Sci-Fi and Horror Group, and I'm over there in a few of my other friends' horror groups, and I'm dropping the link there because they're also comic fans, but they like that horror stuff. So, you know, I mean, I get pretty specific with the stuff I'm familiar with as to where I drop it. And if I'm not familiar enough with what you got going on, it just lands in the group. You know what I mean? If I know what you got going on, and if you know, if you're part of the banner program, or you know, all the different things I try to do to make sure everybody's getting exposure. The more I know about your project, the more specific I can be about where I'm sharing it.
Absolutely.
You know, as to the type of fans that would be interested in it. You know, so Danny D says, "Hey, Sean and Rodney."
Hey, Danny.
How we doing, Danny? Thanks for stopping by again. We
Danny,
appreciate it.
you need to pick a number, dude. You need to pick it. Oh, there he went. 69.
Hey now.
There's always that one guy. Danny's that one guy.
Gonna be that dude, huh?
That's cool, though. It's a number. We need more numbers.
Hey,
I got 13 viewers and I got 4 numbers. Everybody pick a number between 1 and 100. Bring it over into this feed so we can see it.
Hey, Pops.
Yes, sir.
You can go ahead and get rid of that Kickstarter thing and put us back up drawing if you'd like, please.
Okay.
Please and thank you.
You bet. Well, it's your, you know, whatever you guys want me to do, that's what I'm going to do. It's your time, man. Remember that. I mean, I'm just here to give you the platform. It's your time, you know. So
I got you. And again, for those who weren't here at the beginning, both of these, Sean, is that a commission or is that up for grabs?
This one's a commission.
Okay.
So what I do have up for grabs are the pieces I showed off earlier.
Okay.
But you know, I've got those up for grabs. Got some other stuff over on the Facebook page. Again, I'll try to put up a nice little gallery of what's available and whatnot there.
Gotcha. Okay.
Which yours is available still, correct?
Yes, mine is up for grabs if anybody is interested. Thanos can be yours. So if you're interested, send a PM to the Art of Rodney Fike, and we can make that happen. So, Sean, what do you got going on? We talked about Roadkill Rampage. What about you, buddy?
Yeah.
Let's see. Juggling a few too many things, as I've discovered today. I've got a couple of covers that I inked up today. They're going to be coming out from Totally Rad Comics for their new title. I know he shared the title and stuff, so hopefully I'm not spilling any beans. But it's called Zira.
Yes.
So it's from what little I know so far, it is a cave girl that has transported in time to 1980s New York City.
Oh wow!
Yes,
Yeah.
we just got our first look at that yesterday or the day before. That's Jim E. Noble, my friend Tiberius.
Yes.
My friend, we call him Tiberius, Sean.
Nice.
Have you ever heard his Captain Kirk or seen his Captain Kirk impression?
No, we were supposed to actually meet in person for the first time at Gem City Comic Con, and when the con had to cancel due to everything going on, we were both kind of bummed because we didn't get that opportunity to finally meet. So we've only gotten to chat through like Facebook and email so far.
Yeah, I hung out with him online a few times, and he's a really nice guy.
Super nice.
Doing some killer stuff, but definitely if you get him online, if you see him on somebody else's show, anything, corner him on that. Call him Tiberius.
Okay.
Call him Tiberius. Tell him you want to see it.
All right.
And all you people that are watching, I see William. Oh, that's supposed to be between 1 and 100. I'm sorry. Pick a number between 1 and 100. William Pace. Get in on that, man. Pick a number between 1 and 100. There's stuff to get, stuff to win right now. No, that says 110. Why does it say 110?
Oops.
Between 1 and 100. Yes.
We got a couple more folks throwing numbers in there.
There you go.
Russell called out Jim to come join us. It looks like.
Nice.
So yeah, Rodney, just kind of jumping back to what you're saying. So yeah, I've been working on that the last couple of days in between all the commission stuff, and slowly but surely, as we get time, Steph has made much more progress than I have. But we are working on doing a new Scarlet's Field Guide to Cryptids book. So the Scarlet Huntress book that I showed off earlier, that will be going out to your backers there, because I know you're going to hit that 75 anytime now.
Absolutely.
It's going to be a kind of reworking and continuation of a book we did probably about 7-8 years ago, where it's going to be a collection of kind of short stories of Scarlet running into the various cryptid creatures and whatnot. And then it's going to be a lot of what we call eyewitness artwork. So, anytime you see any of these things where it's like, the eyewitness said that, this monster looked like that or this or whatever, we've got a bunch of our friends that will be contributing artwork. One of those being you.
Yes. As if on cue.
You have to pick a different number. Danny D already got 69. Just throwing that out there.
Yeah. So this is
everybody wants to be a smart aleck.
Yeah. This is the Skinwalker. This is my cryptid that I'm doing for the book. So yeah, this is the pencils for that.
Hold on. Let me get that up.
So yeah, we're putting the book together with a collection of artwork from a bunch of our friends. So we got Rodney's doing a piece for it. Jay Fife has done a couple. Jalen Warner, Jamie Snell, Nate Lovett. I'm drawing a blank. I know there's a bunch of people I'm leaving out, but a nice collection of artwork from all of our friends. And then I'm, going to do all sorts of stuff for it as well. And so yeah, we're slowly getting that there. Steph's got a few pages of it already completed. We're just kind of waiting on me to get some more artwork done.
Bill Leon in there with 42. Matty Beard took 90. Yeah, we're getting some numbers now. Yeah, we're good.
There we go. So Sean, why don't you? So we've got a lot of new people in the group. Why don't you go ahead and show them what they're guessing for, what you're giving away?
Yeah, definitely. So yeah, Rodney and I are each giving away a piece of artwork to everybody listening. If you chime in, you got to pick a number between 1 and 100, and you get the opportunity to win the Craven sketch that I've done here. This is one of my morning warm-up sketches that I do when I live stream in the mornings during the week. And then Rodney's got a great Michelangelo Ninja Turtle sketch cover that he's giving away. So we're going to pick that winner here in about the next 15 minutes. So make sure you chime in with a number there. And then producers A and B are going to figure out the two people that have got closest to the number that they've already predetermined. And we'll get in touch with you, and we will ship these out.
Okay, I'm gonna stick my nose back into that. I already have a Rodney, so I'm gonna disqualify myself from winning a Rodney. I do not have a Sean, so I will not disqualify myself from winning a Sean. I'm picking a number, guys. Here we go, but only for one of them. Like I said, I'm only for one. There I am. Oh well, it says Comics Cast, but that's me. Okay. 21.
Do you want what's behind door number 1, Pops, or door number 2?
Well, no, it's like I said, I have a Rodney, and I'm really happy with it, and I don't want to deprive somebody else from having a Rodney. I don't have a Sean. Screw everybody else. I want one.
Well, we'll see what happens here. We got Steph, I don't know if Steph sent that in the group there or whatever, but Craven is spelled with a K.
Yes.
You think I would have taught her better over all these years?
Come on, Sean, you're slipping.
I know.
Be sure to talk about the show too.
Oh yeah. So Pops, you know this. Some of the other people might not know it. Sean and I just love to draw online. It's a passion that we have. So on Thursday nights, over on Hasm on the Hasm page, we do what we call Thursday Night Throwdown, and Sean and I get together, and sometimes we have guests, and we do a live draw like we're currently doing here. And we just get on and talk about all things nerdy, and we welcome people to join in with comments and stuff. And we sell art and on occasion, and we just talk shop. And Sean's usually working on his commission list, and I usually just kind of do what he's doing. If he's doing a Michelangelo or a Thanos or a Boba Fett, I'll usually do one or something similar in the same vein. So we do that on Thursday nights on Hasm on Facebook, Hazzum. It's called Thursday Night Throwdown. And then on Friday nights, we hop on over to same bat time, different bat channel to Sean Forney Illustration, and we do a Friday Night Raw. And it's essentially the same thing, but Sean hosts it. And that's what we do Thursday nights and Friday nights.
And I will say that I was on the show this last weekend, or this last Thursday night. Didn't I burn my eye that night?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that was the night I burned my eyeballs. I had to come out here with a big old rag on my face.
How is your eye? It looks pretty good.
Yeah, I'm better, man. I got my eyelid closed in time, and the burn was actually on the outside of the eyelid.
Oh, okay.
I couldn't really see it because I was remember I told you every time my eye closed, it would like stick closed. Yeah. So I was like sitting there trying to keep my eye open all night, but it was fine. Next day I was fine. So
that's good. That's good.
Good.
What have I told you about putting things in your eye, Pops?
No, I was frying up the taco shells, man. We got some hot grease. Bam.
Oh God, ouch.
Yeah. It was no fun at all. I promise you. We got Justo Gomez III in the chat.
Hey, Justo. How you doing, buddy?
Hey, Justo.
drop a number in the 1 to 100 winner thing over there for that cool art, because we all love art. That's what it is.
Yeah, Justo's one of our regulars on Thursdays and Fridays.
Yes, he is.
Thanks for stopping by, Justo.
And there's
Yes,
another.
Justo, I'm glad you got to make it over here.
Another YouTube channel to go subscribe to, the Hasm channel. You know, Rodney's YouTube. We got Sean's YouTube. We got YouTubes are everywhere, man. Let's see. Don't let Pops Fib. He burned his eye with curly.
That's awesome.
I'm not Mojo. I don't curl my hair to be I'm not Mojo. I'm Pops. Look. I've educated them. Mojo. Pops. Okay? Two different people. I don't cosplay as Mojo. I cosplay as Pops. I don't curl my hair.
You're gonna color it like that?
Huh?
You're gonna color it like that?
What, the purple and gray?
There you go, man.
I think that's the light coming off the power that she has in her hand that's purple. Because not everybody there is purple. You know what I mean? I think that's the glow off of the.
I don't know, Pops. That sounds like a cop out to me. I think you should go purple, brother.
Okay. Hold on.
Hey, you gotta stay true to form, man, when you're cosplaying.
But that's just it. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Let me see if I can send you something that shows. Well, what I don't even have to do anything. All I got to do is this. That's Pops.
There you go.
That's the Pops that's in Mojo Rising. That's the actual art. So there you go. It's not purple.
You know, I was just picking, but I like that cover, man.
It looks better on Varian.
Danny D says, "I'll take the Thanos, Rodney."
Oh, really?
Okay.
There you go.
Well,
there you go.
Danny, message DM Art of Rodney Fike. Tina's on there right now, and you can producer B is on there, and you guys can hash that out. Okay. Thank you very much.
That's why we're here, folks. To provide people with happiness.
You do that, Pops. That I got to tell you, you provide a lot of happiness and joy. This is a lot of fun, and we appreciate you providing this platform for everybody this weekend. It's awesome.
I had fun on your show, man. I had fun on your show, even though I was sitting there with my eye on fire. I was still having fun. You know, this is like somebody was talking earlier about the changes that have happened in the last year to different people's projects or whatever they were working on, and the way things have affected them. And this has all affected me, even though we actually are in a COVID positive house. This has affected me in so many positive ways. You know, this is the biggest thing I've ever done to help anybody, you know, other than my own family, my own little piece of plot, you know.
Right.
This is the first time I really stepped outside my comfort zone, dove in with both feet to try and do something to help people. And my grandson put it in total perspective for me. He asked me why I was doing this. And I explained to him that you guys don't have tables to set up. And he says, "So Grandpa, you're a problem solver?" And it just made me feel like he got it.
Yeah.
Like he got it. He's only 6 years old. And he understood that I was trying to help people. And it wasn't that I'm trying to help people. It's the way he said it. "You're a problem solver?" And yes, grandson. I kind of took a problem that all my friends were having and said, "What can I do to make it better?" You know. And I hope I taught him to be that kind of person as he grows up, because it took me a long time in my life to become that kind of person.
Yeah, that's
you know?
awesome. Yeah,
But all of this has really changed me in my whole life direction. So I want to thank all you guys, everybody in the group, everybody that's done anything to help make this what it's turning into. You know, I want to thank all you guys, because, man, I'm telling you, it's a new lease on life for me, a new direction. What Anna said earlier about being optimistic about the future, about cons coming back, about everything being somewhat back to the way it's supposed to be in our community. It's like it really does mean something that we have to be optimistic. We
Oh
have
yeah, I mean, if you're a fan of comics, comics are about hope, and comics are about believing in the fantastical and the unimaginable, and that's the world that we all live in, and it's the world that we all thrive in, for lack of a better word. But yeah, Sean and I talk about it all the time. It's before COVID, Hasm had very little online presence. But when COVID started, you know, Tina was like, "Well, we have to have a presence," and she buckled down and dove into starting a website, and she got the website up and running. And then we jumped into the Kickstarter, and now Sean and I do our shows twice a week, and Sean and Stephanie and Tina and I have been friends, for 10 years, but through all of this, doing all this together, our friendship has become a lot stronger. And that's incredible, and it's it's due to the current situation. So silver lining, dark cloud. It's just, you got to find them, and just always look on the bright side of life.
I'm assuming
Always look on the bright side of
I'm
life.
assuming,
Yes.
I'm assuming Brian picked a number, but I don't think it came through.
Brian
Brian
Borgman, he picked number 12.
Oh, okay. Oh, he went down there. Okay, I see it. There he is. All right.
Just real quick, we got 4 more minutes for folks to pick numbers, and Tina put the Roadkill Rampage link in the comments, and I heard an "oh yes" from the other rooms. I mean, we got good news. No, never mind. Never mind me. I don't know what I was talking about. I was hoping that meant maybe you got another bump in the Kickstarter.
Well, I mean, this is the great thing about this. This is going to be up on 3 different formats for a week at least, where it's right there on the top of the queue for like anybody that goes to IndieCast on YouTube. This will be on the top of the queue for who knows how long. If you go to the Comic Related Madness, this will be up in the announcements there for at least a week. Right, the whole lot feed. Both of them will be right there at the top of the announcements. So it's like we still push what we did. We still make sure that people know it's available to go watch if they missed it. Try to give them some kind of an idea of what timestamp to go look for if they have somebody specific they want to see. We try to make sure that it stays up and available and relevant for until we schedule the next one, which usually on the 10th, I think, is what we decided we're going to schedule from now on. So anybody else that's watching and wants to be part of CRoM Con, the 10th, that's when we schedule guests. and if this time was any indication, they go fast. I'm blown away by the reception this time. Oh, we got another person. Corey Parton. Corey Parton picked number 24. Jeff Gordon fan? So Brian grabbed 12 and I grabbed 21. So the album cover is represented. That's all I was looking for.
There you go.
There you go.
Yeah, I'm an old school Rush fan.
I was gonna say, yeah, 2112.
Yeah, that was like my license plate on my car in Phoenix.
The Temples of Syrinx.
I had an old Nova.
Nice.
I had an old Nova in it, and my license plate was 2112.
There you go.
It was good times. Good times. There was times when simple things like that was all I needed to be happy. A personalized license plate and a nice ride.
There you go. Sounds like a beer commercial.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. It's like I've grown beyond that. It's like now it's like my grandkids come first. My grandkids come first, and the comics community comes second. everything else falls back in there somewhere. Golf, music, you know.
That's awesome.
Back in there somewhere. What do you want, dog? What?
Dog. Dog. I say dog. What do you want?
Hey, what do you want? I don't know.
Oh goodness.
What do you want? You want
He,
to go
he wants to put in his guess. He wants to submit a
Oh.
number.
number? Come here. You want to take a number?
See? He said yeah.
100? You can't pick 100.
Yep, you got 1 minute left.
This is Rocky anyway. He don't want to come up in my lap and say hi, but
Yeah, he said 100.
I'll let you see. There you go. What?
Oh, he's beautiful.
Yeah, that's Rocky.
Oh my goodness.
And
What's
the
up,
black
buddy?
shadow is Luna. She's taking off. She's out. I'm gonna go let him out real quick. Phil, you got me for a minute? Phil,
Right.
you got me.
I'm
Phil?
back. I'm back.
Right.
I'm working behind the curtain here, man.
Uh-oh. You're the man behind the curtain?
Yeah, man behind the curtain.
Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain.
Yeah, he's got me pulling all these levers back here over here, man. So I've been kind of quiet, just letting you guys do your thing, man.
I got you.
Well, it looks like we hit 7:15. Are our producers working on? All right.
We need a
Man,
drum
those
roll.
are really turning out nice, guys.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Let's see.
All right, we got winners.
So what all do you have going on over at the Hasm on the your YouTube channel?
Just been uploading the Thursday night draws. So.
We've been uploading all of the Thursday night draws, the Thursday night throwdowns that we do. Are we uploading the Friday night draws as well?
No, they'll be over on Sean.
Okay, those will be over on Sean's page, Sean's Horny Illustration, the Friday night draws, and then the Thursday night throwdowns are is what we're loading up on the YouTube right now.
Oh, cool. And do you link that over on the Facebook pages too?
Yes, we do.
Cool.
All right, I got our winners here.
Uh-oh.
Winner.
Are we
chicken
ready?
dinner.
To announce what the number was.
All right, so the number that the producers picked was the number 12.
Ooh.
So Brian Borgman actually hit it right on the head. He picked number 12.
Oh, nice.
And then Joey Pineda, I hope I said that right. He had number 13, so he gets the other one. So
Okay.
our producers picked Joey is getting Rodney's piece, and Brian is getting my piece.
Right. Nice. So Joey gets Mikey,
Yep.
the turtle.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
And Brian's going to get Craven, spelled with a K.
Lucky 13 gets
Craven with a K. Right on.
Excellent. Thanks so much, guys, for everybody who participated.
So Joey says, "Yay!"
Awesome.
So while we got everybody on looking at artwork, Sean, one more time, real quick. Let's do the rundown on.
Oh yeah.
Since
Show some
we
more of
are,
that
this
again.
is a con.
Yes.
We've got we each have 3 pieces for sale. I have the black Spidey here, full body shot for $60.
Now are those all Copics?
Yeah, these are all Copics. Copics, however you want to say it. And then I have a Sailor Moon for $40, and then I have a Kylo Ren for $7. Yeah, it's not Darth Maul, but Kylo Ren for $75.
I remember we changed the name to Darth Mail.
Yeah, Darth Mail. So those are my 3 pieces. Sean, what do you got, buddy?
There you go, a mashup. Kylo Maul.
Yeah.
Kylo Maul.
Darth Ren.
I got this Venom here. He's $50. Black and white. Got some ink splatter going on there. I got Captain Rex. He's $65.
Oh yeah, that's a nice piece.
Thank you. And then Panthro. Panthro is $75. So we are doing free shipping on these. Like I said, I know Tina and Steph have both been throwing our links up in the comment section on Facebook and such. So head on over there. You can message us through either of our Facebook pages. We'll set up like a little gallery thing of the pieces we have for sale, things like that. And in general, just you can reach out to us there.
So, Pops, while you were away, Joey Pineda won my my Mikey piece.
Yes.
And Brian Borgman won Sean's Craven the Hunter spelt with a K.
Oh, the 12 one? Okay, 21, 12. I tried.
You're so close.
Well, I mean, it was a choice, 21 or 12. You know.
Well, yeah, because you couldn't pick 21, 12.
You're right. I couldn't pick both numbers. So, but congratulations. That was a great pick. That was a great pick, man. Brian, great pick. As long as my numbers win, I'm good, bro. Even if I didn't pick them.
I picked 42. 42 is always the answer, man.
That's the answer.
Right.
But you know, they were asking for 2 answers.
I know. I was off in the wrong dimension, man.
See, I was trying to put 2 answers there, and you were trying to put 1 answer on 2 questions. See, neither one of us won. It didn't work.
Yeah. Well.
So Phil, the question is, do you have your towel?
Yes, I always have it handy, and my robe.
There you go. Good man. Good man. All right.
I've got some fishes just in case I have to do any bribing with the dolphins.
There you go. Real quick, Joey, if you would message
Joey's gonna be like out here in a minute, so just relax.
Okay, we gotta. Well, he needs to message producer B, Tina.
He's our next
guest. Rodney Pike with his address and stuff, so we can we have his address and stuff for mailing the piece.
He's our next guest, so I'm gonna let you meet him. What do you think of that?
Okay, cool. That's cool.
That's the kind of stuff that's just like that works out so well. It's like he just won. He gets to come out next, so I'll bring him out. He'll get to say hi to you. You guys get to actually meet. You know.
Yeah, right on.
That's so perfect. It just that's the way these things fall together.
Synchronicity, man.
That's how things fall together in the madness. See that? Don't panic.
There you go.
Thanks for all the fish. So,
got some old timers in here with some old timey references.
Yeah, we can really, man. I make references all the time, and I'll even say, you know, extra points for the reference, and nobody ever says anything. I don't think they understand what that means anymore.
Oh man.
You know.
I don't know. I don't think it's as much as of a deep cut as we think, man.
I know one thing. That thing's looking sweet.
Yeah, it is.
Color's popping. Now over here, ooh, he looks angry. He looks like an angry Thanos. He's ready to whoop somebody. This guy's just like, yeah, I got this. That guy's like, come over here. Let me rip your head off.
Get over here.
Yeah, I'm not just going to use this gauntlet. I'm not going to even use the stones. I'm just going to beat you with this thing. That's what that guy's saying. This guy's like, don't even come over here because it's just like time stone. You're gone. Your parents don't exist anymore. What's that saying? Are the dolphins still here? I don't know. It's either the dolphins or the humpback whales. One or two. Yeah, see, references go everywhere.
Save the whales.
There be whales here.
Save the whales. Save those big, fat, funky whales.
There you go.
But shoot the seals. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. That is a reference. I hope people got that.
Starks get the seals, man. So, we had winners, and one of them is right here.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, what's up?
How we doing?
I wasn't exactly ready. Well, I'm good. I'm good.
Oh, well,
Yeah, you got a booger hanging out your nose, man. Come on now, clean it up.
I just wanted to say congratulations.
Yeah, that was awesome. Just perfect timing. I was like, man, and I'm a big Turtle fan too, so that's a win-win.
Oh, sweet, cool.
Yeah, that's awesome. So if you're not ready, I'll put you back out. You can get ready.
I'm good. I'm good whenever you're ready. Now I'm good.
We got like 5 minutes left. Let's go ahead and pop these links out again. Talk about Roadkill Rampage one more time. Talk about Sean's projects one more time. Make sure everybody knows where to find you guys.
Okay, Sean, you go first. Go ahead, buddy.
All right, so Instagram, Twitch, Twitter, Tumblr are all at Sean Forney Art, like it's up on the screen there. Facebook is Sean Forney Illustration, and I can provide a link tree on my page so you can get everything for contact and YouTube and all that. And currently got irons in many fires. But Steph and I are slowly working on getting some more Scarlet Hunter stuff ready to go, and try to keep everybody posted on all the social media stuff, on all the latest stuff that comes out.
Cool, great. Mr. Fike, I know we got the website to the Roadkill Rampage. We got Kickstarter through August 20th.
Yes, we got the Roadkill Rampage Kickstarter is live and going through August 20th. We are reaching to stretch or to unlock another goal at 2,000 points or $2,000 will unlock the bumper sticker reward. So everybody come and check that out. We also have a backer incentive where once we get to 75 backers, everyone will get a digital PDF of Sean and Stephanie Forney's Scarlet Huntress Tales Through Time. Nice. And there's the hard copy that Sean has there, a floppy version of that.
Is there a cross promotion with that where you can actually get a copy of the book too?
You can get a copy of the book on their website.
Yeah, you can get a copy of their book on their website.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Yes.
Let's make sure we let people know they can get that one too.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so that and much more at Sean Forney Illustrations. So go check that out. So yeah, the Roadkill Rampage. Back it if we get to 75 backers, it unlocks that the digital PDF from Sean and Stephanie, the Scarlet Huntress Tales Through Time. And if we get to 2,500, it unlocks the next tier, which is pinups from Sean and from Luke Stone and from Adam Fields. And they will all three be contributing pinups, Roadkill Rampage pinups, which we've seen the preliminary of Sean's, and it's worth its weight in gold. It looks awesome. So everybody hop over there and help us get to that level so they can share all their creamy goodness that is Roadkill Rampage. There it is.
Yeah,
there's
I can
Sean's.
show it off real quick.
If you do not know who Adam Fields is, that's another group member that puts out some sweet art.
Yeah.
Be sure to come up to D&D and
Yeah, and be sure everybody to come on Thursday nights on Hasm.com and watch Thursday Night Throwdown, where Sean and I get together and draw for 2 to 3 hours and just talk all things nerdy. And then on Friday night we get together and do it all over again, same bat time, different bat channel, over on Sean Forney Illustration and Sean Forney on Twitch. And it's called Friday Night Raw or Draw. And we do that same thing on Friday night as well. And everybody is invited to come participate, leave comments, be silly with us. And we sell art like we did today. We're both drawing and just having a good old time. So come join us.
Yes, come join us. We love the interaction on Thursdays and Fridays. And behind the scenes, we got some new stuff where we got cooking that we'll start unveiling before too long.
Yes, absolutely.
Looking forward to it, guys. Seriously, I'm like glad that our paths crossed out there, and that you're part of what we got going on now. We appreciate you guys being out here for sure.
Well, we appreciate you, Pops, and we everything that you do. So you are the man.
Yes, thanks for putting this together and inviting us to be on here. It's fantastic you're able to put this together and get everybody involved and give everybody another avenue to get our stuff out there and get seen. So it's greatly appreciated.
I got to throw a shout out to my son too. I probably don't do that enough, but if it wasn't for him and like just making sure that I have the time free to put into the promotion and to put into the con, it's like I kind of got to give him a shout out too, because I'm not there near as much as I used to be helping him. I'm out here a lot more, but he appreciates what I'm doing, and I got to give him a shout out for putting up with me while we're going through this.
Absolutely, definitely.
And yes, Tina, thank you. I love you guys too, man. This has been such a learning experience for me too. I mean, everybody also knows I was not industry. I'm just a fan, and now I feel like I know a lot of people in the industry, and I feel like I'm part of the family now. So, that in itself has its own rewards, man. You guys it's an awesome community.
Yeah, it absolutely is. So, thank you again.
Hey, appreciate you guys coming out. Joey, want to say anything to these guys on their way out?
Yeah, definitely. I just wanted to say, man, what y'all are doing is awesome, man, and man, it's from just being a writer and seeing you guys knock out this awesome artwork, it kind of inspires me to try to get to the point where I could draw some stuff for my own books and whatnot, So it's always an inspiration to see other artists just knock out phenomenal work. So keep on doing what you're doing, and just everything you guys are doing for the industry, right now, especially indie creators, man. It's something that we lack right now, but it's getting a lot better, and with Pops and everybody involved, man, this thing is just it's overwhelming in a great way.
And I also got to throw a little shout out to Joe and Gerald, Comics Cast, Joe Tolliver. I mean, he really did. He really did expand our reach. Definitely. It's like I really want to thank him for coming on, and we're doing our best, Joe. We've gone all day, man. We ain't dropped too many bad words. We're doing our best, man.
Joe's the man.
I'm used to doing this in my group and not really caring about what people show and what I say, because it was in my group and it was contained. And it's like now I have to be more professional, and I can live up to that, guys. I promise.
To that point, I got something that may actually make you feel better about just trying not to use curse words and whatnot. Coming from a music background, I've noticed that whenever I don't use curse words, I'm allowed to say more.
Yeah.
So that's the plus side of not cursing. You're able to get a lot more points across.
Well, for me, it's always been if the kids are around, I turn it off, and if they're not around, I don't care. And that's just I mean, the kids have always been the valve.
Yeah.
And now I have a different reason to have a valve, which is probably good for my no filter. Anyway, So, Rodney, Sean, Tina, thank you guys so much for coming out, for being part of this. On the 10th, we will start scheduling for next month.
Yeah, don't forget Stephanie, producer A.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, yep, I got you. Yes. love to producer A and B.
There we go. Where would we be without the women in our lives?
Intervene down by the river.
Yeah, exactly.
You're in your son's basement.
There you go.
Not my mom's basement, your son's basement. Yeah, get it right. Yeah. I got no shame, man. I have fun. What do I care? What other people think. We all have fun. So, with that, Sean, Rodney, It's good seeing you. Good talking to you.
You too, buddy.
Y'all have a great
Yes.
rest of the weekend. If you see places where there's open panels and you want to come in and say hi, you're more than welcome.
Drop on through.
Awesome. Sounds great.
Good talking with you guys for a minute.
Yes. Thanks,
All right.
guys, again.
Yes, thank you so much, guys.
Have a good day.
And
You too.
everybody
You too.
remember, gotta has them.
Yeah, exactly.
And thanks for all the fish.
Oh, that was good. Thanks for all the fish. But why the dolphin? Why the dolphin? You're not supposed to give them any credit. That wasn't how it's supposed to be. Yeah. All right. Joey Pineda, trouble's back.
Yes, sir.
Now look.
It's been a while in the making. I've been trying to make it on a show and finally got the opportunity. So I'm glad to be here. Appreciate
I heard about you from my boy Raj. Okay.
Yeah, Raj has been one of my big supporters because he picked up a book, and ever since then, it's like, oh man, he's just every book comes out, he's copying it, he's loving the story and the progression, and that's always nice coming from another creator, that they feel your book is really, really solid, and that only solidifies my progress in what I'm doing, and it's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing. But before we get too far deep, I wanted to give one big shout out, because the reason why I am doing comics is my buddy Eric, which has a Kickstarter for Blood of Gods. He's the one that kind of made it open my eyes to let me know that hey, this is a possibility. It's not as it's not like it's yes, it takes money, but it's not expensive to necessarily go out and do a comic. I didn't know anything about it. He was in the early works of Blood of Gods, and he kind of just gave me some information. He was like, hey man, this is how you kind of go about it a little bit, and I ran with it, and next thing you know, I'm on issue 3 of my book already and started a new series, so Blood of Gods, make sure y'all go to Kickstarter and y'all back that, just got to check that out
He
there.
rocks, man.
And with my journey with comics, it's been beautiful. For the ones that don't know, I'm a hip hop artist, and I've been signed to an indie label probably over a decade now, and it's so nice to be able to go from music to comics, and that's what Trouble's Back is all about. Trouble's Back initially was supposed to just be a music album, and the idea was coming back to music because I was on a hiatus, taking care of my pops while he was sick. And, I had this idea, I got this artwork done, and it was like, okay, wouldn't it be cool if I dropped a comic with my album? That was the initial idea and thought. And I was like, nah, that's probably too expensive, And then Eric, he's like, it's actually more possible than you realize. And the next thing you know, my love for comics, and that became my real passion right now, where I do music now for fun as opposed to, just doing it regularly. And comics, man, comics and music. But right now, comics is overpowering the music, and it's getting to the point where now I'm on a second series aside from Trouble's Back, and it's just, man, my journey has been, I feel like I'm barely breaking the surface, but yet have accomplished so much. It's beautiful, man. I just, I love speaking about creating.
Glowing. I ain't gonna lie, I can see you glowing. You look like you're like you're back. You look like you're where you belong. Like you feel where you belong again.
Well, here's the thing though, with music, there's always, how can I put it? There's like a reputation to uphold. And for me, that reputation was always like, what is that next album I'm going to drop? Because that's the image I need to portray. So, with comics, I roll out of bed. That's me. This is me. I don't have to do anything other than just show up. And to be honest, now with comics, I can embrace my true nerdery and geekery because that's what I am. And I'm proud of it, and I'm owning it. And to be honest, it's been 1,000 times more rewarding than music has been to me. I've done a lot of things musically, but with comics, it's home.
I think I feel the same way as you. I played for many years, and then I got into comics.
I mean, the industry is, whether it's major or not, you know. I mean, it's cutthroat and it's not for everybody, and it's not always pleasant. With comics, it's been all pleasant, and that's kind of crazy to be able to say that it's been all pleasant. You know, I can meet that one bad creator that thinks he's too big, that he doesn't even want to speak to me or take a picture, that, you know, I just shrug that off, and that doesn't bother me, you know, because there's the good outweighs the bad. And that's been the beauty about everything. You know, most of the time, every time I meet somebody, they're all pleasant, you know. It's just, I guess what I'm trying to say is they're all accepting, and that's been the most important piece, to be able for me to be at peace and be able to just keep giving you guys the great stories that I have working on, you know.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's awesome. I got to get a little sneak peek, you know, and yeah,
you know, and it's so crazy. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, and I don't know if you caught on, but I mean, I have personal details in that book. In the book, it's based on me as the hip hop hero, or I should say music hero now, because, you know, this thing's gonna grow big. You know, it's not gonna be one confined to just one genre of music, man. It's gonna expand.
Yeah, we can make villains in every kind of music, no doubt.
You're doing some mix, are you?
Yeah.
Are you doing separate songs in genres, or are you mixing genres?
So it's more like so there's evils in all the industries, you know. I mean, with all the genres, there's evils in it, you know. You know, music in general, you know. So what's already started to happen is there are new genres of music aside from just hip hop. Now I'm getting a little bit of metal. Now I'm getting a little bit of country. You know, it's mixing into the book, and the way that they're kind of being introduced, it's all a different way, and it's just kind of one of those things. It's like, you know, what my main character and I stand for is battling all the evils in the music industry. So what ends up happening is, you know, you start to realize that this is bigger than hip hop, and that's what's happening with Trouble's Back. And it just kind of just happened that way. Initially, I was going to keep it to just hip hop, but it's just the way that it's evolving. I let life dictate the direction of Trouble's Back. So,
and plus, you've got a lot more open doors of where you can go with it that way too.
Exactly. And the other beauty of it is you never know who, what, when, where it's going to become an idea, a topic, a character. Because usually what happens is I go to a Comic-Con, I have conversations with people, and sometimes it could be something as simple as hanging out with some of my buddies, and then they inspire a new idea.
Something
and the next
sparks.
thing, yeah, and then next thing you know, they end up being a character in the book. All my characters in the book are 90% of the characters are based on an actual person, a real person. The other 10% is just basically an idea or a concept based on somebody, and that's been the beauty of it, because, you know, what more fun would it be than to include your friends in a book, you know? And
last book I worked on, the creator and art and the line artist actually did that, where he was basing it on people that he knew, and that's a really cool concept.
I just want to throw this out there. When you get to the point where you need a heavy metal hero,
I'll definitely keep that in mind, Pops.
You know, if you need a little help cleaning up the metal industry, you know, I'm your guy, bro. I'm your guy, no doubt.
Yes, sir. You know,
what? Not the Southern rock guy?
No,
Hey.
no. See, look.
All right. Yeah, I know, Zach Wild.
Okay, we're gonna go there. We're gonna go Rush and Leonard Skinner and Pink Floyd. I mean, I'm pretty diverse with my rock.
Yeah.
I like Tom McDonald. Dude's killing it. I don't care what anybody says. Dude's out there killing it on his own. Love that. Love that independent artist.
Yeah. 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 And you know what? And I'm still creating music on my own time schedule whenever I feel like and I'm inspired. So, don't be surprised if you see a Troubles Back album.
And that's where I was going to go
They
next.
coincide. Hey, you could do like some of the comics where you add a soundtrack that you can listen to along with while you're reading it.
Let's see that was an idea that I have, except I want to put my own twist on it. The only thing is I'm since this series is going to run a couple of issues, I'm trying to get all the songs together and just kind of as I'm inspired and as I work with people, get those in there. And right now, I'm 5 songs in. I'm 5 songs complete.
Oh, awesome! Yeah.
And I'm not gonna rush on it. It'll drop when it drops because
Yeah, you don't want to push your music, man. When it flows, it flows.
Exactly. And it's like comics too. Like yeah, that would okay. Picture this. Picture listening to a read along. Well, actually picture listening to a movie with just the audio. That's what I would love for Troubles Back soundtrack to be like, where it's a read along and the music and audio as it's happening. That's what I would love. Unfortunately, I'm not sure how to completely pull that off, but
probably like maybe do a secondary as like a motion comic where you can actually add the sound in and bring up the pages and the frames as you want them to come in with the music.
Gotcha. That would, I could say, okay. Definitely, that's an idea there. Yeah, it's just I'm approaching everything and just going with it sometimes, man. And I don't always have the time to think about how. It's more like, let's do it and then figure it out on
work it out as you go.
Yeah. And I've been loving that with comics. It's been like that, and it's been lovely because it's almost like you unlock some potential that you didn't necessarily know that was there, or it's almost I don't know if you guys are familiar with the movie Lucy, but she somehow unlocks all of her brain power and uses all of her brain. And I feel like I'm slowly getting there, where I'm unlocking pieces of my brain that didn't realize were there,
Well, that's cool, man. Exploring your creativity.
Exactly.
Great,
But the other thing is, I'm a writer, so I have to hire artists and whatnot. But the beauty of it is every artist that I've worked with, they have brought my vision to life. Like the artist for Troubles Back, his name is Matten Patron. He's out of the Philippines. They got so much talent out there, but he's the one that when I sent him my story and my script for issue 1, he totally nailed what I visioned and even took it further. Because I told him, I was like, look, this is the vision I have. This is what I want. I think you're the guy. And the next thing you know, he's already doing issue 3 and he's going to keep doing all the issues for Troubles Back. I mean, there's no way around that like he has to be the artist for it. And without him, it would have not been what it is today because he's killing it. He's killing it and he's nailing it. And here's the thing about creating in general, like you can't ever get content. You can't ever get content with just being comfortable. This guy, he'll send me stuff. He was like, man, I'm practicing these kind of sequences. I'm practicing this. I've been working a little bit more on this. I can't wait to use this on the next issue. And that speaks volumes to me.
You got him hyped. You got him hyped about it. He's really into it. Yeah.
And the one thing that he keeps telling me is like, when are you going to have more fight scenes? When are you going to have more fight scenes? And I'm like, it's going to come. It's going to come. You just like I have many fight scenes, but he wants full on out fight scenes. And I'm like, the timing's not right yet, but you're going to.
He wants a Michael Bay movie.
Yeah. But yeah, man, it's been, just to kind of give everybody an idea, a couple of the covers I got going, the first cover was basically just, you know, I have a day job, you know, just like everybody else, and I kind of use that as my out of character. You know, when I'm not the hero, I'm just I'm an accountant, you know, and this depicts everything, you know, of what I would love to be doing when I first started. You know, I would love to, despite the chaos in the world of everything that's going on, I want to be there creating, whether it's music or whether it's comics. You know, and even as you can kind of see in this scene, even the office kind of looks kind of run down, as if things aren't all pleasant at work either. So it's this to me. This was a powerful statement to me because chaos all around me and creating is keeping me alive. You know, and
Awesome. Yeah, expression and getting it out. I've noticed that whether it's music or art, you're putting yourself out there. You're bearing your soul, basically.
definitely. You know, so that's issue one. You know, oh, and here's this is a Comic-Con exclusive one that, you know, I need to order more of, but there's no cons right now. And, you know, and I like to sell these on the in-person cons, but now that I'm doing these online cons, I need to order some more because, you know, even the villains got to look cool. You know, this right here is the first villain in the book, the Mumbler, and he embodies everything that is mumble rap. That's
okay.
That's the first evil that I battle, you know. And
this is where I was going when I was talking earlier about it. You need somebody to clean up the metal.
Definitely.
Got you.
And you know, one thing that's kind of
got me. Okay, the villain is what hooked me in your book.
Yeah.
Okay, because I'm not a fan of that style.
Yeah.
Okay, so I was like, yeah, go get them guys.
and you know the beauty of the way that I did that is I actually created, you know, this is the only part that's fictitious in there, where I created an origin of mumble rap and how it happened, because I mean, not everyone's kind of just, you know, put it out there on how it really happened. So I was like, you know what, let me put my twist on it, because this is comics. We need to figure out a way to make this a better idea, even though it's a bad concept, you know. so you know, you check out issue 1, you'll get to kind of see how intricate, you know, it was that mumble rap was created in my eyes, you know, because it kind of, in a sense, was kind of created that way, but
you got some of the rainbow hair going on in there and stuff.
Yeah.
It's a great book. I'm telling you, it's a great book, especially if you're a metal fan.
and you know, it's so crazy because issue 1 has helped, because not everybody even likes hip hop or rap, but we agree on one thing: mumble rap sucks.
Yes,
you know?
That's what I'm saying.
And I've been able to turn a non-believer into a believer, that now they even buy my future issues, and that's been nice. Like, it's just, you know, I mean, people understand where I'm coming from, and you know, to everyone has their opinion. It's just nicer when we share the same opinion, you know, and that translates into sales. And
yeah, you found your audience, man.
Yeah, definitely, you know.
That's
and
what I
and
mean.
the
It's like, and every genre of music has a crappy part of it.
Yeah.
Every single one of them does. So you got somebody to villainize in every style of music.
Exactly.
Yeah, great.
Exactly.
And you, that, man.
And you, the other beauty about the book is everyone that's been a part of it. It's pretty much just me saying thank you for either inspiring an idea, being a great friend, supporting something. And what that leads me to the next thing is, so I cannot stress enough how important comic shops are. You know, the name of our comic shop is the Hive Comics and Games, and they've been my biggest supporters. That I put them in the book. They play the role of a record label, but they're themselves in the book. And just to kind of give you an idea,
pull up the screen.
Issue 2 issue 2 is a wraparound cover, and over here on you see the two guys on the top left. You know, these were the previous owners of the hive, and they became villains. You know, I mean, what cooler thing to do than to there you go. What cooler thing to do than to make good guys bad guys? Because hey, why not? And it kind of just works. And
It's perfect.
it was one of those things that kind of just to say thank you to those guys for supporting me from the beginning, and now they're in the book and they're major characters now. And it just kind of like one of those things is like, man, this thing can go on for as long as I want it to go on, because the support's there. And I'll be honest, I've made more money doing meet and greets at the local comic shop than I do sometimes in the weekend at an actual Comic-Con. And it's
see Danny's comment right there, Danny Morales. You know who Danny is, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
And
He wants a book in his store, man.
Touch, Danny. I got. You're in luck because I do have some. I have a lot of newsprint, and I have some premium pages as well. So we got a mixture of both, and I even got variant covers I could throw in. The other thing, I got issue 1 and 2. I got carried away with variants because I love giving people choices. So just to kind of, for the artists in mind, I got blank sketch covers, and and
nice.
for the adult and everybody, I got a swimsuit cover variant of issue 2 that my buddy Caleb drew up, and believe it or not, these are colors that I did. I actually got to color this cover.
Cool.
Caleb did the line art, and I got to cover it. And
so, is that your first published cover?
This is actually just the we had an event that wanted something risky, so I got variants, and once I run out of these, I run out. I'm never going to print these again.
I'm saying, is that the first time you colored a cover that was actually published?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna have one of those. Put one of them Cypher Pops, because I like firsts.
So here's the thing too. Before we get any further, before I forget, because I'm already rambling a lot. On my website, troublesomecomics.com, I have a promo code that ends on Sunday night for 20% off all orders, and that promo code is CRoM20. CRoM20.
You want to pull that? You want to pull that up? Was it troublesome?
Troublesome Comics, exactly how it's supposed to be spelled.
Give me some troublesome comics. Let's go see this. I love that. A discount code, a CRoM code. We love CRoM codes. That's awesome. Man. There you go. All right. So right there, troublesomecomics.com.
Yes, sir.
Go there. Danny, you can go there right now. You can grab some of them books, bro. You might even be able to talk Joey into a retailer discount. You never know.
Definitely, Danny. I'll hit you up, Danny, and we'll work something out. Where I can help you out is I can help you out with a lot of newsprint, and then the special covers, a little more, but we can work something out, definitely. But yeah, I just love to create, man, and it's just now with COVID going on, I had to create the website because you got to have a presence. You have to be able to sell when you're, people up all times of the night, and all times of the day. That you gotta be able to point them somewhere, and if you can't point them anywhere, you're losing out on sales. And this is just one of those things, I wanted to get back there, and just a little background. The whole Troublesome Comics is going to be my publishing company, where every title that I drop is going to be under there. The reason why Troublesome was because Troublesome is my rap name, and that's where my creative outlets begin, because started doing music, and I branched out into so many things. Nowadays you'll find me doing videography, photography, graphic design, sound engineering, music production. I mean, you name it, I'm doing it all now. And it's been a beautiful thing. So I was like, why not embrace where it all started? But also it does have it has a second meaning too. I want to be the trouble for the bad guys. Trouble is usually a bad thing, but I want to shed light on, trouble can be a bad thing for the bad guys, because I'd like to see myself as a good guy, and that's where all that stems from at this point.
Yeah. Well, you didn't hear me say I want to be the bad guy in your comic. I said if you need somebody to help clean up the metal industry.
Yeah.
Nobody wants. I mean, there are people who want to be the bad guy. I'm not gonna, but I'm not one of them. I've always wanted to be the hero, man. So Phil, I'm shooting you some links for our next guest, Joey. It's been awesome. I'm kind of sad because Raj wanted to come out and surprise you, and I guess work is like kicking his butt, so he didn't get a chance to. But he is leading off tomorrow with Eric and those guys.
Awesome.
And you're more than welcome to come out and join us in the morning, man.
Definitely.
I mean, it was awesome meeting you, bro. Looking forward to everything else you got going on. Get that big screen out of the way. Get out of the way. I'm really looking forward to seeing what you got going on in the future.
Yep.
I love the concept of your book, no doubt. I mean, there are definitely villains in every one of our entertainment industries. They all need to be taken out.
Definitely.
All of them.
I do want to mention one other thing, just so that everybody kind of knows what's the next thing right around the corner. Is got a new series I'm working on called Cubicle Wars, and it's totally different. It's basically office warfare, and it's one of those things that's following a protagonist through his journey, landing his dream job, or so what he thinks is his dream job. And on the job, he's going to end up battling a lot of things, that, yeah, I'll leave it at that for now. I have to let issue 1 drop before all the questions start, because it's not exactly just that. Once it actually gets on, you're going to be like, yo, wow, what just happened? So.
Joey, nice seeing you, dude. Like I said, come out in the morning, or
Yes,
noon Eastern. When Raj and Eric come out, you're more than welcome to come.
Yes, sir.
Like
I'll be there.
Raj wanted to come out and hit you, but obviously work is kicking his butt. So
It's all good. It's
it's great meeting you, man, and definitely keep dropping your links in the group, and drop your links, anything you want to drop in the comments here, so that people can find you. You do that right now, bro.
All right, will do. Thank you.
You bet.
Good talking with you, Joey.
Thank you, Phil.
Mr. Les Lyndon Garner.
Hey, brother, what's going on, man?
I like to refer to this guy as Lex Luthor.
See, I hit the thing in the stream here for screen sharing. Is that up? Are you seeing my screen, or are you seeing me?
I'm seeing you right now. I see Phil's share screen.
Oh, there we go. Hold on a second. Let's see. Okay, let's go grab that. Yeah. So I wanted to share a little something, just kicking off. Let's see. Is it sharing Apocalypse Girl?
Yep, there you go.
Cool, good deal. I should probably be monitoring this on another machine. So yeah, I wanted to share the cover to number 6, the last issue of the series. Yeah. So I thought I'd pop on and share some of that stuff. That, and I picked kind of a couple of choice pages from the issue because, oh my God, I am so stoked to be done with this first series. Oh my God. So if you don't care, man, I'll jump in and I'll just kind of hit a couple of these highlights. I got a couple of highlight pages picked out. Actually, I think there was a couple of 2-page spreads actually. So like here's
I'm just gonna sit over here and eat my popcorn. You go right on ahead.
Yeah, this is like a 2-page spread. I think these are pages 2 and 3. Really dig this. I don't want to give too much away, but like this is a point in the story where Anna, the main character, the chick with the marks on her face, has really started to come into her abilities and learn a lot. So then you're gonna dig these other two spreads. This one I just love. It's just at a real epic battle. She's got the horse, these kind of monster horses, dogs. There's like all these animals are infected by this character here called the Handler, and I love this. I love this spread. I'm so happy with the way this came out. Then the other thing I wanted to share was this. I'm just going to go through this kind of quick.
Oh, John, I gotta fix a man.
So yeah. Peel back from my violent stuff for a second. So anyway, I'm gonna stop sharing and come back over here. So yeah, I want to show you guys a little bit from Apocalypse Girl number 6. And I think I sent you links, but I can also post them in here, I guess, because I'm not real up on using them.
Bill's already got them up.
I have.
Oh, they already got them? Cool.
It's like
Yay,
that.
good man. Good man.
That's why we're here, bro. We got everything covered.
Cheers.
Get the banner right.
Oh, so since Apocalypse Girl's finished, I'm rolling over onto a different series for a bit, and I would probably aggravate my my partner on it if I gave too much away. So all I will do is show this first piece of artwork on camera. Let's see.
Whoa, let me get that. Hold on. There you go. That guy looks kind of familiar.
So, thought you might dig that. It's a series that we'll have some announcements and stuff coming for it before too long, I think. But I'm partnering with Dirk Manning. If you're familiar with Dirk from his stuff at Source Point, like he does like Haunted Highons, Tales of Mystery, Hope, a bunch of other books. He's just, the dude is just spitting out books left and right. He's got a ton of stuff out there. And Dirk and I have known each other for a few years now, and he's kind of, he really pitched me hard to Source Point and helped open that door. And of course now they're kind of my home with Apocalypse Girl there. And so there's a number of things going on with that. So, but Apocalypse Girl number 6 is done. I think the solicitation for it is out. So anybody at shops who wants to order it can get it straight through Diamond, or obviously you can go to Source Point, go to the website and get it from them. We are in the process right now of collecting together everything and making a few little tweaks and adding some bonus materials for a collected trade paperback edition. So I'm really, really excited about that. I got a number of things, like there's like concept art, character sketches, all kinds of crazy stuff that's going to go in for the final big collected version. So
I think they just kicked us off of Facebook for some reason.
Oh no!
Did we hit the 8-hour mark?
That could be. We started. What do we do? What do we do? Yeah. What do we do?
Restart the stream. Are you sure it's kicked off? Let me see.
That would suck.
Yeah, it's not live.
Yeah, you're gonna have to start up another stream.
But we're still on YouTube, right? That's weird.
Let me see. I'll pull up.
I wonder why Facebook did that to us. All right, everybody, we will be right back, and we will pop this right back up on Twitter. We'll be back, and we'll be popping it up everywhere. Sorry.
Stay tuned.